build yourself spiritually. And when you have a person like which you will come to love. You won't know what to do. You won't know how to give you money and to be university. And unfortunately, spiritual form those must by day smart together build themselves spiritually with life, good, tranquil, and teachers. Only full heart. Verse they come to law are like incredible examples. So vocês se lembram Ricardo, I'm not going to take your based on this, the Prince Cassius said as follows. Total, with the executives. Interestingly enough, as follows. Based on this, life, kind of periods of life, completed in one together. Right? So, literally translated. Sushi. Make sure you have a getting ultimately as an impact. There's this place called Soda that flies there fishing from Japan, which is another place diversity. So there's a place called Leroy Barbecue I've never had in my life by far. I found this new mechanic. I had a modern diesel. I thought I was going to play Zero out there, and he took me to so good. But I went down to this little home lot for getting it done. Yeah, I knew it was going to be good. So yes. And the maintenance is going to be for days. Yeah, just potato salad. That's fucking dry rub, like they don't make it sauce. Honey, put it down with much. Their fucking ribs are fantastic. I haven't had bad barbecue yet. These are the spots that I was awesome. That place was just fun. Alright? Some of the best weddings were one. Interesting. And took 20 minutes. Because if I'm so focused on the language here, right? I'm so focused. I can eat brisket like a day. I can eat by definition, avoiding the temptation to say, yes, maybe we're going to be just, and if I'm not doing it, so good. Right, some plenty of things. I pay attention. I don't know, maybe about my food, right? I just lost myself. So, brisket, they also have a flat iron, and some bigger brisket. Oh, fuck that. You eat the real brisket? Holy shit. No, wait, you got a fish race? Take a little break. But Tesla, you want the front? Harry said that I won't be in soup. Let me explain. Let me explain. Lean brisket are such. I like the meat. I like the meat. You know, get the lean, get the rubber of the lean. Get the lean. Listen, please. It's Texas. Okay. I like the lean everything. It's a flat iron, and they give you an upcharge on the lean. There's nobody wants that. No, this is games. No, it doesn't mean I'm gay. It's just if you like, it's just not so good. What's that place? I'm never going to be right. No. Listen, it's got blue corn, right? I don't give a fuck. No, it's all over. You love it.
legit. It's got a burger that'll knock your dick. You know, you got a barbecue with a burger, also gay. Dude, you want a clean brisket? It's a flat iron place off the fat brisket. It's a flat iron, and it's got the, you keep saying flat iron. Yeah, it's a, you say flat iron. Dude, you fucking cunt. No, don't be in touch like you were a lean brisket. I like a little lean shit. Sometimes when I go like this, when I eat brisket, I go like this. Fatty. Oh, God. I go, you want my brisket? That's what I do. I go, do you have any smoked turkey breast? I'm not a real barbecue guy. Obese is good. It's close to him. Obese is great. Yeah. Every brisket fucking good, dude. You're making pumpkin in Texas. You're so much better there. You gotta try it. But yeah, it's been that thing since 1800 or something. Yeah. The same. This man Brendan Shaw is losing it. He flipped out on Brian Cowan so hard that they did this podcast because he called him the F word. Now, I do ultimately agree with Brendan Shaw's assessment of Brian Cowan's sexuality. But still, this man is dealing with some lawsuits against him. And Brian finally said he's looking out. He can't handle it. He can't take the pressure. Because the whole time he's doing the podcast, he's just thinking in the back of his mind, barbecue and brisket in the back of my ears. You're getting sued for wire fraud, for tax fraud. You're getting sued. They leaked your DMs. You bought positive reviews for your stupid special. You surprised. You're a fraud, and everyone can see it. And you can't address it. And he just how to get it out of the how to get from where I am. That's a lot. Now you're gonna watch yourself, dude. Don't tell this guy where you live. Like show up one day. See like next door neighbor showed up at Kevin Spacey's house. Chop tries to kiss him. Chop like no. Chop. There's a order. And you did it for me. Yeah, I can see that happening. My God, he is not happy with Calvin. Flipping out. They had to edit that out, by the way. He just from the heels. He called Calvin spiritual growth. But that's not what started for a podcast. He's only cool. And of all these things, you are right. This is the dream. I also love how the middle of the darkness and all the graphics.
Caprese salad's amazing. No one can hear this.
I'm not focused. So what if the world is
have you seen this? Can you guys answer this question? So 2 plus 1 times 2. Now 2 plus 2 is 4. Wait, are you missing something here? Yeah. Wait, 2 plus 2. 2 plus 2 is 4 times 2. 2 plus 2 is it 4? No, that'd be 4 times 4 is 16. Try on your calculator right now on your phone and see what happens. It's 16. Most people would agree with you. Why is it ticked? Because you have to do multiplication before you do addition or subtraction. Oh, so 2 times 2 is 4. Plus 2 is 6. Interesting, yeah? Yeah. I totally forgot about this as well. That's just famous, you know, wrong. Yeah, because I mean, obviously most people would just be like 2 plus 4 times 2 is 8. So I'm just trying to I have 2. I have 2. Put those together, I have no. And I double that. That was 8. So, wait, check like how the airplane accident kills 8 people. Yeah. Fucking those guys. That's the thing I wanted to bring up too. Have you ever had a hunt? No, not this morning. My first baby was born still. My wife and I were in Napa. And she said, let's take a hot air balloon ride. And I said, no, because we'll both die, and then nobody will raise our kids. It's not happening. They will never catch in a higher. They die from a crash in the ground. It popped. Dude, chest fire. So they burned to death. And it survived, though, right? Yeah. Now we died. So 8 people. So I got 21 people on board. He was 8. 13 people. I got looks like he might be the survivor who was fixing. So 13 people survived. That guy looks like he survived it. Yeah, look at his eyes. Let me see what he said. You can tell he just went through hell. I don't think he says not to him. Now, I have no interest in I'm not pulling this guy. This is more to the side. So cute. Yeah, it is. It's a true winner. Looking up a YouTube video, podcast, But shall realize but not just that, because we also have this. I want the eggs for sale signs. We're doing push to sell podcast factory. What's a bunch of podcasts? And then they came up with this thing. You're going to move forward, start a new company, and we'll pay you back. Good job, like you gave them the rest of the stuff. And then the question job took that deal. Now that
Same example. Yes, once again, they must have done it up. I don't know where it happened. She says and this was carrying a double go ahead. So there's a whole discussion over here about whether or not Soba Surya has Kedusha's as an ongoing reference. So Surya I don't think Khan has Surya. They only made sense. It was a place to gather. It's kicked off me. So like you're going to gather. Okay. He says. The first one. Now the way this deal with the rest of this company said we'll take care of all the and then they would handle the action and then cut you a check and then that gets it all out signature allowed to go ahead and cut the check building a house. It's not to live at. About the side deal, kind of stabbing Theo back. One of the main reasons, by the way, that never really gets talked about. But one of the main reasons why Theo never came back, it was when all this was going down, and they both initially got rid of it. So, that's I'm going to step away and then never came back and said, Sean signed the deal. Because he wanted to go buy a new truck. So I guess the guy from, was it Pose or whatever? Where he said California was like, dude, we don't have anything, so okay. I was like, yeah, dude, it's these California people coming to our good state of Texas and pushing their narrative on us. Me. And then somebody said, we said, Callan eats corn. People take their barbecue so fucking serious. That's just gay shit. You know when you see like a kid just like running his little flares, yeah, it doesn't need to. When he runs to go like, yes. Oh, I was insulted. I saw kids go touch him. Yes.
delicious. And then I got big, right? I got the whole pork delicious. And then they said, you want sweet tea or unsweet tea? I said, of course, unsweet tea. No mac and cheese for me. I had a double serving slab. Not bad. Yeah, it was delicious. My boy's Don's potato salad. Dude, I like a nice potato salad.
Furthermore, if you
Slow, overrated potato. I love potatoes, dude. A nice cream. The boys yesterday, I bought the boys' cases down June content. Right up the road, dude. It's Joe's Smokehouse. It has a reggae theme, which I can't stand, but that's whatever that's a thing. Dude. Definitely for a truck, about 3 of that's a part time. 6 minutes up the street. Is that right? Fantastic. Thank you, man. That was very good. Yeah, I mean, how are you still Texas? Talking to him. Oh, sorry. I guess it's okay. That's all right. Because you just come in. Where am I right now? You're there, Texas. All right. Yeah, you kind of got my face a little bit. Shut about the lady. Well, you said like, oh, I just had one of those. I don't give a shit what you have. He's like, oh, it died now. I just had one. Yeah, he kind of got into it. And you know, Casey might be short, but he's a lot of hand. Like, he's just low to the ground, trying to walk around. Couldn't have a tea. He's an LA kid. And our neighborhood is like Pleasant. It's insane. Me watching TV, and 3 of his friends came up to the long walkway to the yard. He sees him, what the hell? Pops up, he's like, yeah, there's Alfred. And he gets up, he's like, what's going on? You okay? And they're like, yeah, do you want to come ride your bike? He's like, do you want to ride your bike? He's like, you want to ride your bike? Go ride your bike. You know how great? He has no clue. He's like, hey, everybody. When should I come back? I go, what do you want? When the street lights turn on, dude, right to your fucking feet. That's what I did as a kid. It's Joe, amazing. Joe, hey, you know what? We're friends, right? You see my best friend, Jay? How close are we? Are we close? Are we friends now? Yeah, like you're kind of in my neighborhood, so you're $50,000. I would be like, right? Yeah. Man, we this shit. Yeah. One like this, each other on. Yeah. This is a fucking marriage. Can I get an invite to your house once? It's on for me. You know what? I haven't gotten an invite. Who the fuck does that? Like, I haven't gotten in my house. I haven't invited me to one of my kids. Hey, no, I don't forget this. I got a fucking 15-month-old and 3.5-year-old. That's how kids are different. So I don't even get an invite to your house, so I don't have to see your house. But you figure how long in the mean everybody be to your house. You have standing invite, but getting you anywhere is impossible, which I know. I would love you to be involved in some of the things like that. Let's start going to the when you work there, and then the other year now, you get a pass for next 40 minutes away from you, so I get it. But on Thursday, Fridays, depending tomorrow, I get some stuff going on. Next week, I can't do it. Then the old stem shots from Ways to Wells, your boy. We're kicking, we're shaking, serious? No, I'm just kidding, we're kicking, baby. I can do this last week, that's impressive. You healed rather rapidly. That's because I'm on peptides, yeah, I'm on beautiful, and I'm testosterone, whatever. Yeah, it's that BBC 157, and then stem cells from Ways to Wells. seen that? Oh, yeah, I've never seen you in that. I know. That's okay. This is the latest I've ever been. You're actually getting let's see Drake for a second. No, that's right. No, he did. Yeah, he did. Everyone's roasting him on control fast. Right? And then it's also a bit of him jogging down the street, like putting his network. Buddy!
That's what has our
Whatever band leader, big shoes on. That's a big kid. Shoes on. You don't ever do something. I like you never do something. Here is you section from those are good numbers. 2-4, those are good numbers. Like those that pull every down. 10.
You're allowed to rent them homes. You can't Syria. What's the there's actually like this. So Sagos. So Sagos got a feel juice, right? Never get no second and Google on observation. Sold to the big and bring it out. Right? Now, so this is about the time to know about doctors, the less So part one, in order to sell, rent homes, and rent homes turn out to rent fields. In Syria, you sell the homes, so you rent homes, and you're allowed to go ahead and rent fields as well. This project, Syria is not that. People should have negotiated. You can sell their homes, and you can go ahead and rent them as well. You can't sell them because rent them. Why the same field double issue. We're a little more careful with it. The fields in Syria can't sell them Syria because we're continuing to sell them in Syria. You come to go ahead and engage in the same practices that are problematic. And if that should be something where you don't have to you said, listen, when you say, listen, But
I'm going to punch you in the face. So now that you know that, if you get punched, it's your fault, right? But yeah, so it gets weird is that your kids are almost at the age, but when they're like 7 or 8, because the girls mature way faster. So an 8-year-old, 9-year-old girl's physically bigger, stronger, when they start trying to bully the boys.
have the right to go ahead and sell off property. Although the right can't go
Just
ahead
fucking
and
suck. I'm gonna tell you something right now. When I was a big fucking put the thing on his neck, ruin your story by playing this thing, and that's not forgivable. How did they cut out? That was just. You'll think of it. That's how my story when I'm in the 6th grade.
And now some problematic to some so little girls and some actually so much watching before.
I was the villain, of course. And I was like, and that's why I learned it because of what's in front of you. And that's bullying is a good lesson for you. And I'll tell you what, it's also a good lesson for her because if I ever did that, she would have kept bullying lately. But it was funny how I'm talking instantly went from whatever to like,
I can't stop it. So a lot. Subdivide
She got this. He was so scared though. I get it. I wish I was younger like that. Because not that he said don't fight, but there was never a stick up. Yeah. There was never a you don't even tell me stick up. There's other words like a money family, you know what I mean? Like so. And I learned that from this person's fucking with you and he's not stopping. You stick up for yourself. I tell my kids that every day. Tigers, he's different than Aussie. Tigers always works to get trouble. So I'll handle that. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Right. We're going to support each other. Don't worry about that. Like he's in the south. And when the dad's gone, he's like, yeah, I guess this is kid bullying him. Like, what the fuck? On my side? Yeah, like, dude. So big time. So yeah, there's just 12-year-old boy. Stop. He bullied him. At the same time, I told him, I said, I'm upset. There's 3 right. I knew that. That's hilarious. Let's get this motherfucker. No start there until he went. One by one. Some bullshit that dude, get ready to go each and take a truck. I'm gonna go high. You go low. But he's like, be like today, yesterday. And he was like, I don't need my sleep study anymore. I'm a big boy. But I'm a big boy. And it's okay. He starts to cry, and I'm like, what's wrong? But he's like, I just want to be a good boy. I don't want you to be like, where do I give you this? I saw a smile that was like, bring up you fucking gorgeous. It's like, that's my fear. And you say, you hear later.
Like
So
that.
you're going to be later in therapy. Like, why are you like this? It's because when I was young, my dad said something. It's not like for me. No, yeah, it's full. Yeah, it was a throwaway. Yeah, fucking guitar.
What about you? See? Johnny.
Exactly.
Yeah. Johnny.
Yeah,
Again. Why was it not conceptual? It doesn't work on shots. It's a few shots. So therefore, because of that, he's not going to I was
just goes to the
the
character.
full shuffle. But again, this is a full life person. Or should it be like that? That wasn't a wide thing. So we're like, actually, sorry. Go back to actually. Not us. Go up and look at the shop sound. The polo should work of it. The edge is still nice. So Lucy do work on it.
It's not just the way nobody's talking about it.
Polo should work and then you have to so it's allowed to do what others because this so it's very interesting. I'm running my business, my house, my shop. This is talking about not share project. So because that's just working for us, it's not working. Therefore, it's going to be the sharecropper, he's working for himself. So America's not so I would say the same thing by that house. The sharecropping, like
What in the fuck are you doing?
He guarantees me a percentage, or
So you're in Texas, you've been there a month. What's the most Texas that you know?
I just think the bear cuts.
I've had barbecue damn everything where in your house or places around. No, but there's a ton of barbecue. Like there's one that really was on its place. I picked up for me. If you guys ever get out barbecue, go to Rogan, brown sugar, something like that. Like, hey, how many? 15 minutes away from the lake. He's on that direction. I like he's on the ridge and what's this guy that his relatives in Waco was fighting with Schultz, and then he's like always saying shit about Rogan. Some liberal guy. I don't know. It just catches my eye. Oh my God, what's his name? Like a skinny guy. You know what I'm applying to this? Sorry, but he's just some guy that's always being image of him. And he's like, I don't know who that is. And I saw some posting talking about the JFK file. Like, hey, who is? He's saying some things that I wish I would see him say it in front of him. That kind of shit. Oh my God. Get views off you. I've never heard of Jack. this guy. He starts at his he's got shorts on, but the thing is, I always this guy is, typewriter, what is it? Typewriter warrior, keyboard. Grandson of President John F. Kennedy. Oh wait, this changes things. Look at your name, JFK. Let's hear about it. Crashing the plane. Mine isn't gay, but his was. This dude might have something to say. Yeah, but you should go to Instagram. Look at my right there. Hey, he looks like. Oh yeah, it does. He's more JFK style. Yeah. Not bad. Too bad here, not. But also, this guy, if he has a problem, take it up with your fucking uncle, RFK. He's the one who also co-signed the conspiracy. Take it with the family. His Instagram post is like him saying this stuff, and I just think you should do that. I don't like anyone. I don't like you talk shit about somebody. So public about it, it's like crazy. But he knows nothing's gonna happen. No, he's nothing bad ever happened. Kennedy. And another plane crashes. No, I get that. I'm saying like it's not like so. Queen of England. You said that. I know the balls that happened there, and I know the war of it was for. So don't talk to me like you know. But then I can't be like this and come out and say, that went out the way. So you know it's done. That's the flow, and you know it. So my best friend, you wanted to go, that it is still bad. No, I don't agree with that. And it says the baby rack. An Airbnb owner showing everything's left behind after the sticks, and then he put that. Someone can get roasting for this job. Ultimately, we got a little bit of info during that. Did Sean say Ryan? And road gambling
to just push an idea. Don't have to do it ultimately again to similarly machines or the more extensively. Be sure don't allow yourself to get things you're going to you're proactive, forward-thinking, you go and understand certain activities will lead to certain results, and therefore avoid your activities from the beginning. But it can also don't do anything times when everything is good. When things are good, work on your bolster your spirituality. Then when life becomes difficult, life is challenging, which evidently it will be spiritually prepared to like the things that God sometimes most of the time it's of adversity, just focused on survival and on God. We're not spirituality. Then we can listen to and he lost it. Don't represents the in life. Don't do not hard. Hard means like daydreaming. Daydreaming. Don't daydream when things are good. Don't coast when things are good. When life is good, but when your family is good, when your heart hustle is good, when your health is good, that's good time. To push on all cylinders, that's definitely the time to put the pedal to the metal. That's definitely the time to work even further. Don't go ahead and use the young periods of life and kind of just waste them.
And I'm gonna do a video.
No, when life is good, stable, life is happy, that is definitely push yourself harder even in your roughness. Because if you don't do that, the devil will be too much about life. If you lose the young periods of life, you don't build yourself spiritually, then when you come to life, when you come to difficult periods of life, will come.
I mean,
Will come to someone. You won't know what to do. You won't know how to deal with the challenge. You won't know how to deal with the emergency. Unfortunately, it's spiritually fall apart. Those who daydream by day, those who squander the opportunity to hold themselves spiritually when life is good, tranquil, and happy, ultimately fall apart in the midst of adversity. They come to tomorrow by incredible episode. So mostly se now you want to post something from the most incredible demons in all of Shas. Because I'm not in the yard. Based on this, because Ben Yoder said as follows. He said as follows. Torah,
just in time for summer.
So what's this? Interesting, you know.
But I got my sleeves off. I know, yeah. Well, no, but I have a hat too that I didn't wear that's camo. So when I really want to go incognito, but still know that grips, we got it going on here.
So literally,
dude, just in time for a hot summer. I dig it, dude. And camo. Can't go wrong with camo, but no. Hey, you probably see a lot of camo out there, right? Not even fashionably, just because it's, you're in Texas. They wear camo out here just, it's a Texan tuxedo, right? That's what I am. Like session, like out here, it's fashion. But in Texas, it's not fashion. It's a way of life. It's a way of life. Brennan, how was the tryouts? How was Tiger made the team, dude? Big team. Not a tryout team. Dude, Tiger made the fucking team, number 2 team in the nation. Here's the thing. I shot a show on Thursday, right? And Tiger tried out on Wednesday. It's a 3-day tryout. Like, let some people know right away, and then others let know the following week. So I didn't know. So Tiger got on Wednesday, rolled out, and then Thursday I'm shooting a show, right? An hour-long MMA breakdown show. An hour.
There's Aquarius.
The court came out, and just we lost all the footage. All the footage.
How are you?
Hot fucking takes, dude. I mean, coming here with hats off, dude.
How was your day?
It was good. I've been resting. I'm tired. I just took this pill. And that was going to make me sleep.
Absolutely. I was going to say, you were up late last night, girl.
Yeah, I was. I didn't get home. I had a long day yesterday.
I know. I'm happy for you. So we didn't really... You danced a lot, right?
Yeah.
Excellent. Did you meet any cool people?
Yeah. Met some interesting people, but it was okay.
Okay, now did you...
Yeah, I like one of her friends. Her friend, she was cool. Well, she always cool. I know. It's the first time I met her, but she's cool. So she likes the way we dance and stuff like that. She said she'll come out with us again, especially my birthday next year. I said, okay, I'll definitely let you know.
Excellent. Now, you... Did you go to Grown Folks?
Yeah, we sure did. Yeah, she finally made that decision. Yeah.
No way. How was that?
It was nice. It was nice. Just older people, but it was. We didn't have people around a little younger, probably about 30 or 18. But yeah, it was okay. I was trying to dance, and this one guy was trying to slow by, and her friend, her homegirl was. I'm glad she always was there at the dance floor because I don't know these guys just want to dance. I'm trying to, I don't mind dancing. I slowed down with him for a couple of times. And he kept on the slow down. It was a fast song, and he went to slow grind. So I slowed down. Okay, I'm trying to enjoy the music. So some friends like, okay, come on, you're gonna dance with me. Cause she's trying to get them out. So I'm glad she did.
Excellent. A place called Grown Folks.
Be like 21 and up, like in 60s maybe.
Okay, so some real grown folks.
Yeah, like a grown, like ambient. Like,
yeah, absolutely. Okay, very nice.
Mm-hmm.
And you enjoyed it. And
yeah.
is there anything you would have changed about the night?
Huh?
Is there anything you would have changed about the night?
Yeah, that place is they were charging $2 for bottled water, Rabbi. And I had a cough attack, okay? I was coughing and stuff like that. And her friend was like, you okay? And Adrian was like, you okay? And I said, no, I need some water. Man, I told the waitress, I said, hey, I will get a pitcher of water. I said, how much is it? She said, $4. But she said, you need, I said, yes, I need a pitcher of water. I said, okay. So I guess she was going to give us for free. And she came back and she said that she couldn't do it or whatever. So then they went by separately to get some water. And then her friend went and the guy said no because he got in trouble for it. But my thing is, you can give them water. Y'all don't have to keep charging us that. Yes, give us common water. Let us keep the water, the cup. If they do not keep their cup, they charge them $1 or 50 cents for a small cup of water. But $2 for a bottle of water is ridiculous.
Right.
Y'all not even with no cup of water. That's not right. That's not right at all. It should be a small cup of water, especially a place like that. Anybody can fall out. It can be hot. People dancing. Come on now. Then you know they drinking. Like, got to have some kind of water by you.
I am 100% in agreement with you. That doesn't seem. It seems very greedy.
Right.
Okay.
I wasn't finna buy no water. I just wasn't finna buy no bottle of water. Not for $2.
I understand that, and that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
So you could not just get a glass of water for free, like normal places.
No.
Well, that's not cool.
No. But other than that, we had a good time. But I would change. I would want that changed. I would want that changed.
Absolutely. Okay.
Somebody took advantage of that.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
I agree with you. Okay. Now you went to brunch as well. What'd you have at brunch?
We went to brunch. We went to a place called Two Eggs, and they have brunch and lunch, which is our brunch. They have breakfast and lunch or whatever you want to get. I had a cheeseburger with French fries, and Adrian had some eggs and pancakes with hash brown. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And
yeah.
Were you guys together all day, or did you take a break in the middle?
We were together since what time? We were there by 12:30. We didn't get in this like before the 1. Well, 12:56, almost 1 o'clock. At the brunch. We left there. I didn't get home till like 3 something, and then I took me a nap or whatever. Got up like you see, I got up about 6 something. Got myself together, whatever. We left. She came, got me at 8. Got her, Cynthia, my other friend, at 8 by 8:15. Then we had to go get her friend Sasha, and we went. And that's how I didn't come. We didn't get home till like 3 something. I didn't get home till like 3 something. We took a break in between.
Right. Okay. And how many girls went out?
It was okay for the brunch. It was just me, Adrian, Cynthia, and Sasha. So that was 4 of us.
Okay.
At the grown folks, it was like 5 of us. It was me, Adrian, Cynthia, me, Sasha, and Cynthia. So it was 5 of us.
Well, I bet you guys were popular.
Yeah. had fun.
That's wonderful. I'm really happy.
Boy, she loves to dance, so she had a good time.
Excellent. What kind of music did they play?
R&B, hip hop, Southern soul sometimes, line dancing. Yeah.
Do you line dance?
Yeah, I do a few. She knows shop. There's a song by Tamia. I forgot the name of the song, but it's a Tamia thing, and everybody do line dance. And she been trying to learn this so bad. So bad she been trying to learn it. And so yesterday when they played it, I'm right there in front of her, and I'm shocked. Like, no, it's Tamia dance now. I said, oh, you shocked me. I said, yeah, I was standing right here shocked looking at you. Like, what? That she this turn for me. They played that. I like this song by Cupid's called Flex. I can do that. I love that one. The love slide, I love. The wobble, I love. Yeah, so I can do a few.
Well, you sound like you have had a really good time with your friends. And I'm very happy for you.
We did.
Excellent. Well, you get your rest, and then when you wake up, it'll be time to play.
That's the moment at 10. I'll be up by
Sounds like a plan, ma'am.
all right. I love it. I hear it though.
Excellent.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music and podcasts, all in one app.
And increasingly active weather patterns and sinking margins up on is forecast wet this weekend into early next week. Another post disturbance over the nation's midsection is expected to interact with the cold front running train from the Great Lakes southwestward to the Central Plains. Runs trailing south from the cyclone center will be preceded by an outbreak of severe weather across much of the mid to lower Mississippi Valley through Sunday, according to the Storm Prediction Center. The main hazards to watch out for include damaging winds, large hail, and tornadoes, with the strongest storms that develop. In addition to strong thunderstorms, plenty of moisture to work with will also produce heavy rainfall rates, especially across parts of Arkansas, Missouri, and southern Illinois. The good news is rapid warm-up forecast plays on Sunday, spreading into the southern plains by Monday. And that's a look at your national forecast. I'm Jim.
Jack in the Box is selling Del Taco at a loss. Jack Kroger with the story.
The Mexican chain is selling its entire stake in Del Taco, with Jack returned to simplicity and focus on the brand. Usually, it says the sales for $115 million. Out of Industries in the Bay Area, major Jack in the Box franchise, and owner of Tex-Mex chain Taco Cabana, is well below $575 million Jack in the Box paid for Del Taco just 3 years ago.
An autonomous vehicle company is getting into the delivery business.
Waymo and DoorDash will on Thursday. The delivery app is set to use Lenovo taxis for food and grocery orders, which are being tested in the Metro Phoenix area until the end of the year, with a larger rollout expected in the future. Announced its own robot delivery service called Dot late last month. That's also currently in its testing phase in Phoenix. I'm at Matt and Say.
Passengers on the airline will soon have to pay more if they want their seats to recline. Emily Unit reports that WestJet as well as Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico passenger services. The Canadian airline says recline will help preserve personal space, adding a statement, our refreshed cabin caters to our guests' diverse preferences, whether they offer premium seating with extra amenities and leg room, or affordable tickets with less space. Henderson, the points guys, recently went on with other
She goes, get him. Oh my God. In my head, I'm like, I'm going to fire Chen in Texas, even though I just moved here. We'll figure it out. Then I get a text. Congratulations. Tiger made the team. Chen and Chen. Lucky day, buddy. Nothing can mess this up. I was going to fire you, but you're rehire. Wow. So, okay. So, well, that's good. So you're moved. Wow. That's, did Chen feel bad? Did he hope? I on now. I want to know. He didn't give a shit. He goes, dude, my track record. Come on, one time in 10 years. I go, it's a big time. Yeah. And when did he say my track record right away, or did he wait? He got it. No, I simmered for about 5 minutes in anger. And I was like, "Chick, you serious right now, dude?" He goes, "I know, I'm sorry, man." He goes, "Dude, my track record." I should have just said that. I'm pissed off now, Jen. That is too soon to say that. Jen, give it an hour and a half. And to be like, "Yo, I really am sorry. I hope my speaks for itself." That would have been I disagree. He's been around and he's like, "Yo, chill." He's like, "Come on, man." But that's what I'm saying. With my track record, you're going to treat me like that? So you think it's okay for me to do that? Yeah. I think Eric's spot on, and also Jim knows me well. I flap the handles, and I'm like a Sour Patch Kid. I'm a Patch Kid. I'm sorry, baby. Here's the real thing. You must have really thought you were on fire. What was the tape that you were like, I'm never gonna? That was the take. What was the take? Honestly, episode. And it was all 60 was fucking fire. But you know what? Fucking Liver King. You know what the worst part? John Jones. You know what the worst part is? It has nothing to do with how good that episode is. It has to do with this is the real issue. Here we go. Doing it again, it's not even going to be. Oh, yeah. Doing it again is the thing. No, and then while you're doing it, passion's gone. No, but while the passion's gone. But while you're doing it again, in your head, you're going like this. It's gone. It's gone. I was missing points I made earlier. I'm not that into it. I've already done it. And in the middle of it, you just can't. You said a take, you didn't say the same, you just look over at Chin. Yeah. And you go, I don't even believe this take anymore. I believed it 2 hours ago when I was filming it. But yeah, so the fans were expecting non-lava, and they got lukewarm, but it's okay though. They'll understand, and they probably won't know the difference. Because sometimes I'm like, after congratulations, I'm like, that's the worst podcast I ever did. And sometimes my wife is like in the room and she's watching and she's like, dude, that is not. So maybe it was good, maybe it's bad. You never know. You never know, dude. Yeah, you can't listen to your wife though. You know what I'm saying? Like, Ryan knows things on podcasts. What do you call it? Well, he's in Texas. They don't. Women can't even vote in Texas. How are you doing out of the kitchen? Am I right? Okay, guys, I have an announcement. The podcast had a warm apple pie. Yeah, there we go. So, yeah. Can I tell you guys something? We don't have to make podcasts. I get it. I'm just not that sexist, you know? Well, I'm pretty sexist. I have been sexist in my life. Go ahead. So this one. So, I don't know if anybody's noticed, but I have put on a little weight. You know what I mean? I'm trying to. You don't say. Okay, go ahead, Brandon. Go ahead. You know what? Hey, Chris. I feel like you were here, but even I got to be honest. I haven't looked at Eric since 2015. So we can anyway. I have no idea. Anyways, so Chris D'Elia calling out Brendan's shop for threatening to fire Chick. First and foremost, producer, Nick, looking guy. What was that warm apple pie joke? Why? You know that guy pays $3,700 a month in rent. French kid, he has zero talent. And why they allow a microphone in front of him and for him to do the after pod is beyond. But back to Sean threatening Chin. One mistake after 10 years, he's ready to get rid of Chin's ass. Because, you know, during that, wasn't a live show. The episode with Jesse on Fire, Sean was dropping hot takes for 5,000 views. Come on, people. It was his goal where he talked about, you know, firing really the Liver King. Fourth time. Broken. Because Ryan Calvin wasn't there. they shot that whole thing, they had to redo it with Jesse and Vetchu. Chin was probably drunk. He's probably what happened. Probably drunk. We're doing those, what was it, kratom pills or something he had? And they made a video about, but they thought it was better to get something.
And careful to racing does to a lot in the performance of its reasons, right? Because people like everyone else says, Surira, yes, they told avoid evil, and do good. Stay calm, Sunday, and be careful with the avoidance of it, you know? Jesus, the Viola ultimately identifies with Jesus. Right? And I'm focused on performing mitzvahs with skill and with acting. That is the cleanliness. Rashi says, cleanliness from what? Cleanliness from sin. Because if I'm so focused on alacrity, I'm so focused on the skill and the flawless mitzvahs, then by definition, the keys, maybe the officials, and if I'm lucky, if I'm free from sin, right? If I'm cleansed from sin, so to speak, that leads to precious. Precious, Rashi says, means I recognize that even in the realm of that which is permitted, I still have to draw my line. Just because something is permitted doesn't mean that I should. Rashi says, never have wrote their Polish to hack me out last month. That's technically permitted. I'll draw my line and not go precious. The day-to-day model, and also the ambitions separate myself because that's just permitted. Because I know that I don't need it, that leads to a sense of tarot. Tarot, yes, tarot ultimately leads to a sense of happiness. Remember again, which makes sense because precious is going to separate myself ultimately from the things that are permitted, but I know that I don't have it. Purity. Yes, well, yeah. I recognize I have to be more vigilant about how far is sin, less hate with you, and ultimately I get this sin to a heightened level of holiness. See those and by the way, What are you guys going to eat tonight? That's the question. We're in the situation where like, we wanted to get dinner and then ready for barbecue. So we got into the barbecue. That's how he was like still in our stomachs, like running around and moving himself around. I kind of wanted like a little bit of an NPS skill just to get it. Here's what I think. Feel free to, take laxatives to get it called, I was just going to say, look, it's 4 o'clock here. After this, we get home and we drink. If we can do a late, we can do a dinner, which is what is like dinner.
I knew kids. Okay. I mean, I would drink kids something. It's like, what the fuck? And it's in the and then you get what New England clam chowder, bro. That's like how East Coast. That's a chowder. It's not a category, yeah, but talking like maybe like a little broth kind of deal, like a little buzz or something. Breaking news, guys. Breaking news. My national hot chicken was from a place called Party Fowl. But I can't do it. I can't. It's my job. This is the worst thing that has ever been up for this guy, Cheddar Bob, is he autistic? I don't think he's autistic. Because usually autism,
and all these things,
autistic people are mentally challenged, but they look normal. He looks fucking retarded. And I think he is. So, yeah, there's that. They had audio problems, and they said they fixed it. But they really fixed it. I think LA has chips. No, that's how this guy is making it. No, I mean, they need to take this down if they ever want to get a job on camera. Take down this episode because all this to do is any chance of they all stop. They're not interested. They're not funny. I would literally rather I'd rather listen to Little Old Lady.
Shut us. I'm not sleeping. So hard
it took me out of my zone.
So ultimately, shut us. I see the southern father. I mean, they're going to cut it. These are people go. There are nurses don't change over. Nurses don't.
Eating that barbecue. I want to eat Shaw's barbecue.
I'm going to sleep through the course of the says the southern standard. Only condition that they cut it down.
Shot doesn't have it.
There's invoker parallel pieces. So what's interesting enough, so three different cases. First of all, second shot has father, was constant. He says, sell it to the attention of condition acted in the account. Sell it on the back. Ultimately, they were the only seller policy.
Council reversed the goddamn dash.
Yes,
This article is being read watching Belichick's North Carolina listing California national television will get legislature. Both Carolinians and the Bears are graphics team kept the spotlight shining brightly on the Carolina Power with subversive messages and chants targeted at the 73-year-old Belichick's disastrous start to his college football coaching career. And at 25 Hudson's the legendary coach at multiple real stadiums will bring a message mocking North Carolina's recent statement backing Belichick's 32-3 start and major rumors about Washington. That statement came from athletic director Rabbi Rothschild, who said Belichick has the full support of Carolina athletics, despite it being well known that he did not retire Belichick. In their statement, Cal Master Oski wrote, "I am fully committed to Cal athletics and the program we are building here. Cal executives also had punishment. Oski has our full support. No, really, we mean it. Why else would we make this statement?" Cal also put up a sheet of graphic mocking the newest song around the double. An episode of the Apple Finds Out podcast released Friday Johnson thoroughly criticizing the graphics on the Belichick Center show, saying she can make the graphics herself. Also citing her own work designing Belichick's leadership website, which originally spelled his name Belichick.com. When the game was nearly over, the Cal scoreboard referenced Belichick's site. The scoreboard had graphic design is my passion. Showing a variety of poses for new skills in similar vein to Belichick's website. Even Joe Beck was real, definitely not a reference. Cal positions its section directly behind the visiting team sideline, and the student showered Belichick with chants about Hudson, at one point calling her his high school girlfriend. While in attendance on Friday night, SF Gate saw Cal fans crowd over the North Carolina tunnel to yell at Belichick whenever the players into the field, requiring extra stadium security to JC officials. Hudson also made protests in the stadium. Hudson took down the stands SF Gate witnessed stadium security stop Hudson check her credential at multiple points before she was let down. During the first of those security stops, Patriots fan Gary Larkin Martinez approached Hudson and asked him to take a selfie. In speaking to SF Gate fans, he said he became a Reds fan during the national run in the early 2000s, while wearing a white hat and making his Patriot hat. It's intended Friday's game was solely for the Giants. That's how they did everything I could get him. He's definitely all about them. So that don't happen. It's not one that said he immediately recognized Hudson when she was walking maybe not there, but he's driving and shit. So anyway, this is like incredible. This is like politely declined. So this guy, this is like basic tell. Here's what you gotta miss out. The guy's regular, but his hands are about to be on the stage. It's like, you know, there you go. He's looking enough. Nobody's gonna be like, yeah. Because I look at my guy, there's the guy. And I'm surprised. Should I be old? You know, and he's like, all right, bro. Look, right? Here's the thing. So, he has a baby in this. The Tar Heels are just 3 teams, and then just one wife, and she's 17 to the ICC. So, now listen, if I was out here after Friday, the spotlight is being made right I realized something in the shower after I saw this trailer. Running with trailers, black, and stupid. And I'm like, why, man? Why did you together? I mean, I go like this. It's a big deal in real life. That's fucking interesting. I go, that's and I go, here's why. You suck yourself off. This is why. So, then I go, I said, this is why I do stuff, because you know that in real life you fall in love with, you're a white person, you fall in love with a Mexican, you're a Mexican, you fall in love with a black person, you're, you know, whatever, and a white woman, you fall in love with an Asian man. You know what I mean? That stuff happens. The point is, you know when Hollywood does it, they're doing it, and it's fake. They're doing it because they feel like it's virtue signal. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't, when I see a white person, black person together, I
I didn't register that. Mixed race couple. But when I see a Running Man, I'm like, what the Hollywood's trying to fuck you? Yeah, but that's the fault of what they've been doing in the last 5-6 years. Because I understand before that, if there was nothing about it, and you saw that, you wouldn't think that. They're like, oh, whatever works, yes. But it's just so apparent what they're trying to do. And that's worse than being like, fuck it, let's just make Sean Hayes be an actual woman, not even a trans woman. Like that, that's like, oh wow, that's bold. That could be like if Tom Cruise played Anne Frank. Well, tag my money. If you're hiding up my closet, so let me tell you a story though. So when I was on set of I'm Dying Up Here, and we're all the actors sitting around, and us great actors never sit around. So we're just having a discussion about what's his name, what's the dude from who just died. He played what's his name's mom, and and here's this woman, that's Leo, taken away from women in their 50s, and there's a lot of work for them playing comedy, so you can't really kind of do whatever they want. I just don't get why they make another Running Man. Well, you know why. 8 years ago, they did Colin Farrell. Oh, no, you're thinking of Total Recall. Total Recall was really stupid. Total Recall. One of my favorite movies. Remake. So individual. I know. Because the way they redid it is so bad. Holocaust great was like, they took all of the tone out of that movie. The tone of dude, in the original Sharon Stone. Oh, wait. Am I right? I don't know why they're remaking that. Wasn't even. This is my thing. Why they're. No. What I'm not saying is I don't know why. That wasn't a great movie. I don't think that big a hit. I don't know if it was that big of a hit. That was when Arnold was kind of going down, I think. No, I love that movie. No, they need it. I wonder if they're going to redo Amanda. They probably wait till Arnold dies. They announced all of the year. This show's kind of I was watching the Prime before Squid Game that final season. I feel bad for that show. Yeah, you know what? Look, it's the number one dusted too. It's the number one show on Netflix. But no, that's what they tell you. That's what they tell you. How do you know? Patience. What I'm saying is, it's the same way why Yao Ming was the all-star. Shaw has the Leah's bitch, and then I went with podcast. Well, once again, 2 times the next he ripped off the Leah I actually have to agree with podcast and Running Man wasn't that good of a movie. I was much more of a fan of Eraser. As opposed to that's the one I don't Top Gun Maverick, Rip Off Down Lines, Eraser was way better. Right, because as usual, I remember when first blew up in a job that copied the Now he's on the podcast. Deleted the stealing a bit right after deleted. And he's still losing it. How does he want to do the podcast? Go back to LA and do the podcast with people who are there. And unlike Calvin, I'm pretty sure Montez and Dalia actually have like way more. So they actually like travel with the stuff. Cal, I won't be blowing you up.
And Sawyer to go ahead and add
Entire family to Texas. Just the
sell them.
man,
We show
that's the talent.
Peter Garrett's stuff.
Truly is.
I'm sure that if you're not to sell a home to an apple, he's too young to sell a home to an apple.
Well, let me know your
The Steelers not do this. So that's the case. We should go ahead. You shouldn't be able to rent either. You shouldn't be able to rent to an apple. It's too young to come to rent a home to an apple. No, says for zero. But under the Knicks are zero.
What I don't get is,
Technically speaking, it's nothing right. You can rent a home.
what I don't get is, it's like, okay, it's like when you
Said, what are we gonna do? We're gonna start saying,
open the door for
go
somebody
ahead and rent the home.
it feels like it's easier to say
Less
things
come to
than
rent.
it is to
Less
not say something.
sell a home.
Like, you're actively being, this is hard to do. You know what I'm saying? It's like saying something about legislate all the shit that I understand that, but getting everything in there is a whole operation. Like, these people, right, bring in, you know, I understand, and he's like, fuck it out, just wasn't there, I understand, I get that, but it's just insane. This is fucking, I can't stand it. Really? Tell me why. Because I don't like it's wasteful of bro. No, but this is big. Even when I can't stand you going to dinner. You know, and they in a way that you look like a man wasted. I can't stand waste. So when I see this, I go, this is just like, he's not going to be this wealthy forever. Eric, you know what it is? I look like he's immature. Yeah, he's immature. You know, dude, there's stories that now I feel like this. He would go on and on. And he would never catch his mind is low. Just leave everything, you know. And now he's, but luckily, he had a business guy who took care of him, invested in some real stuff, so he has money. But I'm saying, like, this guy doesn't watch. They should be 30 for 34 hours. You know what I mean? Yeah, because we're special ed, right? Has anyone ever gone like that? I mean, said that like that. So I'm just saying, like, it was because you understand how that guy doesn't understand. So he's a kind of like he got famous when he was a baby, a very little baby. He got money. Like, you ask somebody, everybody get $1 million. I don't think he didn't grow up rich. I think he just feels entitled. Like, he's right from the hood and came up with nothing. And that's why he just has all this shit and just like take it for granted because he just came to church. And that's what I don't think people understand the value of to live. What it comes and in the future. Like, you know what I mean? People go broke easy. $1 million, that's not a lot of money. Nowadays, not if you're being poor. I mean, you can live on it depending on your lifestyle. I used to say, Peoria. But here's the thing, what happens to people? What happens to people? Like, I don't know what people's friends are like. What's your rent? What's your rent? Right, so you were given $1 million. Would you move? Okay, then you're fucked. And that's the
Or yeah,
That's what happens. So what I'm saying, if I give you $1 million and you stayed in that 3,700, you can live in bed. Yeah, you be dying in that place. So what happens is they shut up. Are you gonna get a better car? You're probably gonna get a car, bro. You're gonna let's think about your wife. You get the girl just want to go to the good Pilates now. Yeah, what happens? Your lifestyle, and it's crazy. This lifestyle inflation is a phenomenon. Increases your income rises. Yeah, just tendency to spend on non-essential experiences like cool cars. I got to try my higher for my beer. When we're there, dude, it's sweetie. We're doing the lifestyle, right? So,
Has
my lifestyle,
one issue.
yeah. You start eating it, you're going to Nobu 3 times a week. I mean, it just happens.
It's so popular. Because I'll work.
It's in turn beyond that. He's the lifestyle show. Yeah, and that's what you think that Airbnb that is Airbnb for 30 days. You need to like that's what he's called trademark that lifestyle shopping. Yeah, lifestyle. You should make some money off of lifestyle shopping. You should make some merch lifestyle. That's going to end up on the pictures like you're in a shack. Then you get up in a mansion. Like you're in the tub like Tupac with the gold chains all around him. You know that picture? I love that picture. Dude, I gotta get like that. I don't fit the tub though. I'm tall. I'm tall. Water. I get lanky outside the tub. There's two black kids around those, right? We've been over this.
Surya is not bad.
That's your. And I look at you and I didn't well documented. Look at you and it's what the bad job. Here's how you know that it's bullshit. Brendan said it's well documented. Anytime he said that, okay, look, I get you out. Yeah, it's well documented. So, Tupac was raised by his mother. Dude wanted to have a father in his life. You ever seen that part where he's like, hey, it's fucking they're incredible evidence besides Brendan Shaw. They're respectively young brothers to chips. Am I right? This is you.
Come to go ahead and
I love how dumb he is. That when he's called out for being what's his excuse, man? We didn't get but this goes into the whole sphere. I think I've noticed that I think it's like Bailey just LA comics. But some New York comics as well. They're all just a bunch of rich kids. If you follow the philosophy that is put out there by many comics
myself, you have the right and sum of property. Although you can go ahead and allow it.
10 years to waste not making money. Rich kid.
But also
It's spend all that time doing comedy, mommy and daddy.
Also, how you sell insurance, it was a
I'm just saying, like that.
I was like, oh, come on, I'm going to sell to a I'm going to subdivide the sell the
rich kid,
to
shops,
more amount.
yeah,
So you have a show, so maybe it should be problematic to sell to a company altogether. I would think the fact that I would think right, so little again, for listening either, there's stuff right. Some potential unmaterialized
yeah, I mean,
which is another, as I was saying, you only take into account that you can have
but I mean, a bunch of the LA guys, just freaking show, rich kid, Whitney Cummings, rich kid.
I can't sell this.
I mean, her dad was an investment banker. Her
I
sister
sell a
doesn't
lot.
work.
It's a subdivided.
Like, you know, like,
Yeah. Could that happen? Sure. Absolutely. They say, you know,
I mean, even dudes that like, I like
the fact, you know, this video, the fact that it's so when you want to new like machine.
Who has 10 years?
I love to try this, but this is not going to happen. Life, you can do this.
It's easy to spend all that time doing comedy with mommy and daddy. I'll just say it like that. Rather than cheddar bob.
Imagine a person staring by the curb, like ready to cross the street.
Another rich
Think
kid.
about all the
Shop's rich
cars,
kid. Shop's dad. So the
fall in a bus.
CEO of
All
the
the different
internet
things that can come. And you know
that
what
was
I'm
so
saying? Ultimately, it's this just stick to
Calvin.
that.
Shop
That's
brought
it.
up Calvin.
That's it.
Dad.
And realize any life condition was as I say, you make it don't think about this. Hopefully that can occur. Again, that we're allowed to write anyway. You're allowed to write. So that's the
a lot of it he can just do. That's why they actually give him money. Because at the end of the day, Denny's got money. So, I mean, he can spend irresponsibly, keep switching careers, because ultimately, your dad has millions upon millions. Oh, hated it.
It's allowed to. Just as it's going to look like he's working for me, and I, the Jew, am operating my bathhouse on Shabbos. What about a pussy? It was a year about a pussy before, I remember getting pussy. Which transparent is still converted. The conversion was subject to authentic or not. What about a pussy? Sure. The Gemara says, but a pussy is really the issue there was like he's an ex-convict.
There'll never be another Connor. There'll never be another Rhonda. He's his own type. His 3 fights is better than anybody's ever to do it. Classic. Classic. But you got these analogs. This is from ESPN. So I'm going to knock out the Max all the way in. Just Egypt, which is pretty much the best knockout I've ever seen in my life. Look at this. Oh, shot call. Oh, yeah, you should know. You're telling me Max Holloway knocked out Justin Gaethje got 9 million views in 12 months until Pierre did 11 million in 1 week. Bullshit. That's the greatest thing I've ever seen. That was so much more viable. I'm also skeptical about this. And by the way, Casey has called me on this. He's like, he's the most person in the world. Here has more, but also be thinking people in the higher ups can just, you know, they can, yeah, but this, you're going to have more, they might be saying just off the ESPN numbers, they're saying right there, YouTube, like, we can check that, I mean, even YouTube, you can buy me as a superstar, I don't think they're buying views, I don't think they're doing that shit. Well, see, take a look at it, see, so they have no reason to. Yeah, but no, I mean, higher chin argument.
I'm running inside that house. I think it's internationally, Tobir is so much bigger than Max Holloway, Justin Gaethje, so it might be that control of Tobir's beloved by Americans in Brazil. But one day versus one year. Yeah, I'm not buying that. I'm not saying it's a hundred. Also, what got more attention? UFC 300 with this random card, but you know people. If I remember, he took care of it. I paid for it. Watch it illegal. I watched it on ESPN. And it was UFC 317. They are not free. It's the house. You know, no matter what you try, and most of it, either way, nothing's not free for the public. No. Sure as fuck. Fight night is free. I mean, was it free in a different country? No, I watched on ESPN. You didn't watch on your wife ordered from ESPN Plus. I had to pay. Anyway, I must have said that, of course. It's a fucking major UFC UFC 317. And again, Max Holloway, Justin Gaethje, UFC 300. That was massive. Yeah, but I mean, remember, he's incredibly famous, especially with Spain, Spanish audience. Right? Even like the huge soccer stars, yeah. Oh yeah. So now that those the change is my issue is saying that in one day it did more than that can also skew numbers. It actually just so much more than the Max Holloway just Gaethje, but this seems easy. It could be in areas where like even the casuals don't do it. Here, like Justin Gaethje, it'll be pretty hardcore. It's not like the people in Brazil and Spain are tuned into Justin Gaethje fights. See that? We can watch him now outside, obviously. Tobir has things as generous. This was the best. Wow. And then that's the best knockout I've ever seen. Same. Shots turn up the YouTube to your email. To very long, that's at 12 million in the max. I'm pointing to 12 million views. You'll see fucking million views in the world. I know. That is just so shocking to me. Well, the only argument Max Holloway Justin Gaethje is the full fight, which went 3 rounds, and the knockout was the last second. It's 5 minutes long. First round. People tune out. Yes, 417. I mean, some clips go hard. Yeah. It's legit on panels, you know, but I mean, because I know a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff now these days. That's what. I mean, maybe this. That you'll fucking start. Yeah, that makes sense. It's incredible if that's true. The UFC's love those analytics. It's not hating. Just like there's Sean yelling at Callan. Callan is like completely checked out of the podcast. I find it hilarious. It was like, looking right to see you guys learn what it's like when they're talking about the UFC. Because remember, that's one of the factors of why their podcast is dead and their career is dead. The number one reason is terrible person. But another reason is you got a bunch of fake views, especially Bobby Special, and that messed them up in the algorithm. So when you buy fake views, statues are going to get messed up in the house. So that's one reason as to why. But that's a dad,
And again, how long do we
about
to go ahead?
but
He says it mentioned
the fact that, you got all extra man, over couches, who cares? That jacket, green jacket, gives a shit. Gallons, checked out, everything.
So again, kind of commissary.
I'm going to get the minutes, I still get to collect my 20 grand. Why did he follow me to Texas?
In both of us.
Counterpart, he didn't follow me. Why did he follow me?
You are now
I'm just trying to go to Texas and perform at the comedy mothership.
we'll discuss it.
This outdoor camel ass.
So then you can't sell them anything that is attached to them. Okay? What your machine does buy.
More content.
Was attached to the ground attached.
The fact that he's putting in more effort on
Was
his
the
stand-up and dropping his own content is checked out.
sell it on the condition
Sell it.
The Reza says you can't sell an album anything that is attached to the ground. The only time you could sell it attached to the ground is if it was detached. And of course, once it's been detached, it's no longer attached. Rabbi Rothschild says
It's Monday, July 7th. It's a beautiful July 7th. It's Big J.
So the words jumping here.
Irish Dreads. What's popping, dudes? Happy birthday to Mr. J. Shaw. Shark Guy 12 Smile in the house. He's the best. He's the best. Finally stopped rating in Austin. Dude, that was crazy. Never seen anything like it. I've been some rainstorms in Denver. Wasn't really bad when I was touring in Baltimore. I've never seen anything like the rain we've got 4 or 5 days there. Ever. Nothing. Just tragic. Tragic and devastating. All girls can. Right down the river. My first reaction was, I was like, what? Like, get him out of there. But it was like 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. and a 30-minute notice. And then it was just, like 27 feet. Just took over everything. So yeah, listen, kiddos, I can't imagine. I'm going to kick the podcast off with this because so negative. But I can't imagine. Can't imagine it. Absolutely insane. It's good now. It's going to be good all week. But it's been crazy. Crazy. How's your July 4th? What's going on? Jim was supposed to come. So I have my mind right. I want to keep it right out here. Jim was supposed to come to the block party that my neighborhood had. And then texted me the day before and was like, hey, can I bring me? I feel so bad. Can I bring me and 5 friends? I was like, no, dude. No. Dude, that's kind of my, so just to give you, I know you're not going to, I'm just like your way of debating. Say no. I wanted to go, but I didn't able to get it. No, I didn't go. I was like, I'm not even best July 4th I've ever had. Really? That sounds fantastic. Just fantastic. My kid was and raised in LA. Get out there, there's droughts and shit and fire, so I can't with the fireworks. You can't, there's no fireworks stands. You can smuggle stuff in Mexico, but for fireworks, I'm not doing all that for the kids. But out here, went to a fireworks stand literally a mile from the house, and they had everything. I was like, yeah, I got to perform the comment to the neighborhood. I got you. And he just loaded him up. And dude, I put on a fucking shit Disneyland experience. Really? Bam, bam, bam. So how the cops like will come for him on that one? I mean, it was legit. So legit. The next morning, I think we got up to nuts. It was so legit. And to see my kids again, I grew up doing that. And there's the M80s, there's the getting blinding things, there's the snakes, there's all that stuff. We're moving candles. My kids have never done any of that stuff. They've had some sparklers, you know, but they were like close to it. All people did was have super close to it. They were like, we got home and everyone, my mother-in-law, father-in-law, Joe. Most of the boys just sat down. The consensus, that's the best holiday we've ever had. And that's our first holiday in Austin. And then after, I got a little awkward. It was also really cool. I was just like, oh, okay. Like, I fire up all the, like, there's like the big boys that you see at Disney, like, shooting. There's one that was 2 minutes long, not 2 minutes long, so for the finale, like 2 at the same time. And then at the stand, and the one of theirs are like, you, and he, and all the others are joining. I think, you know, they were drinking, you say, holy shit, to Roman, dude, as a U.S. flag drinker on the shoulder, like, USA, I'm like, holy shit, yeah, it was good, and I'm on the flag, yeah, it was fucking good. When the neighbors made brisket, you made pulled pork, brisket, and ribs, and chicken, and I made the, like, you freaking, like, what I would say, barbecue the night before. Yeah, our chili. So my wife made her family chili. But yeah, it was just, we just bounced around. There's like 5 houses. We just bounced around all day, all night. The kids, we got 5 different pools. Yeah, slip and slide. And the weather kind of put up with it, especially when doing the fireworks. It was crazy, man. Mattress Mike. The Texas people definitely know his name's Mattress Mike. He's so rich, he's a screaming talk about mattresses. And whenever the Houston Astros were in the World Series, his last day, he's so rich. Mattress Mike lost 13 million bets after Astros series loss. Yeah, but he gives out mattresses when they win, I think, the World Series or maybe the playoffs. But he gives anybody about mattress here in front. He does it every year. All these. Yeah, right. So, you went to Mattress Mike, Mattress, this dude, his house is in Florida. And I'm trying to right across from us, but he puts on like a strand of slimy and wild. Mattress Mac around this. Like Travis area is a street legend that played the Astros. So they, he doesn't run that out. They just beat the shit out of my daughter. Whatever. Not a big deal. We have 18 wins. I think one. That's cool. They're not letting out whatever. Our pitching's hurt. We'll see what's up. We're trying to switch to the playoffs. We'll see. All right. Wait a minute. Savage. Ditch job. Ditch that for the July party. It just didn't go. What a loser. Nobody likes Sean. Everyone knows to hang out with this loser. If you remember, Sean pretty much was forced Chen to go to the 4th of July party. Chen went to Texas. Go hang out with Sean. And then after Sean was going to go to my 4th of July party. Chen first was like, I gotta fly home. I gotta go. And then Sean was like, no. And Chen was like, I was going to then the day before it goes, they got like 20 people. So like, yeah. And then
down by the laws of Petrus. I'm Jewish. See, that's what happens sometimes. Just shoving his head on. Yeah, sure.
This is a sad state of
All fun enough for sell it to the nothing.
This man is a 50-year-old drunk Asian, and you're coming out with when he was there, like, they're gonna hang out with you, kind of loser. Dad would not probably be shit really did end up ditching him and not good.
How do I know? Or you can sell it. But they go from the scene, how do I know? And I'm also gifted to certain people. I was again, when it's going to be shifted on the conversation level, that it says, give it to him, and or sell it. So essentially, again, what we're doing over here is we're using a phrase.
What's up, pal? Not much, buddy. I am back from Brad. Shout out to Brad. Shout out to Yep, and very quickly, if you're in the Austin area at all, we're doing Act Off, finding the best and worst actor among the best comics in Austin with the Sunset Strip. Red Band. Come out. It's going to be late. They're going to act. Yeah. Improv. Yeah, improv. As you guys are looking for me, how's your fourth well? It was good. I played that was flying on the floor. I think. No, it's not proud. Most people are not. No, I know. We're not doing anything. I landed home with my kids. I had a good dinner with my kids. So you're still all good. And then fireworks, and I totally hate it when it's on. Did you have good fireworks? I had the best 4th of July. What? Yeah. That's okay. Now, they did. I buzzed your house, you know, in the helicopter. I know it was and your house is looking good. Yeah, I very much enjoyed your house from the air from the bird. It's looking. It's kind of how I feel about it. It's like this thing goes. When I succeed. That's the house I want. Yeah, congratulations, Dave. Like it very much. The neighborhood party for July 4th. Party? It's all right, Pleasantville. I'm waiting for the foot to go up. What's going on here? And so, it was raining, so I figured we were going to get fireworks, and the rain stopped. And one of the days, like, man, you want to get some fireworks? There we go. Every like when I was a kid, everything. I go down on like a Disneyland performance, you know, say that. They bring out like 6 of these huge ones called like the trumpet, just all these huge fireworks. They had M80s for the kiddos, M80s. We got all the stuff I had as a kid. We have the oh yeah, for sure. Dude, I put on a shit. Put on a shit line for the neighborhood. And I was touching this, so I lined up in for Team Aussie because they're from LA. We can't have fireworks. So they've never been around it because as a kid, they're freaking out, dude. And the last one I did like a big hurrah was 2-3 minute big fireworks, so 6 minutes total. Right above us. Team Aussie for you, it ends and we start popping. And then the neighbor said, good to drink. One guy, yeah, I was like, one guy was like, USA, USA, and they're like, USA, my kids are like, USA. I was like, this is, and it's not. And I turned around, one guy's wrapped in the microphone, going, you seen it before, that they did, where they and only I'm proud to be American, and 90 Turkish soldiers. Yeah. It's like there's no different way of saying it. Yeah. But there's no one around me, though. Yeah. How much fun all the houses had different. Like our thing, we have chili in our house. We have chili in something else. So people just come over, your door's open, the kids you pick houses for like an hour and a half to one house. There's nothing better than that. It's crazy. I mean, maybe your neighbor. My neighborhood's too quiet, bro. No quiet to go. And that's like you see the downtown scenes like it's like so yes, that's so like
What up, Connor?
There's this young dude in the neighborhood.
How are you?
Good.
Connor, you find out about me.
Somebody invited me here. Just wasn't sure what exactly was going on.
Okay, excellent. Did you find out about me from Kick or from Discord?
Just Discord.
Okay, excellent. Myself?
That's fine.
Excellent. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I shoot my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace, active AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Connor and Dylan, have you seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
I've seen Truman Show.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what my life is. I'm always online, always streaming, and my streams are archived on the internet for the world to be able to view and learn. I'm live 2218. The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one. They make me an influential person someday. And if and when that happens, Connor and anyone else.
How it worked.
Pardon?
You can look into surveillance capitalism. It was predicted before, and then they took a guy's prediction and made it real.
Okay, that's fine. I appreciate your input, but right now I'm talking, my friend. However, if you weren't aware, data is Earth's number one resource. In 2018, it overtook petroleum as the number one resource on Earth. And that made me an influential person someday. If and when that happens, I want to make you, Dylan, Connor, anybody else, exceptionally wealthy. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth. I want to make sure you have the ability to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
Well, I agree. I'm a different philosophical person. I come from a different background, different understanding, different behavior pattern. The idea of generational wealth, it is a promising thing. But I guess I'm just trying to understand, so you are a rabbi, yeah? Yeah. So you the practice.
Keep kosher. I say blessings on food. I light candles. I don't drive on Shabbat. I don't work on Shabbat. I do everything to stay as orthodox as possible while still streaming my life.
Okay. That's interesting. Respectfully, it is interesting. I might be the more talkative person because I'm a little bit interested about kind of what this is all about. This is a strange thing.
Absolutely, if you don't mind. Other things that I talk about, things like ending world hunger through the use of technologies, cultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, things like vertical farming and cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. That's what all my merch is, and it's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations for the benefit, particularly in Africa. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestar program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you?
Well, obviously, those things are wonderful to anybody who can imagine, right?
Hey, not everybody wants those things, but absolutely. I talk about other things. I'm a futurist, so future inspire me and uh, are some of my passions. Things like anti-grav, so then like communication, things like space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets. Just one moment. We have someone here who John Dick. You're getting muted. John Dick knows better. He needs to be quiet while I'm speaking. Things like um, uh, perhaps that may be important to you, like invisibility cloaks, Santa Claus machines, things like replicators, even things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, they reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian technology. Is just absolutely mind blowing. It's really exciting for me to be able to document. Additionally, following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think is. I talk about other things that may affect you all, if you want. Things like life extension technology. When you all were born, the average life expectancy for you or people like you was about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology. If you want, things like oxygen therapy, peptides, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, things like red light therapy, things like testosterone replacement therapy, ambrosia therapy, perhaps even even um, pardon me, ambrosia therapy, red therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, cold shock therapy. Pardon me. There we go. 120 years old. But once you get to be 120 years old, you may say, Rabbi, back in 2025, I didn't know if any of this would come true, but it all has. My body's starting to break. Nobody's forcing this on you, but you may be able to technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or eye, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nerve, android, an avatar, cyborg, a genetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you is there may be the opportunity, perhaps in the future, at a digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Well, firstly, that is a lot. That's a lot in one 2 ears.
Absolutely, I understand that.
I mean, I'm not quite as affiliated with the modernist idea, but it seems to me like you are a man of history based on the fact that you have this desire to document yourself, the things that you are about, the things that you desire, the things that you are about.
My best to be.
Yes. I guess I was introduced to me, so interested to understand what I mean. Like, what do you do? Like, do you like to have conversations with people, or are you trying to showcase things people that may not know or understand?
I'm a lifelong learner, so I like to learn with people. I like education. Really, my typical day involves arising, making sure my stream started, davening or praying. Then I will communicate with anybody who's in here, wish them a good morning, all those kinds of things. And then I program robots. So by trade, store management professional, some financial independence. And then from there, I people into the server, usually through them either finding me on Discord or one of my bots pings them on Kick or on Twitter or something of that nature. And then I have great conversations with individuals. Additionally, I very much enjoy playing games with people. So we get a group of people in here every evening to play some games, and sometimes really late into the night. I have people basically in every area of the United of the world, I should say. Time of the day is they enter, so starting very, and then we'll get people from Europe and Africa, and then eventually United States and South America. And so, just depending on the time of day, we get visitors from.
I mean, that's interesting. I guess you kind of have like a communal sort of, I guess, thing going on here.
Most certainly, we have 2,200 people who've joined the server, and at any given time, we're watching podcasts, or well, watching or listening to podcasts. Um, I enjoy sports as well, so but also basketball, baseball, hockey, sports. We've watched 3 different Olympics on this stream. In the past, somebody might be a diarist, someone who, or a journalist, someone who would write in a journal, and I essentially do the same thing, but I do it with a camera. And throughout any of my streams, I keep a radio going 24 hours to Los Angeles news and global news, so people can literally go back to any part of my streams over the course of the last years or so and find out exactly what was going on in a given day. And I think that's pretty cool.
Okay.
Essentially a timeline or a time capsule for human society.
Okay. See, I understand. Well, I mean, I couldn't imagine doing what you're doing right now, to be honest. I feel like that'd be very stressful. Do you feel like your position, do you feel comfortable doing it?
I love it. It's my passion in life. Basically, I am only stressed if there's any reason why I can't get a stream going or something like that, and that's very, very rare. But sometimes it just involves like clearing. But I love it. It's like I'm connected to I'm connected to the world, and everyone can connect with me at any time that they're comfortable. I get people who come in here for spiritual guidance. I get people who come here for relationship counsel. I get people who come in here worrying about what they've done. I get people who even just sleep. All they do is at their long day at work or play or whatever they're doing, they just want to connect with someone somewhere in the world, and so they just come in here and sleep. I get people who watch sports in here, who tell stories. I get stand-up comedians in here. I get poets in here. I get musicians in here. Exactly. So just quite a few different people, and whatever people want to do, I'm generally open to however they want to experience the stream. I don't force anything on anybody, but if people want to talk, I'm always open to it.
Well, I've never met a rabbi, myself. Never ever met a rabbi, never communicated with a rabbi, not many Jewish people. I'm just interested, because I don't quite understand entirely, from where I come from. It's very different to think. I don't fully understand your faith, and I'm surprised in the resolve that you have. And it's not something that I would say is bad at all. You're encapsulating form. It's kind of like, a peace Israel. It can't really just be moved quite so.
Most certainly, in years past or centuries, my ancestors would have been writing something, or perhaps putting to writing Tanakh, Torah, something along those lines, and this is essentially just my version of it for the 21st century. In no way is this, should I say, um, prophesized by anything like that. It's just basically my archiving of history. And maybe 100 years ago, I would be writing a book. It's a lot of work to write a book, and you can't. I mean, not that I wouldn't do that as well, but you can't dictate everything that's going on as quickly as you can with video. And I think that this will be studied really from an academic level more than perhaps in addition to a religiously. The study of the human body, how humans mature, how they age, aspects of a daily life like breathing patterns, eating patterns, behavior patterns, things like sleeping patterns, circadian rhythms. Really, everything about a human body it can be studied, and especially with AI. You can take just one of my links and put it into ChatGPT, and it will tell you everything that I did over a course of a given day, summarized by timestamp with timestamp summaries, which I just think is just to get anyone who doesn't want to 12 hours or 24 hours of one of my overview of what I've done. There's also AI that can condense day into like best of whatever one experience. There are some people who like long form content, and I certainly am the king of that. But then for those people who don't have the time for that, they can use AI to be able to basically digest my streams in any way they see fit.
Well, I guess it's kind of like a sandbox in some way. I don't know where to start. Well, I guess philosophically speaking, I guess you seem to be much more inclined to you seem to accept the notation of being kind of like a subject.
Most certainly, I recognize that I started the stream before AI, at least large language models were a part of our daily lives. So I started this stream during the pandemic about the fall of 2021, so pretty close to 4 years now. And then in 2020, specifically November 2022, I became an early adopter of ChatGPT when no one knew about it. And then when it officially launched on November 2, I did everything I could to make people aware of it, particularly on Twitter, in Twitter Spaces. And I would answer anybody's questions that they had about the world through ChatGPT and large language models. And then eventually, the world now knows about it. And we've seen how the world has been shaped by large language models, how AI in particular has replaced positions and been able to summarize roles and all the other amazing aspects of AI and video generators. And I basically have that story encapsulated on camera. I think that's something that the world will want to view. Basically, what was life like before AI and then after AI with all of its developments. On top of AI needs basically training data. And I'm the perfect essentially example for a human. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, east is the desert, and mountains. I've streamed and been outside with people, but then additionally desktop streams, which is what you're witnessing here, of that are much more focused on me and what I do. And I think the combination of both will be very extremely valuable to not just human story that I'm telling through the camera, but also for AI to be able to train its models.
Okay, I understand. Well, I guess I'm going to ask you some questions.
Okay.
What is your favorite food?
Great question. I love fruit. but I also love pizza. So if you want to, like, as a main dish, I could eat pizza. I think. Well, actually, let me remove both of this. I love steak actually more than pizza. So I've gone extremely long my time just eating steak every single meal every single day. So years of my life, and found a lot of benefit out of that. It's essentially a ketogenic diet. Um, and I never got sick of it. So I have to say steak is my favorite. But then I also love pizza and I also love fruit.
Okay. Um, what is your favorite video game?
Great question. The one's probably impact the most is Grand Theft Auto. Um, love Grand Theft Auto for storyline, um, but also I think it's just a real has changed uh, how we view video games, and that started with the original Grand Theft Autos back in the late '90s, and then in like 2003 with Grand Theft Auto 3, and then Vice City. Vice City's probably my favorite. I love the sound of it. And then, frankly, I've learned a lot from Grand Theft Auto, and I think that might seem kind of counterintuitive to some people. Some people must say that's just like brain rot, but I remember when Grand Theft Auto San Andreas was launched, it caused me to watch basically every inner city film that I could find and as many documentaries as I could find to learn about the Grand Theft Auto 5 that launched almost 15 years ago. And I'm really excited for Grand Theft Auto 6. I can tell you, as a matter of fact, that it is 218 days, 4 hours, 44 minutes, 0 seconds until Grand Theft Auto 6 is launched on May 26th, 2026. And I'll be excited to be able to explore that game. So, Grand Theft Auto is a major one. I really have liked over the years are the NCAA football series. Every year I would play those games. I really enjoyed those, particularly from like 2000 to I believe it stopped making only 15. Now they've started back up again. I love Madden, FIFA, any kind of sport game but I still have fun with the OG games of my childhood. Mario, Super Mario, 1, 2, and 3 on Nintendo Entertainment System. Love Super Nintendo's Super Mario World. I played that game quite a bit. So then really simple games like Pong. I think at a certain point, Pong's exceptionally brilliant for its simplicity, and so I'll even play that up against somebody. Really competitive person by nature, and any kind of game that I can play against people, I generally get a lot of joy out of it.
Do you like?
In fact, I was just watching as you came in, a podcast on of an former MMA fighter. I watch all the UFCs. I'm not like an expert on. Uh, sorry, I can hear my microphone isn't coming in as well as I would like, but I'm not necessarily an expert on every single guy who's fighting. But I've gotten much more over the course of the last 3 years. So yeah, I watch all the MMAs. I generally do my best to stream them to other Discords. And really excited about the July 4th White House contest this year. We've got, I believe, the next UFC is going to be in November, I think. So that'll be interesting. And as it gets closer to learn a little bit more about the fighters, but I watch there are some podcasts more for there are communities that make fun of these guys, but I watch The Fighter and the Kid, which involves former UFC fighter Brendan Schaub. I watch Joe Rogan's MMA breakdowns and the watch-alongs. So I do very much enjoy mixed martial arts, even though I'm not an expert. I'm doing my best to learn more about it. How about you? Do you like MMA?
Yes, I do love MMA. In fact, I participated for a little bit on my own, but I never did anything, professional or official or anything like that. But I'm going to ask you a much more serious question, and it might be a little bit more than expected. It's not a personal question the same way. What is your personal opinion on the current conflict in Ukraine?
Oh, great question. I want world peace. I'm peace. So if I were given the opportunity, I would sit both sides down at a table. I would live stream it. I'd give them a map and a crayon, and I'd say, and we're going to do our best to ensure that these remain the borders for the next year. We'll come back in a year. And if that's what you want to keep, that's great. If you want to make some concessions, that's great. But no more bullets at anybody. No more bombs being dropped. I would really like to see a day, one day, necessarily something for which I can hope.
Okay. I'm going to ask you an important question. Since you pride yourself in the belief of peace, how would you feel if all of a sudden your house was a country and your neighbor was another country and attacked you and seized half of your home and draw the line there? Would you sue for peace and allow them, or would you fight back for the rest of your life?
Do I have the ability to call the authorities?
Well, in this scenario, no. As the authorities being intertangled, it would be out of their legal ability since it is your property, not theirs.
No. Authorities can enforce judgments. So we would. I mean, ideally,
but this is a philosophical scenario.
I understand. Ideally, I would take it to court and say that this person has been on my property, and I either need some kind of cease and desist, perhaps some kind of legal judgment that says that they can't pay or something like that. But I also understand that I have a right to defend, and so if they basically became a threat to me and there was a clear and present danger, then I recognize that I may have to do everything I can to protect myself, but I will first ask them nicely to not take over half of my land. I will get the authorities involved and the judicial system with no choice. Well, then I may have to avoid any type of threat to my life. I may have to. There are a lot of things that I would do before then, including talk to the person, ask them why they're doing what they're doing, call the authorities, seek a judgment, those kinds of things.
Reasonable, of course. Okay. What? So you have a decent understanding of the political landscape for a general perspective, right? Like just a general one.
My best to. I generally try to avoid politics because you don't really win these discussions. But I'm open to questions that you may have or topics.
I don't try to divide. That's not that's not the kind of person I am. I'm not gonna ask you something that's it's like basically bending the two wills, giving you a terrible question. I will ask an interesting question though. You may or may not have but you've heard maybe about the events that happened in Syria lately.
So how do I feel about it?
Yeah, what's your general opinion
Um, well, of the regime, it was quite aggressive, and many people considered it to be a dictatorship. Generally, I think that countries should be able to rule themselves the way in which they desire, and so long as they do that in a peaceful manner, I'm an advocate for that. I think that Assad's retreat to Moscow essentially has opened up somewhat of a power vacuum in that area of the Middle East. Um, aside from that, politics. So that's basically those are my general thoughts on the matter.
Yeah. In fact, I have a lot of care and interest for certain people. Don't. One of which being Syria. Longest wars. It's actually the most recorded war in human history. And it was terrible. There's a lot of different people, a lot of different rebellious groups. This, of course, the political administration being under the Assad family for a very long time. It was catastrophic. I wasn't sure if maybe you know a little bit about that. I'm just kind of asking general. It's just strange. I'm a different person all the time. You seem to be answering that. So
Absolutely, and I mean, I'll do my best to answer what questions that you have. If you ever have questions at another time, and I am not here to answer them, perhaps I'm asleep or something like that, I do have a section of this Discord that says Ask Ring. So if there's a question that maybe comes to you at another time, or I'm just unavailable to have the discussion, you can always feel free to post your question in there, and I do my best to answer those questions immediately, or at least within 24 to 48 hours. So I'm not saying that I'm able to answer every question in the entire world, but I'll do my best to give it the old college, as they say.
well, interesting. So I was raised Christian, religiously. How do you feel in regards to people such as myself that were raised Christian with our set of beliefs and our opinions and our draws of history? What is your general feeling on that? How do you feel about Christian people generally?
Right. Well, the majority, at least of the United States, so a part of Jewish communities generally. I've had a lot of experience with people who are Christian. And while I don't agree with much of the theology, I can say that we do have commonalities. I like to embrace the commonalities more than anything that's just divisive amongst the two faiths. So there's an argument to be made that Christianity is a daughter faith of Judaism. There's an argument to be that we find essentially paternal, pardon me, similarity with in Abraham, as we're all three Abraham religions, and Judaism and Christianity follow from Jacob and from Isaac and Jacob, and then Islam from Ishmael. So I think there are commonalities just with between Judaism and Christian with Islam, and I have who are Christian neighbors. I generally feel that much of the Christian faith has been based on Judaic practices. Where I do have some disagreements are the idea of God, or whatever is believed. I don't agree with that. I don't think you can kill God. And as I understand in the Christian tradition, Jesus of Nazareth, the Nazarene, and that's basically the story of Easter and the resurrection and things like that. So from those perspectives, I have some disagreement. Um, really, from a sociological standpoint, I recognize that I live my life within a country that is either uh, a majority or a large proportion Christian or from a Christian background, and I do my best not not um, cause any type of arguments in the larger part of society. I do keep my faith amongst my community. We certainly, as Jews, don't proselytize. Christians try to missionize me like that. That's I understand that's their desire, but really, when I'm walking the synagogue, I don't need to hear your take on religion when to a certain location, or if I'm at the store. Um, I know that people would like to tell me their journey and things like that, and that's absolutely fine. I'm fine with hearing someone's journey. Just don't push your religious beliefs on me. I'm not going to push mine on you. I've heard some really beautiful stories of Christianity and Christian principles. Within basically Judaism, there's the philosophy or the um, idea that essentially you can't love your neighbor as yourself, so to speak, but treat others the way that you want to be treated. And I think in Christianity, there's the idea love your neighbor as yourself, which is similar, really, a Jewish teaching. And I think if we can do that, society, no matter what your background is, to treat others the way that you want to be treated, we're going to have a better relationship no matter what your faith is. So overall, is that Christians are part of the American society and really a global population. And so long as we can follow the credo, treat others the way that you want to be treated, we will have a nice life together.
President Trump says 2 survivors from the latest U.S. strike on alleged drug boat in the Caribbean back to their home countries for prosecution.
I am a bizarre Christian, not quite on the lines of every Christian, that is for sure. I spent a long time kind of studying Christianity and many religions in general. But I have not really been able to be knowledgeable in Judaism as well, due to a lot of Christianity is directly, literally linked to Judaism.
That's correct.
So for me, I do believe in my own sort of faith, but I don't like to be connected to churches. I'm very I don't like to be connected to a church. I don't like to believe the logic and encapsulate that which is only that which is the soul of the person. And so for me, I don't respect churches. I don't respect physically God. I believe that is wrong. And many Christians are different. They don't believe. They go to church and they believe in the interpretations of what people have to say about certain things. But for me, I do not respect these things. I do not believe that they are true to my heart. So I've always kind of guided myself, or have been guided, and that is the way that it has been. Because I don't have trust in people. That's why. And I worry for the modern world, which I don't accept the same principles of people do, such as artificial intelligence. I fear it's not necessarily artificial intelligence I have any issue with, but rather just people. I believe in the right of life, and I believe if we make tools and slavery out of things that are mechanical objects at such a level that the actual intelligence of the person that they are made a slave. Intelligence, I think that they should basically become existing beings, essentially, in a strange way. That's my idea on what they I don't know. I'm a strange person. I just wanted to ask a couple questions. I don't want to disturb you. It seems like you're doing your own thing.
Absolutely, Connor. Well, I appreciate you being here. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak with you. If you do have any other questions, feel free to send them my way in the Ask Rabbi Anything section. And if I'm unavailable to answer them immediately, I will get to them very quickly and hopefully be able to provide you with any information that you desire. And if you have follow-up questions, you can certainly put them in there as well. And I'm always live 24/7. Right now, I'm watching what we call Daf Yomi, which is our daily study of Talmud that we do as Orthodox Jews. So feel free to watch that if you would like. If you'd like a little taste of what some Jewish beliefs are, and just want you to know more than anything about streaming my life or even talking about the future or any of those things. I'm just here to be a positive person. I'm here to have an optimistic view on society, and I'm just here to give people hope. So if there's anything I can ever do for you, either now or in the future, let me know, okay?
I appreciate it.
Absolutely, my
I
friend.
hope you have a wonderful night.
You as well. Take care, my friend. Shalom.
Peace be with you. What is the word? What is the word for goodbye?
Generally, it's shalom.
It is okay.
Yeah.
It is shalom.
Absolutely.
Good. Shalom.
Shalom. Take care. Shout out to Connor.
So again, this is my whole thing. This time for the this is supposed to be a discussion. Most kind of what does that prohibition mean? Number one, do not give to another. Obviously, that interpretation of words of does not work with the just how you know you're passing up, you are someone. See if you have to give up, your actions are as follows. Kind of give
Been like 6 months ago, people think it's what sounds for sale. It's too quiet.
That's what we constantly get. It's like interpretation of the books. Which one I stated number one was you can't give up your gift to another. That's number one. Those also teaches me number two that you can't give unsolicited compliments to the nothing. Right? Always to create a certain level of distance between the Jew and the nothing. Number three, which is again for Mishnah, both portions of the posted as well. Imagine this whole discussion of both one is a topic upon which much rabbinic has concerns again, not a topic for today, but just interesting to see that exactly what was portions of it to be apple. Okay, incredible. So that's takeaway number one. So that's the Mishnah side. You can't sum it off with anything that is before the Karkar. Los Secharim, Los Secharim, incredible. Let's go right there. Says Los Secharim, Los Secharim, well, say remember again, I was going to go through the interpretations. What does it say? Don't give an unsolicited compliment. What's the thing? Don't give a compliment. Somebody say, hey, right, the rap. This supports rap. What did I say? No, we're not. Possibly, other Shumer. They now Avodah combination. Let's say how beautiful this Avodah is. She copied. Granted, in other words, let's say you go to a house of worship. That's not done. That's it's beautiful. The architect is beautiful. It is. It's not supposed to compliment Avodah Zarah. Makes it. Somebody is a kasha. Nice, the nice version of Moshe Agabi Maila is. She will say so again. There was a story of Shimon Gamliel who was on literally again the steps going up the Harabais. Just incredible. The Rav was an incredible. The Rav עובד כוכבים אחוז נועד Shimon was going up the steps of Harabais. And what happens as he's coming there, he sees a beautiful woman, an an idolatress. And what happens? A beautiful woman. Amar Marabu Mas. This is wild. He sees this beautiful woman, and he says, how beautiful your creations are. The Gemara says, okay, interestingly enough, the Gemara pointed out, the Gemara is bringing this story as a consciousness. It's always the same as today. They're not allowed to compliment idolatry. So he was raising this kasha, bringing this story as Rabbi Shimon Gamliel complimenting idolatry. Complimenting a woman who's not his wife. Morality becomes a seven. We'll get to that. But right now, the discussion here is, Gemara just said, do not give specific compliments. She knows what is the steps of Harabais. Okay. Rabbi Akiva, Aishes, Turnus Rufus, Rabbi Akiva, son of Turnus Rufus, who was Turnus Rufus, the butcher of the Jews. Around the second age, especially report that Turnus Rufus sold during the destruction of the second bush. And what happened? Rabbi Akiva saw his wife. Rabbi Akiva saw Turnus Rufus' wife. Sachat Ubaha. He spit, he laughed, and he cried. Ra, Rabbi Akiva's Ra, see, spit why? Because she came from a putrid drop. Now that wasn't easy to her. Right? Discusses she was an exceptionally beautiful woman. And Rabbi Akiva spit. The Gemara says, it says in the Mishnah that we all come from Kibbutz. We all come from a drop, from a putrid drop. That's how life begins. And even though she was so beautiful, she came from this quote unquote putrid drop. So like he stated, representing the future job, Saha, see that the Megara of the Nasib, as he saw prophetically, is incredible. And one day, the light of this was going to convert, and Rabbi Akiva and her were going to get married. They were going to get married. So the Gemara says, the Nasib, Baha, why did he cry? Yahish, one day, this woman is so beautiful, this beautiful form will decompose ultimately in her death. So it was incredible. Now, Rav, now we'll say, so again, so interestingly enough, so there's a lot to unpack. But again, how could he describe Roshon how could Roshon was complimenting this beautiful woman who he saw again on the stairs of the Harabais? Isn't that complimenting idolatry? Isn't that awesome? To which Rav said, no. No, he wasn't complimenting her. Who was he complimenting? HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What's that earth? Again, he says, Barahu Mastacha Hashem. He sees this one as exceptionally beautiful. You idolatry, HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You are the master creator who created beautiful things in this world. Because again, these halachas, both in sex brothers, that if you see beautiful people, if you see brios, not just beautiful people, you seem magnificent. So what's the halacha? You say, blessed are you, Hashem, who has created such beautiful things in your world. Okay, so we'll say Safar. So therefore, what comes out of it here is the halacha has meaning that halacha l'maisa, we have to go ahead and halacha l'maisa, you're not allowed to do unsolicited compliment to like that's Losichan. I would have shown on the out, he wasn't complimenting me. He was complimenting the people. That's what was happening. All right, incredible. Now the Gemara says, 1 second. Can we talk about these stories for just a moment? Will this thing will be shut? Are you allowed to look at women who aren't your wife? And you're going to say, where's this simple question? Right? Rabbi Rothschild was so involved by being a bit idolatrous that he says a bracha over her. Right? Literally again, incredible. Rabbi Akiva, wife of Turnus Rufus, he saw that eventually but was the words. Hold up here just for a second. Are you allowed to look at your wife, you are amazing, where is the kasha? In the Shmert, the Pasuk says, you shall not get yourself from every evil thing. Shall we stack your Adam, you shall not. So what is it? You know, say, make sure literally means save yourself from getting into trouble. So how does a man save himself from getting into trouble? Don't look at other beautiful things who are not your life. Don't do that. It's only going to have some type of negative. Here's what's clear. It's certainly not going to lead to something good. Like, no one ever gives other women money on his wife. Rabbi Rothschild, I think that was just a pathway to so much ridiculous spiritual growth. Like, that's never happened in the history of humanity. So whatever the negative thing is going to happen, that may vary in degrees. But clearly one thing is true, which is it's not going to make it positive. So therefore, I'm going to shmart them called around. I want to say, I want to point out over here. So I want to see this theme. The Lashon of the shmart, shamar, means to engage in anticipatory behavior. Where do we know this from? So remember again, when Yosef has his dreams, like so the brothers get all upset at the dreams, and the Pasuk says, shamar, that Yaakov, literally again, shamar, guarded and actually working shamar, Yosef movements was side to Yaakov even dreams or wait. The things and things which are going to lead us down a rapid path. So be proactive. Be proactive. Listen, we so often live life safe and faithful. Rothschild tells us more defense. Only offense. The Nishmarta means offensively protect yourself. Be on the offensive. Offensively protect yourself from the things that are going to lead you down the wrong path. Therefore, the Gemara says, place tackle other people. Don't look at a beautiful woman who's not your wife, even if she's single. The Gemara says, if she's married, even if she's not beautiful. In other words, for a married woman, one should never look at a woman. But even a single woman, if she's beautiful, let me say a definition of beautiful, that's a subjective definition. But even if she's beautiful, don't look at her. Why? Not good, you're not doing anything. Great, right now you're not doing anything. But what I see is if you look into anything that the chance I was going to do something maybe different. The Shmarta, we call them means live life on the spiritual offense. Don't live on the spiritual defense. Yosef will anticipate what are the things that are going to get you into trouble, down the wrong path, and avoid those things. Where it says specifically, I'm looking at other women on the days. Not only that, don't open up again at the colored clothing of the Rashi says, the woman takes she's over as a shaking of the ashes, but she happened also the hierarchy. Now again, colored clothing, more
things are popping. Good, and we're so done with kids. All you want is to hear your kids playing and laughing. When that's the case, there's nothing better. Single. That's why Tim or some of those other guys that moved here, like autism, it's because you're single. It's right at the move because I invited you to listen to this. Granted, I know what Jim was doing. Let me just do it to be still. Yeah, we know it. I know exactly what's going on. So I told Jim, why don't you come to July? I know you just moved here, but why don't you come like July 4th? Neighborhood party. Dude, that sounds fun. Should we barbecue, a bunch of kids, we fun fireworks. Jim takes me to the door. Dude, I bring me 5 of my friends. 4, 3. Well, no, they can't be random. He's a girl and a couple and their daughter, which is like 5 years old. I thought it'd be good for you. A girl and a couple. But you no, but me and Brendan, I knew about him, the way he said it up was him being like, I don't want to be a trick, I just can't be like him, like, I know you invited me, this is my town. Yeah, can I invite me in 7 times? Because I mean, I didn't want to leave it behind. Yeah, but I do appreciate the advice. I didn't want to bail on you. I can't believe it's straight. Yeah, I get it. What is your extension?
Finish
I bailed on I stayed home, but then I went burger shopping afterwards. We even bailed on them, but then I went the day I was in Africa, the day after, for dinner. What would you do? Nothing. Would you watch TV and drink? Jesus Christ. Because it was so like, it was like storm, it was crazy. I've never seen a hurricane. It was billowing. Yeah, I text you. This is raining. It's 75. We need it, am I right? Dude, I've never seen this hard. Do you know what I realized about? I was in Los Angeles. Time in the South Bay, Manhattan Beach, Hermosa, and when you're down, you never sweat. You never sweat, no humidity, none. I was crazy, 74 crazy. I was on a t-shirt, and I was like, this is why I will always have hard arguments with the homeless, because they're like, dude, those are great, you're around me. Yeah, I'm not. Did you see it? Did you see the moment when the child realized that nobody likes it? So, shit. Failed So, the story of Chip first moved to Texas. Child begged him to hang out with him. Chip blew off. And then, when the child invited Chip, he was 4th of July party. The Chip tried getting out of the thing, and I got to fly back to LA. So, of course, I went to the I'll come here. Then we found out from the shop show, Chip didn't go to his 4th of July party because Chip had people fly in and Chip was hanging out with them. Now we find out that Sean finds out Chip didn't even hang out with them. He just stayed at home. So the excuse Chip used to bail on this dude, he didn't even do it. He just went to it. He didn't want to hang out with him. How does that even work? I think there was a use. And that you know what he was doing. Because, what is it? I'm chilling with a girl, a couple, and their daughter, so they flew in just to see you, and you didn't even hang out with them. You just stayed out. I bet you were mad country. Chip is coming up with excuses. I think out with this loser. She's just like, dude, stop what's happening. I'm not going. Catch the head. The dude can't catch the head. Like, Calvin wants nothing to do with you. Chin wants nothing to do with you. Like, pick up and put down, my guy. Nobody likes you. You're a terrible person. Your career is over. It's really sad. It's sad though. When Chin was like, it's easy. It's like,
started this position.
well, so when you because even Shaw's a job. Oh, you broke it. I tell you, Shaw was like, oh, bring your friends. Everybody just come hang out with me. And she was like, nah, hang out with Dad. They want to go sightseeing and all that. And then Cowards, you guys move to LA. Texas, no office. Because Shaw was probably making Gavin coming out. I gotta go back there. I'm coming back there.
So fine. So we said it's not complimenting idolatry because it wasn't complimenting tomorrow. But he was still complimenting another woman. How could he have done that? To which the Gemara answers, Karen himself is hungry. To which the Gemara answers, it was important. He grounded in the corner. In other words, he didn't
Came in
instead what I
truck got some steak that you put on there. Dude, like, you were thinking nothing else. So you had a guy in here who's an expert at wraps and not giving it away. What it's going to cost to just put on a white ribbon. It was all day too. I was like, that's nice. I said, I said, I'll take care of that. But you can get it for $500. The extra money, so you have to have the American flag on my truck to drive the kid down I think so. Fuck to American worldwide. The American flag out of even my head. I think so. I'm the flag. I'm the classic Hollywood would do this to you. Like anytime somebody said, I remember we'd have a business manager in Hollywood, right? And they would say to you, they'd go, so we're gonna charge you 6%, all good, of your salary, and you'd be like, what? And then you'd like look at it, and you'd be like, I'm paying, like you're making real money, you need to be paying a lot of money. You have 60 grand, 100 grand, whatever it is. Just have accountants, and you call them and go, hey, this is expensive. And they're like this, they go, yeah, but guess what? You're actually saving 50 grand. You're not spending it because we write that off. It's a write-off. You're like, well, I'm still, those are the guys we were. Well, everybody does that. Everybody's like, we're saving my money, not my guys. I got a great guy. So I got some good. I thought it was great. It's just it is what it is. It is what it is. I was telling Brandon, I just bought a mattress. I don't know how much have you paid for your mattresses. I don't know. We buy. You don't spend too much because we'll get. My wife got some mattresses that weren't that expensive. Casper and those kind of mattresses and what else? $3,000 for like tops. Spent $3,300. Yeah. Is it one of those ones that move and shit? No, but apparently there's like a cooling thing that happens there. You know, they get your back. They get you with all that bullshit. Yeah, I don't know. That's because we're at back. We had a mattress, unbelievable. We had an IKEA mattress that's fucking. Yeah, I'm starting to. Everybody sleeps there because that's the best sleep I've had. Because it's one of those memory foams. I use those Casper. So that's $1,000, Jen. It's good for your back. And it must tops. But I think that mattresses you can spend up to $10,000. There's the Rip Van Winkle. I can't remember. It's like it was some crazy. Like, you can spend up to $10,000. You spend most of your life. Yeah. How much you sleep? You sleep out of forever. You sleep a lot. I wake up all the time. I like how honest you are. You never bullshit me. You appreciate it. You don't sleep well. You go to bed at what time? I try to go by 10. And you're at bed. So I'll wake up like every like 2 or 3 hours to pee. Just wake up. You know, I must. Yeah, we need to, if anything, I should be able to breathe better.
Come on.
Do you think you'll take it out seriously or are you going to die?
Kittle?
No. ways. Well, we're talking about
Fucking McCaffrey.
some self-restriction. Just alcohol. Ways to well, like exercise, alcohol. No, I'll quit. If they take me in, I'll quit. Ways to well, I'm telling you for the job. Like, you can't. It's like my friend said, how do you go? I was like, I don't smoke. Are you willing to quit smoking? He goes, no. I was like, oh, I know. Yeah. You wake up, I would talk to you. That's probably like 10 to 7 school. No, I try to sleep at 10. That's what I'm saying. Okay. What you guys see? Well, that's good for in moderation.
Since it's work, therefore his mind is focused on his work. So let's say it's
wines go through in moderation too, right? Yeah, I don't know. I just think all of it is get into it though. Of course.
Work.
You get there. Yeah, man. What else you have to? There's not a bunch of cool stuff happening. Is there energy low? We're not, man. We're just hanging out. Just hanging out. Well, we talked about this on Shop Show, but I want to know what he was arrested for. Was that you? He would hang somebody up and he would use him as a punching bag. People have to try to get subreddit point at frying cow. Add to a job. Blacked out, take a lot of energy low. There is
always worked. Person can be there's this how I'm doing it, there's enough gold up. When my life is purpose, therefore, God's not be this niche gold that's Hashem.
Are you fucking sick?
I live service.
I just don't want to be there. People like hang out with this guy. Like, it's over. They know it's over. Well, why are we sitting here? Oh, yeah, because it's paying us, but we're just everywhere. Now I'm just going to be like, whatever money you're paying me, I can be
occupied with occupied purposeful.
in Cal,
Living
pretty much.
there's no time. However, the says just
He's just showing up to get a 20 grand a month. Looking at his style, taking at his knees. Apparently, everything is the greatest thing ever. Can never be greatest. Everything's the greatest. Everything's right. I'm kind of overcoming getting there's a whistleblower on the settlement already. She got $1.6 million.
It's a pretty dramatic. She says,
Your
it's
wife,
outside. Your
it's hard to focus on your working with the build the bird that built the bear.
when your heart
It's holding the third plane on 9/11 or something. I don't know. But there was a conspiracy afoot. And they got the goods on you, Johnny.
Thanks, Matt.
Yeah.
You don't see the quotes.
Yeah.
Our problem is practice. So they get them out of it just passing about the shows having them.
Man, it's making me, I want to stop doing things so proud.
It sounds like over here. Is that Hamas?
But, yeah, Callan had and Callan's best guy. Callan.
Which says, which says, give it I'm sorry. However, they should be. So much.
Sean's been trying to hang out with Callan.
It's that keep on the drop of plate reaction. Constant.
They keep doing it. I don't know how long it's going to last. Not too much longer, but I know your thoughts.
The same as it's supposed to be like don't say about potentially as we have been so both of the again one of the body should have
Kosto wjechał for the PlayStation 5. Zostałem nie dokupiłem. I mean, Tesla's supposed to move. What are you gonna do? You can't predict the fucking. It probably would have swerved like this. Yeah, it probably would have swerved before he did actually. He shut down it, but it didn't. Yeah. It's J Shop's B-Day today. It is? Yeah, I love J Shop. I miss your brother. I love congratulations. And I always feel like the world is a good place with your brother. Just mellow as just nothing. It could be the zombie apocalypse. I'll be like, hey, he's just smiling. He always smiles no matter what. Yeah, until he's not smiling. That's why me and him need to trade dogs. Because I want a dog who's independent and big, and he wants a dog that's super like all the time. My dog is constantly my fucking computer. And his is like independent and big. I want a big dog. And he's like, I love this dog. I'm like, let's trade, bro. Well, Catherwood has that fucking, those Anatolian Shepherds. And those dogs are not, they don't come at your house. They stay outside, and they are there to protect all flocks, and they're an outdoor dog. And they're independent. And we let Donnie out on the front lawn, and if he sees people walking by, he'll just sprint towards them, which you can't have. Yeah. But he's harmless, though. He'll bark and does nothing. Rob Waller's German Shepherds, if you get the right one, but they're serious, though. Oh, it's cool. They shed. Yeah, they're big. Those groomers, they get squirrels. They have to empty their game. You ever smell those plants? It's a disaster. It's good, baby. Yeah. My son is 3. He missed the toilet. He was crazy. It's like I feel like groomer, man. Those dogs just squeezing their hands. Well, sometimes you get a dog who wants to bite the fuck out of you, too. You gotta be like, all right, take it easy. But vets, I had an old vet. I had a badass pit bull. He had to check my dogs. Had a thorn in his paw. He was just holding himself. I was like, dude, this dude's not going to they don't give a fuck. They should put the mask on. It's not gonna bite, so yeah. But you don't realize what a dog will do. Bite the fuck out of you. Yeah, I always feel weird dropping my dog after the room. We're like, enjoy squeezing that ass. So I'll pick him up in an hour. They keep getting done. So this just irritated me. This guy did. He's such a good actor. Just yeah. The private battle of dogs and wild was exposed. Yeah. They don't get anything about it. It's just I love it. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, you guys have tried to recently. Yeah, it's fucking recently. It's like blah blah blah. You guys will say it. It's my friend from Grade 2. Owner of BMX. Okay, one of my favorite people, one of my best friends. Doing for I don't know, 1,000 dinners with him. And I find out on my way to Vegas. I don't know. I texted him a week before. I was like, I'm worried about it. I've heard. I watched his kids grow up. My kids played with his kids. Fucking you and Frank did dinner over there. Yes, Frank. Grandma took it hard, man. You know, still is. You got the fucking truffle. WC was the best. I fucking miss him so much. I saw him growing, I showed him that brand. He's still looking shredded. Nobody more disappointing. Fuck yeah. The best. Hilarious. Awesome. Congratulations. That's it. That's it. We did it again. I'll do it again, dude. We got it. Okay. It's alright. I apologize for it being a little bit of a, was it a downer podcast? Yeah, we're talking about cancer and kids dying. Listen, the good news, guys, is if you see me and a lot of great comics in Austin, try to be actors Wednesday at the Sunset Strip.
It's great. You'll be there. I'm trying to get on the panel. It's going to be fun. We got some great panelists. We got some great comics. They're going to be trying to put this Alfreda. So that's basically it, man. I'm a Helium comic book Alpharetta, Georgia. And that's July 25. Yeah, 25 is 27. Charlotte, South Carolina, August 1 and 2, yes. And San Diego, California, might drop August 22 and 23. We're going to change the world here. Charlotte, North Carolina, September 19th. Let's go. Let's go, kids. Right, kids, this is the final kid. We're out. Feeling great. Do you see how miserable Brendan Schaub is? I have to remember, this is the episode where he finds out nobody likes him and just made up a lie not to go to the party. But we found out his brother, Jay, in LA. That's probably another thing that's upsetting Schaub. Well, he had to stay. He hasn't moved to Texas. I'm pretty sure his brother, his job, other than being a rich kid, his job and living off the father, is like, isn't he Brendan? Like, Jay's job. I don't know, when everyone at Schaub hates his dog. Like, who is it? He hates his dog now, too. The dog better watch it. The dog better get that to the town. Schaub is that cow. I mean, this podcast that tells you that it's a bit of a downer. There's still actually a shopping, and then Tim Kennedy, Twitter, I mean, when you get around Baba, your life just starts getting destroyed. I think Cal realizes that. I mean, they were not happy with the podcast. But I used to see, you know what happened? We saw in shops, the fact that he's being contact
let's go ahead and so then was coming, was seeking don't give them a portion of the land. And therefore the mission says, you are not allowed to sell them. Anything that is a different prohibition
they don't even really want to.
I want to point out something interesting.
You know this guy sitting here doing a podcast that's dead. It's dead. That used to be successful.
And then kind of constricted that focus a little bit. Someone worships themselves. Don't give them
will not come towards the light. It's just truly that.
Don't give them pain. Says Rashi, first line. Don't compliment. I suppose if any notion of pain, don't compliment the apple. Don't compliment the apple. Você tem que compliment are nice, compliments are easy. And isn't it?
Yes,
So it's certainly not what these things and so
definitely don't want to do that. And people are cool with it. Like you come in,
there has to be certain
something on the street.
but ultimately,
Yeah, like we live in most all kinds of places. If you have somebody's private property or it's their store or whatever. It's
So most of yourself
right?
so
Have you guys ever
if that's the case, then it shows I
Daddy had to get off the plane and go right to Leroy Woods. And you're gonna get mad at me, but I had a whole hog. They had this cornbread sausage, cowboy sausage. Mama, take a look. And then they had tri-tip that they dipped in a gravy. And they barbecue gravy. It's like a reddish gravy. It was everybody, like my buddy Nick, my kid, they were all like, what the fuck is this? It was so good. It's so good. I need you to tell them off. I think you're going to lose. Leroy Lewis. It's a high-end Michelin star, though. It's like, no, geez, no, it's not bougie. It's not bougie. It just says a measure of mind, dude. It's so good. What's the price? It's not that cheap. It's not that little hog-back or Red Bubba. It'll knock your dick into the dirt. Please, you gotta trust me. I know food. You know I love my food. Yeah, but have I ever steered you wrong? Have I ever steered you wrong? They got a crazy person. And they got a crazy flat iron. How far is it from here? I don't know. It's about 40 minutes. But from you? Yeah, you know what it is? When you're 12 minutes away from here, you go there. And going on off time, Ray Lewis is 15 miles away. So that's not too bad. I need you to try it. I just need you to. If I had That tri-tip, I just love it. It's just so heavy though. It's not, you don't bitch it is. You're eating all the heavy shit, Jen. No, but usually you don't put too much meat on that. You just eat the ribs of bread, dude. They make cornbread there and they have this strawberry butter. So it's strawberry. It's not that, it is a I'm telling you, man, that bring up that tri-tip, just go there. I need to Leroy Lewis to do it justice. Like, it's like the way they dip it. He's got this tri-tip that's perfectly barbecued, right? Like, they smoke and all that. Then he goes, you want this? He dips it in there, and I was like, fuck you. Yeah, it's just so good. I don't know how to describe it. I think the meat they choose is really specific. There was a long way. No, I can't do it. But if you come to 8 hours, you're okay. It's the sausage that we eat now. That cowboy sausage blew our fucking minds. We're like, what the fuck is this with cornbread? We had it one day. Yesterday. Okay, they're still talking about it. My friends happened to go with that fucking trying on a Sunday. Yeah. Too busy. No, because it's about like 4. And it was crazy. Yeah, she can't do that. That's an hour. No, I'm not doing it. No, I'm not doing it. She goes somewhere else. Might not be as good. They're not waiting even. I mean, 20 minutes is like 20, 25. Yeah, that's not very hard. Barbecue, but an hour off. What do you got, Jen? You guys ever supposed to be known for their breakfast tacos? I don't eat breakfast. Yeah, breakfast tacos. I don't do that shit. Those are eggs in a corn tortilla. One of the best is actually near the Four Seasons. Right on Columbus, and she's right there. I can't remember his name. We just have good sushi spots. Yes, I mean, if the sushi was trash, I would. Like Cassie means that woman who is, I guess, the human services, like director right now. She was there from sushi. friend dropped out of her last year, so she's not practicing doctor. She got her degree, but she's not practicing there. And she was talking about how she eats, she has regenerative olive oil, not in olive oil, regenerative from this farm. Then you go to the website, and for a quart of it or less, it costs $48. It's like, hey, most Americans can't afford $48 for your fucking olive oil. Why did you go to her website? I did. I saw it on social media. I was like, what are you doing?
First thing it says,
Like it's nutrition for rich white people, for other rich white people.
Here says,
Shut up.
she's two things. Number one,
You gotta get steak in.
okay. Number two, don't just throw it out. Right. So what
It was that awesome. I think it's, I said, it might be Jim. I said, call him Jim. Yeah, it's Jim. I think it's Jim. Jim's Barbie Awesome.
gift it to a dad, sell it to a dad,
You guys
to
just smoke out.
give it to a She says, no. I say, so
It's Jim.
here,
Yeah, it's Jim's Smokehouse. It's just heavy. That's what I thought. They keep saying it's going to bother me, Jim. You get up there, and I ain't no idea. Like, keep saying it's heavy, it's heavy. But it ain't, maybe they did it with 19 men. It's fucking heavy. The onions and the pickles kind of break down. See the pickles and onions?
No.
Yeah, it looks actually really good.
Chapter over
I
there.
feel like fantastic.
What is that? So
Okay. Is there about 5 minutes? We should have sausages. So it's 6 days. What is it?
you have the right to keep it to sell.
Do it. I'll get right over the bridge on the left.
Or, yeah, sure, it's a no, that's you know, so I come off. The music should have said, get it, do it, and sell it. Oh, why need the word oh before? Why do I need the word oh for? That means you need to get selling.
There you go.
Oh, that's right.
Thank you.
Super track.
I don't make it happen to that.
Air track?
Yes. Hard not to.
Air track.
This one's fun. So, really, there's a good wagyu
Whole
beef.
bunch of Omaha.
So do you when I came in, your truck,
Right
you
here.
got the stain.
Where's that
Sticker
air
on there, dude. Like, you could think of nothing else. So you had a guy in here who was an expert, and no, I'm not giving it away. I'm just going to cost. I'll just put on a white ribbon. He was all taking. I was like, that's feeling nice, man. Sean still upset with his producer shit completely along with laughing at him. Passive aggressive the entire Hey, these guys
I'm sorry.
don't want to do this.
Never
Yet
said
they continue to do it.
it.
Shower sitting there, have food behind his
The
seat.
money I give it to me.
Can't even address it. Can't talk about it.
So,
The sad state of the day is like,
so that's obvious.
well, because well, he was forced to allowed shit made up a lie about people visiting him, and then that he needed to hang out with them. He just didn't go. So, but I mean, these guys so do not want to do this podcast. And yet they keep doing it. For what reason? I don't know. The podcast is dead. So the fact that they even keep doing it is bizarre.
And how long
I mean, I think at least for like some golden hour, that is a little bit successful. It still doesn't really make that much money, although I think they still have some on the Patreon speaking in Papa, passive aggressive, mad at shit. Let me know your thoughts.
Sell it, but you cannot give it to him. So let's remember again, this matter is just tied into the previous discussion. What does that focus? So if you
let's get a little. I'm excited that let's get serious. I'm gonna start taking energy. Yep. I'll try to close it twice, but it's easier to read on this. Yeah. Alright, this is Tim K referring to what would you say? Yeah. Referring to the Tim's done like right? Let's just listen. Yeah. So Tim is elaborating things. One of the things he said when he did it, he did a podcast, and he was playing with his dog, whatever, and they said, "Hey, you want a Bronze Star with a fee?" And he said, "Yeah," and they said, "What was the story?" And he goes, "Fees, yeah, I shot a bad guy," and then he shot back, and that was it, or whatever. And then what people have to understand is after that, people would always say, "You want a Bronze Star with a V" on Fox and stuff like that. And he would always correct you. With a Bronze Star with a V. Yes, I'll tell you. The military's the fourth highest. So but then there's the Silver Cross, and forgive me guys, I think that you and I should do this about this. So Tim's a friend of mine, let's stay on track with what exactly is in trouble. Okay, so a Bronze Star with a V device awarded service members acts of heroism, especially for actions involving direct participation in combat with an enemy of the United States. So this signifies that the individual performed acts of valor, demonstrated courage and bravery under fire, the V device, and a Bronze Star medal to ribbon distribution from Bronze Star. So let me give you can I give it to you? This pretty careful. A Bronze Star is kind of like, so a lot of people get Bronze Stars. Even lawyers get Bronze Stars in the military, from what I understand. It's almost like I've heard Special Forces guys say it's almost like a participation medal. You get it for good conduct and what a V. So a V is when you have demonstrated valor in combat. One of the things you'll see is that they'll look at like a guy and they go, "How many combat medals does he have?" Okay? So a V device. Sometimes you can be awarded a Silver Star. Look this up, I think. And it'll be voted as a star with a V device. When you get an award for valor, you have to have corroborating witnesses, expert witnesses who are there and so on. Okay? So the thing about these special forces, he said about 8 years ago on a podcast, he said that, and then he was introduced as somebody with a V device, and he did correct the record several times. So it was that time he said he's got to take responsibility for it, which he has, because at the end of the day, if you said it, you said it. My thing with this is, let's go back to Tim. Before you have your day, I want to take full unequivocal responsibility for a serious mistake over the years. I unintentionally misread. That is not ever deeply regret ever suggesting. It represents extraordinary courage under fire, acts that risk or cost lives. To those who truly earned it, and to their families and brothers in arms. I was young when I stepped into the public eye, and when I was prepared for the scrutiny or pressure that came with that doesn't absolve. I should have known better. Integrity is not situational with moral standards I claim to represent. To the military and veteran community, especially those who served in combat or lost people they love, I am deeply sorry. I know that I let many of you down. You had ever to expect more from me, and apology is not the end, it's the beginning. I am committed to rebuild trust through honest reflection, visible accountability, and ongoing service to the community. I've misrepresented myself too. I will no longer speak of my service in a way that elevates me beyond what I actually did. My words will be guided by truth, humility, and respect. I understand that words alone don't heal disappointment or restore trust. Only time and action. Thank you for those who help me accountable. I will do my best to honor that accountability from this point. Now let me say this again, you'll be. So what's going to happen is the government and the military are going to look into Tim's actual accomplishments. This is what's going to happen, especially this way haters out there. They're going to look at and they'll reveal some of it. Hopefully they talk about how things are going to work. And what's going to happen, you're going to find out that he's not super, that he's Batman, and he's still Superman, you're gonna find out you're actually finding Batman, which is still pretty fucking good. That's what's gonna happen. And it would be good for you and I civilians comment on any get involved in this military stuff. I talked about all die on the hill for Jim Kennedy. Yeah, me too. I love that when it comes to the nooks and crannies of military. Yeah. I just find out the Venus. I don't know that legal. I expand the background. That's how I feel. It's like I talked about Tim. I'm telling you, he's gonna take down Superman. Yeah, and what they're gonna, what's gonna holy shit, he's not Superman, he's fucking Batman, which is still pretty fucking impressive. I would say this about Tim. I know Tim as a civilian, and I know Tim a long time as you have, and I've spent a lot of time with Tim. I know Tim as a civilian, not a war, I know Tim as a professional athlete, yes, for very long. So I've seen him in both aspects, and I think you would agree. This is me going hard in the paint for Tim because he's my friend, and this is who I am. That guy, I'm telling you, when camera on him, and everybody's looking, I have personally seen with my own eyes and with my own ears, heard him go so far out of his way for people, and you'll never hear about it, who are at risk of doing self-harm or worse. Tim has. He doesn't want me to do this. 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 I have to just at least speak on this. I'm not going to say the other stuff. I'm just going to speak on this. Whatever he said, he's going to be held accountable to. And a lot of these guys, these Delta guys, this guy Tucker, Brent Tucker, he was an A Squadron guy. I'm not fucking getting involved in that. These motherfuckers have risked their lives. They went through that. Their own ego. I am stepping out of that. I'm not going to defend him on that. I'm not going to do any of that. All I'm going to try to say is this. From what the things that I have seen with his generosity and what he's done for people who are really have known me. I want my very lame hand whether it was and seeing, thing on suicide. I can. I'm not in a position to talk about this. I have seen that man go, including get in his truck and drive for a very long time to somebody. And nobody knows. Just get with the floods. Listen. We're all complicated as human beings, and Tim is a civilian in front of us. I don't know if you think you're taking down about and I hope they're going to do the investigation. I hope they will what they find. Again, we don't know. Be careful, for Superman, it's Batman, it's still I just think Tim's a 3M for you. Yeah, Tim's a 3M for you. With anything. Tim, I don't let my kids take anybody. We're just going to take them. No, not happening. Because if something happens to those kids, you're fucked. Yes, I will kill you. If something happens to those kids, I don't give a fuck mistake or not. Your life and mine are going to change forever. Yeah. I don't trust anybody. Yeah. Tim was saying, I'll take Tiger when you ask him to this. I'm not even like that. Yeah. And I have two people that I have done that with my kids. And I've done it several times. And so, for me, again, the experience with Tim as a civilian is nothing but he's one of my favorite people on the planet. He's got to be accountable. He will be for this. I'm not going to step into that. We all make mistakes, and we all. And this is his mistake to correct. This is his. Community, and especially. I'm telling you on this one, folks. Could it be a worse guy to try to tear down? He's going to be held responsible for this? I'm fucking telling you. You wish you had a friend like Tim. So, let's take a little break. Tim Kennedy comes aboard. Admits that he lies. By the way, it's not like he willingly came forward. The jig was up. The jig had been up by Tim Kennedy for a while, and he finally attacked him. Got caught. He got bounced.
They
She goes
describe
forward
them
and it's live.
offensively.
And Sean and Callan are still defending. And they're still kind of defending the lies. Oh, I swear to God, Sean said that. And Matthew thinks one more time. It means you really had a good analogy there. You had to say it 20 times. Well, as far as Tim Kent, as a veteran myself, yes, veteran, or a hero. So not a veteran. You got drunk, you got trouble, whatever. Kind of good for 45 inch
On the spiritual
and world tour that I have carrier. Although that was a TA
no shaking inside and
US government, like Dick,
down the wrong path. Other days. Now,
I don't
the Robert
guys.
don't
But it has happened. It's like this guy, it's like Chris Kyle. That's the Chris Kyle. One was even weirder. It's like all this stuff is in life. Another thing to bring up, Hogan is a liar, lies about everything, but he doesn't need to be. He's a guy, make it. The money already is beyond. But then you got to kind of pathetic with the fact that these guys are tripling down and being like, I die on my own.
Like the hazard, zero.
And he's the nicest guy ever. Al Capone was a nice guy until you looked into the mob stuff he was doing when he gave the charities and everything. The doubling down. I get you. I'm shocked he even talked about it at all, but like, it's one of those things you kind of have to talk about it, just like he had to come forward and admit that he's a liar. Who busted? Still upset. The guy was younger now, trying to take that chicken. Yeah, I'm sorry, that Sean was doing really. Superman. Dude, honestly, doesn't even make sense. Think about it. Batman.
What's the secret to success?
Get stolen by 6 people.
Dude, how was stand-up comedy, big dog?
Good enough. I can't find my wallet.
All right, we'll look for it.
Yeah, where do you think I would have put it?
Did you bring it home?
Pretty sure I did.
Where's the last time you saw it?
Yesterday, I think. 2 days ago.
Okay, where did you see it?
In my bedroom.
All right, well then just retrace your steps in your bedroom.
At this price. Hey, Rabbi.
What up, baby? What's good, son? Dog, are you jerking yourself off raw?
I found my bullet.
Oh, excellent. Where was it?
It's what I should say when I find it.
You didn't find it?
Because I haven't found it. No.
Well, that wasn't cool.
I didn't find it. Would it be more helpful if I found my bullets?
Yeah, did you ask the people in your house?
The good news is, though, even if I don't find it, I still have my debit card. I still have my phone. Rabbi,
What up, baby?
I think that you're missing the connection. It's been looking for years.
Nothing, thankfully.
I think that I'm missing.
You mean not really? You mean something like a note that I had on the wall.
What the note?
Just had my name on it, but I put it on my wall, and I don't know. It was just like a post-it note. It could have fallen off and gotten stuck on something.
Where do you think I would have put my wallet?
Did you check under your bed? You get a flashlight.
I have a flashlight.
Okay. Okay, so something you can do is start looking on all of the surfaces. Is it in? Make your bed. Take your bed apart and see if it's in your bed.
My bed. I just came.
You just what?
Just came home.
Do you need your wallet to do stand up? Zoot, are you me or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw? Zoot. Zoot.
You up?
Zoot, did you find it?
No.
Okay. What's in your wallet?
What's in my wallet?
Yeah.
My ID.
Do you need your ID to do stand up?
No.
Okay.
Help. Or my ID though.
Could you have left it where you were last outside?
What about that? Why be my pants?
All right. Why don't you look in your pants, dog? Is it in your pants? Is it in your pants?
Found it.
Did you? Where was it?
Maybe I need to tell you yesterday medication.
Zoot, I thought you were against all medication.
Yeah, but I keep on losing things.
Okay. When's your next met with the people?
What people?
The Tourette syndrome people, dog.
They don't exist.
Zoot, I told you, if you don't make an appointment, I'm going to boot you out of the server, which means that until you get help, I'm not going to be the one. I'm not going to be the one to go through this with you. Okay? You've got mental issues. Zoot, you've got mental issues, and you need to get them addressed through therapy. If you
Pay the fuck up.
Zoot, I'm going to just say it to you like this. I don't like talking to you when you don't solutions to help you with your problems. You're annoying. I like you, but when all you do is talk about the same things and you call me stupid and you call people in here, you tell them to shut up, I can't tolerate that, man.
Don't you shut up. Anyway, I'm gonna go. Yeah.
The young generation that's stealing cars can't drive it. Yeah, no, so you're safe. You can literally leave it online. Like my Hummer that I just posted on Diesel World magazine, it's a certain way to start it. The thing doing that, I just leave it red. No one knows how to start it. Military guys do. You're familiar with how much, but the young kids, they have no clue. So I never worry about it. It's hilarious. But also for DC, like, places your car's stolen is airport park. You never drive nice. I always drive my shittiest car. I had no idea. If I have to park at the airport, you don't. No one's stealing my tax. There's no money. There's no money. What are you going to do with it? Like, yeah, so don't steal those. But, the probably is in your track, right? But there's what you can do with it. Yeah. When you steal it, even the game, that's what I'm doing. Airports. I always drive my car about the park. Oh,
Always. You're just sitting there. They know you're gone. And it's at the fucking no. That's one of the most common. I mean, you never want to park in movie theaters because they know you're gone from your vehicle for at least 2 hours.
You got insurance, bro. Who cares?
Yeah, that's. But the headline said, they just want the headline 225 is insane. Can we show this or no?
Yeah, check it out. Who's the Latin guy?
I look identical to the guy.
You look more Mexican.
No, I look exactly. Bring up the guy from the talent job. The guy from the talent
You're not.
Yeah, there's a mechanic from the talent job that hooked up their Mini Coopers.
You look like that soccer player. Sorry.
Yeah, I think I agree with Brian.
Yeah.
Type in a talent job mechanic. This is spot on. I typed in everything you asked. That's what's popping up. Look, that's him in the movie. I like nothing like it. I've seen the movie like
That's 2003, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were born.
Zoltan.
Yeah, there you go.
I do look like
Everybody's tall.
both, I guess.
Yeah,
That's good. Yeah, he's great. Alright, what else you got down? That weird. By the way, so Daniel Coyles is a rookie. He's working with some soccer players, but then, do you guys know what this thing is? That's where you did.
well, that's the gayest shirt ever. It's what girls are.
I don't know. Maybe he has like big bad gynos who don't want to steal these fans around. He's a skinny guy with gyno. I bet you this guy.
Anything is gay, but that just seems super. That's a problem.
Yeah, don't wear that.
It seems very transy.
I bet you that guy had no clue when he took this picture of DC because he took his jersey off to hand it to DC, and he didn't realize DC was going to post this. I bet he had no comment. But here it says it's a heartbeat stat tracker. I thought the same. Like, it's here's all the things you can wear though.
I know that is just definitely other things you can wear. Hey, I don't need to see your mid section. That's like
Everything do better. Who's like, yeah, we need you guys to wear sports bras. Yeah, I would never. Dude, on your wrist, wear a fucking dick or something. Do anything serious. I had no idea the lot of toxic comments coming his way.
it's pretty sports. It's actually a heart monitor.
I mean, come on, there's other ways you can do that other than wearing that.
They have just the strap. Like wear that. You don't need the extra stuff.
Now you want to say, yeah, but they come up to it again. Cool, don't wear it.
My tits get cold. I have a case of cold tits. I gotta protect my niche.
Shit might fly in Europe. Dude, get a whoop or something else, dude. Wear an Apple Watch.
Don't sleep 12 hours and don't wear a fucking sports bra. Man.
What's the number one?
Yeah, because it's important.
Some guy goes, I understand it's a heart monitor, but what's up with the weird design?
Yeah.
That company's like, shit.
I know. It's like, but it's what you deserve.
Who were the best at tracking? Get an Apple Watch.
Yeah, get all that stuff.
Just wear the heart monitor like every other fucking person.
Yep.
Okay, let's get a little bit more serious now. I'm excited to show.
Let's get serious.
Get for the show.
So Sean got heated when Brian Callen roasted him. Like he's looking back at the kid. But did he? Sean used to call himself. But they brought up the cover that Shab is all. He has this channel to drive the alpha, especially to drive that. And drop any content. Like once every 3 months, they'll drop a video. So all of the effort is being put into the card. which sells merch, buys merch, you get entered into a raffle. Because nobody buys merch, but you get entered into the raffle anyway. If you just get a sell off, third-party company. That's the scale. Because you're going to drop any content on that channel. But he can put himself on that cover. Out. And Cal just roasted it a little bit. Heated. How done Calvin, brother. Calvin is like doing yoga on that chair. He's got his shoes on. Upward dog or something. Calvin is like doing check now. And sitting there heated, sitting there letting the dog crumbles down all around. I can't address any of it, which he will, by the way. He will eventually address that one. Unknowingly, he'll say something stupid. He'll be guilty to something without realizing it. Whenever he slips up and talks about that lawsuit, he will say something to jeopardize. That is a given fact, but he hasn't yet. So I think that's the CEO looks like a redacted area. I like some of the comments.
I just avoid getting myself in a negative situation over and over. I know what the triggers are. I know the things that put me down. I know it. It's not like it's. I know myself. I know the things. I know the business. I know the business. They'll set off a whole chain reaction. Try my best to get through. What says the why put yourself in that situation? So the Gemara says, listen to this. If you don't bother, even if you're told like an angel, and we'll discuss that reference. But it's so hard not to get the amount of also this applies as we discuss what that means. Because I'm on this.
I understand. Because you know, aggressive is shitty, and hey, suck my dick, and you can get this job, right? Okay, I get that. That sucks, all right? And that sucks for women, and that's bullshit. Okay. So nobody has come after the women that have actually done that. That actually sucked dick to get in Mad Max or whatever the fuck. And how about how you are taking jobs from women? How about how you, because of that, are being shitty to women, right? Argue with them. It's tough. It's like you did it too. Part in that, but it's no, I get how to. But what about the women that are now being homies because they fucking? No, but what about powerful women that can show jobs because you fucking. But let me say it differently. You're being accountable too. I hear you. I think the bigger deal is the fact that some of these powerful, these ones made it. Yes, okay, yes. The issue really becomes that they didn't say anything to those lower level women that end up with things like they couldn't stop it. Like if this happened to Angelina, if this happened to what's her name? So if this happened to these people. And then they waited 10, 15 years, and now they're like, no. It's like, whoa, no, you're not saying anything. But to your point, those girls, they're not saying shit. No, so, buddy, you tell me that they want to so good on that one. Yeah, forget it.
Something
Are you kidding me? We was in this all night. Girl, I ate his ass and I'm jealous.
But again, standing on the stairs of the house, he's her. He's this beautiful psychologist. So he said, it's not complimenting idolatry because it's complimenting which part is fine. But it's the complimenting of the word. How good is how could he have done that?
Well, I know how you get it. Like, dude, that Tom Hardy's a dick. Learn Tom and Hardy hate each other.
Instead, when the man will hear it,
She's easy on the eyes. She should get turned into she made that monster movie.
We should be up until like fucking. Like, I'm gonna have
She has to be mid-50s or single as fuck. Fucking 26-year-old.
There's a thing that was it, I guess.
Let me go with Dave. Yeah, I know. He's a baby. He's a child. I can't believe you did that. Teachers come out, going to prison, fucking the kids. Where were these teachers when I was a kid? They're like fucking. My teachers were fucking. I hate you. That's so annoying. I know those 14-year-old boys. What are they gonna do? That's the thing. Maybe it's traumatizing to them. Maybe it isn't. Either way, it's illegal. Fucking shit. I don't. The law's the law. You know, it's like it's annoying. Yeah, man. But I just, you know what I mean? It's like. You see that, you know, all our folks, like, as a dude, you see her say that, we go, yeah, I get it. You would have been longer if you were 26. And at 40, you'd be 50 now, and you'd be like, no, I did it. Society wouldn't be like, they fucking made you do this, and it's such bullshit, dude. You're 25 years old, you're 26 years old, you're an adult. I always say just like, it's such an issue that just raise the age and say, yeah, 30, yeah. You know what I mean? Maybe like, make it like, if you're 20, the age can't be legal or something, you know what I mean? But it's just like you know, protection signal, that's another one there. Sure it is, unless, you know, until like, you know, what's going on with Jared Leto, I don't know if he actually did that shit or not. Right. It's like, you know, they could, what's going to happen with that? I don't think, this is my thing, okay, this related to the Diddy case, right? So, you know, the court of public opinion and the internet would say, oh man, this stuff. And then it gets into the actual I got it on it was like, if we had tapes, right? Some people are saying, like, we don't really know what's going on. So, in terms of this level now, whatever they're saying, they can't, you know, if they're pursuing it, that's what they do. Government comes in, they investigate, just like they got accused, they went to court, he got arrested, he's now in jail.
So,
I don't know. Things come so fast. I died down. Maybe I went so fast. Even know. I just want to be like, and what, you know, you know, I just went to guitar or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Like, I wonder what they'll do with, like, you know, he's got 2 movies. He's supposed to be Skeletor and also, you know, I watched that movie just so in my mind.
person is when a person is
I'll tell you right now, I killed that movie. I really did. But whatever. Dudes, I gotta roll. I gotta roll. Dudes, I love you. Bye, bro. Love you, bro. Good to see you. Dudes. So obviously, that entire
person is
was talking about himself because he immediately and I agree with her. I was watching that. I'm trying to think what that movie looks like. I because all the acting.
I totally
Yes, my
structure schedule.
yeah, all the acting.
When I've always worked. Person would be away, but
He was about to be handed.
structure. What I'm doing is how I'm doing it. There's a code on
He was purpose.
my life is purpose. And therefore, again, I am
And then it was all taken away, and now we ended up with this podcast.
Service. My life is no matter what they were investigating. My mother says, she says, first on side, she said, sorry, his heart is focused on his when your heart is open again on with your heart, is trying to feel the heart. Next time you're possibly before it's I'm on the country pressure. So again, I'm not on this interest, right? So ultimately, again, so I would, first of all, it's fascinating to talk to shows having competition. I was up to me when I took a person's like, I get a little bit like shit. Sounds like it sounds like over here. These guys, I'm not from all this. Does split the field. Just doesn't split it as big as
I feel a Martin Lawrence movie coming to one lung for this guy, one lung for that guy.
However, they should admit, go on.
Look at this. 1 year smoke rate, 90%, all right. 3 year smoke rate. Wait, what's the stats on the is it that good? 10 years survival, about 33%. That movie is so bad. And he is one of the terrible. Yeah. Because the alligator, he says, real lung. He just turned it into life. That's when he was like, he shoots an alligator, Running Man was right to build his man. No, that's crazy. Running Man is more of a classic movie than 6 Days. Classic. I met that alligator. Yeah. I use that alligator now. On the road. I'm not kidding. Gave it to Arnold Schwarzenegger and we recorded at his office. You love that alligator. If It was Scott Trevor. That's hilarious. It's the one from the 6th day. Yeah. Slight flex by Nicholas. That's like 6 days. That's like 6 degrees of separation right there. Yeah. It's like that alligator listening to the baby. That's amazing. How about Nick? How about Nick from the back? I know.
Yeah.
I got
Hey,
like
what's the
something.
thing? Yeah. Like the overview of month inspiration of the second director of his father, the every day, and the one who is I know that alligator. You're fucking. They had another side. I just think what means by what it says after the house of society, again analyzing the very first chapter in Helen, which is lucky, fortunate is the person who does not know what happened to society. Who is that resources for having that's himself? Why should I call out Dara Plugga, who did not follow the path of the lazy star? Plugga's work there. Plugga, why should I tell you the people never for some couple of years of one year with the city and not get involved in therefore not refer to it. Did not follow the path of the Averas, would again it's also referred to Ramazino, so like I'm not you guys we did not live and not spend this time society, why could they were people who live their lives sin daily? I remember having another story. It says I'm saying the dying people 1 year that people and they constantly sin before because
You're like a diva wide receiver.
And then it says with emotional ratios, well, you have to not supposed to time it out well among those who are racing again, those who are cynical, clowns, actually children of everything. So you have to, actually Christian, he did not settle down in the settlement of the Christian. Basically, suddenly, because again, these people were very cynical, actually very cynical. Now, interestingly, whenever it goes on, they eat their tofu. From the yellow too, which is I know the list of the people who are constantly filled with watching the first so you don't necessarily have to bring it in with another video. It's the story that takes place later on, during the times of Simpsons, the Simpsons was very story tells us the
in his playing days, you're talking about he was all pro. Number of years, I mean, top 5,000 last freaking 20 years. Monster.
And ultimately, he lived a life I don't know, man. Yeah, I mean, and after they blinded him, they brought him out, but entertained them with all types of jokes. You see that the listener people were interestingly, Rashi tells us that although he did live among the listeners, in other words, among the people of Sodom, he did not live. They look at Rashi, so the Pasuk says, he said, Gar Be'ayam, this is the Yagar Avram, Eretz Philistine Avram, he dwelled in the land of the Philistine. So, myself. Exactly, as he says, it was very broad, he was being guard, the land of the Philistine was being Yeshiv. It's interesting, it says, Yeshiv Yaakov, the Eretz, the Ray of. And Shana points out, different types of life. Rashi himself says, that Bikish Yaakov was he wanted to live a life of relation. He wanted to be relation. He wanted to settle. So that refers to a person who settles down, joins within the community, becomes a member of that Kehillah. Like Yagar is not more than temporary dwelling. The person happens to be there. This is Rabbi who lived among the Philistines. However, he did not.
Yo, what's up, Dylan?
Why? Because he saw as soon as he started people were making jokes. Now again, it was
Hear me, big dog?
I can.
What's new? How are you? How are you?
Well, I'm good. How are you, man?
Excellent, my man. I know you were here earlier with Connor. Yeah, are you guys friends?
Yeah, we know each other.
Okay, very well. Well, what's good in your world?
Nothing really. Had this debate on modern day debate. Should the U.S. cut ties with Israel? They're debating that. They have two yes positions, two no positions, like, people.
Okay. Where are you watching that?
YouTube.
Oh, very well. All right. Do you like to watch YouTube?
I do.
Excellent. Who are your favorite YouTubers?
I'm not even sure I have a favorite, but I watch so many different videos.
All right. What kind of videos do you like aside from debates?
Like either political videos or something about life or history or debates, like I'd already said. Music, of course. Stuff about philosophy, religion, all that stuff. Theology.
Well, very well. Excellent. Do you like documentaries?
Sometimes, yeah. I occasionally will watch a documentary.
All right. Do you have what are your hobbies? Aside from YouTube, do you like to golf? Do you like to run? Do you like to swim?
I like to video game. I like to outside walk. Look at the beauty around me if I can, or just enjoy walking. Some occasional compose music for the piano. I talk with people on here. Stuff like that.
Excellent. Well, that's great. All right. Well, I'm just chilling, watching Jewish lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
Gotcha.
And all kinds of rumors to say about Yaakov Avinu, about his children, and therefore goes far. It doesn't look the same. Ultimately, the bottom line is when Rashi Sanei Hadar, in the times of Avraham Avinu, that's what he was talking about. He was talking about the Plishtim that were with Tzanim all the way back in the beginning. And Avraham Avinu that you could sometimes live in a neighborhood, but you could stay away from any neighborhood, a community, a whole city, but stay away from the people who are not good. So that's what it means. Yeah, that Avraham Avinu, he did live among the Plishtim, but he was lo yashab. He did not settle down as a member of that community because he realized that, generally speaking, they made jokes out of everything, which was important. Plus, the Gemara continues by darshaning several more psukim, which discuss the unfortunate lifestyle. Ashrei ish, Yirei Hashem. This is not the very first pasuk. This is also a pasuk in Tehillim, but this is much later on. This is 50 minutes. To a man, not to a woman. The reason we have this is because it said Ashrei Ha'ish. Ashrei Ha'ish refers to as opposed to somebody else. In other words, what it says that there are certain types of people who are fortunate. That's not gender specific, but Ashrei Ish sounds much more like it's gender specific. And therefore, they want to ask, why did you say Ashrei Ish? Sure. Amar Bab Ashrei Lisha. That's the truth about Yeshua. Ish does not refer to a man as opposed to a woman. Rather, it refers to a young person. But what it means is, unfortunately, the person who does receive it repents from his mistakes when he's younger. Why? When a person is younger, there's a lot more strength, a lot more to evaluate with a different life. When a person gets older, it's much harder to change. But later on, Levi says, actually, this guy will use the ish, and the class there, a man, anybody, but the term ish, a strong person. So it was kind of like, man up and doing what's right. That's what the Pasuk was saying. Actually, the Pasuk was right. Say that, but ultimately, Sodom and Pasuk was using the term ish, strength is required for us to be strong and to fight over the Israel. Actually, Mishnah is got to use the ish, if it's also cup and both. Pasuk continues on and says, if it's also really wants to have a strong person. So fulfill this is Amar Rabbi Rothschild. Also, the words of kindness. Why is fitted by? He's motivated by the interest. He's not motivated by the prize, by the reward. I know this is what the Mishnah. Omer, Genesis famous Mishnah in the sentence. I think it's Yisrael. He said, "Boy, Omer, I'll feel Kavod on Shanti, so that I'm not to tell a fast. Not feel like a servant who serves the farm, who serves his master because he's expecting wages. Ella, Kavod on Shanti, so Rav, not to tell a fast. He like a servant who serves his master, even if you are not going to be rewarded." It's very interesting. Is to see this specific part from the Gemara. It says, "Elohim avadim v'shamtu sarad to be like servants who serve their master. Shelo almanah v'kalapras. Shelo almanah means not on condition that you will get a reward for it." You look at Rashi. The way that he writes it is almanah shelo v'kalapras. The person who serves their master. So low almanas to tell us means so he's not expecting a reward. The way Rashi says it is almanas shelo l'kabel pras, he won't get a reward. It sounds like he doesn't want a reward. But then when you read Rashi, that's not what it says. It says, "Hey, live what you know, to do it with his heart. Lomar afilu ein sof." The Kabbalah star, oh, and it's buried the public. So which means the way the word actually is first it says, "Shemaka is powerful," even so that's a reward. In other words, it's a reward. But under Shemaka is powerful, you get the reward. Now, Tosis actually says things very interesting over here. Tosis says, "I'm a national Kabbalah star." Here's the Torah. So don't be a person who serves the Kodesh only for the reward, and if you don't get it, you're going to be dressed in your face. In other words, the low level of the Russian, you don't have to be dressed in the mitzvah to get what you want. The most ultimate album, it's really, video Torah. Wants to get a reward, does a particular mitzvah, because he wants to get the reward. When you not going to get the mitzvah, the person is not going to regret it. Similar to the Tanya Seller, the person who's donated particular amounts of money for tzedakah on the on condition that the son never reports the Lema, already that tzaddik donor. Clearly, the person gives money to tzedakah. The right to give money to tzedakah, you articulate. I'm giving this money to tzedakah because I want someone to have a full Lema. So what is that? That's the person who's doing it. How many national cattle plants? What do you work for? So I was in it's been a double. You know, 17 hours made me sad because I was like, I'm just slow, dude. I'm slow. I'm older. I just have speed. It doesn't tell us fucking right. reward. The problem is, he wants the reward. And if he doesn't get it, forget it. I shouldn't have done that. There's a problem.
How about I don't know fucking baseball? My son's
Even though there's
IQ's
nuance
higher
difference in
baseball.
the actual terminology,
Like Tigers hit
both
their
Josh
phone,
and
like, I don't know
Anton
what
of the
techniques and shit.
opinion that a person can do a mitzvah with the hope of receiving a reward, as a person is not going to regret doing that mitzvah if he doesn't get it. I will point out that there are those who say that the raya that Tosfos is doing is not a great raya, because he's talking about tzedakah. Tzedakah is a little bit different. Tzedakah is so far from absolute tzedakah. Tzedakah is one of those things which the Torah says, give it and guarantee it towards the raya. So if we're not from raya, nevertheless, nothing's wrong. Want to do reward as long as the person doesn't regret.
It's just procrastination. But inspiration is by doing. You're just supposed to do shit.
Continue. The sometimes a person desires Torah over Ra means also Torah element.
Is there
a person should not learn Torah?
It's kind of all been done.
Let's place the Torah
Like I'm talking like original
very important rule. You hear about this all the time. That there's so many theories of Torah. Some people like to learn halacha. Some people like Adasa. Some people like to learn Torah. Some people like to learn this perspective, another perspective. A person should always learn Torah in a place where you're learning.
You know what I'm saying?
Shadema,
The problem
the
with
Torah
this is that
so. Torah desires.
so bad. Not a lot
Again,
of kids.
Levi, Yosef, and Rebbe. Levi and Yosef and Rebbe were learning together. The Gapsis made the Rebbe who were sitting in front of their Rebbe. They got Pasuk Sidra. They were learning Chumash, and he saw it Sidra. They finished learning that particular section that they were learning. So again, Rashi says it was Parshia Sidra. They were learning nothing.
When they tell me I can't,
So they're learning too. In other words, they're learning Tanakh. They finished a particular phase, right? Now, to finish that Sefer, Levi said, you know what, after we finish the Sefer, let's learn this way. Let's learn this way. Shimon Rebbe on the Shimon Rebbe said, Omar, why should we learn Chiluk? You guys think of an argument what they should learn that. Should they learn Chiluk first, or should they learn Mishlei first? Ultimately, Levi constantly leads the Isaac Chiluk. Levi overpowered him and said, we're learning Chiluk. That's what we're going to be doing right now. We're not going to be learning Mishlei. Why they have to start playing? Just order us to that. You know what's first, and there's another reason that the bottom line is you're able to overpower him and say that we're learning Chiluk before we learn Mishlei.
did you post this? No, I should though, right? Yeah.
Another explanation is that you're also learning from also a lot of gear comes from the hill as opposed to this way is a lot of pop song, first. So he wrote the Tehillah.
Every time I get into the ring, it starts
That's the process of but he overpowered him. He started learning the Ashke Ish and all the whole
Good job, Brian Cass.
Ashke Ish, the whole there.
Especially
Outside, Sean was there at the time, but I was like, basically, Yasha.
air conditioning.
In the Torah says got so. After they got up, learned this, I'm gonna come up. And what happened?
What happened?
Parish Rebbe, the Omar, Hina the Lama Torah. But the person should always learn Torah. Right then, Omar Levi smashed his hand on the table and said, Rebbe, a factor under your soul, loud. Permission to stand up. I got as a cheer. I did not want to hear this morning. I wanted to learn Mishlei. Therefore, I'm going to the next room in the building. I'm going to do the Mishlei cheer. Have a nice day. Amar Medimi, Rakama, so also the Torah and the Torah is Baruch Hu, also what Hashem is going to do is desire. Therefore, it says, the Torah is Hashem Testo, a person who teaches Torah, so Hashem will fulfill his desire. Amar Rava, all the Torah, Makom Shluva Kappa. It's really interesting. But up until now, we said, what does that refer to? A place in the Torah. Always learn from a place in the Torah you have to learn. Here's the Makom Shluva Kappa. It says in our Shah, from the person has to choose everything next to Rebbe to be able to learn from Rebbe to able to understand. Rebbe are great. Every Rebbe in every Talmud is a good shit. Sometimes the person finds the proper Rebbe to connect to. Therefore, all of the Adam desires for the he ended the Torah. That's so again the same possible the Rebbe. Initially, who does the Torah belong to? The Torah Hashem. Initially, it refers to the Torah Hashem. Yachar Kach says in the Torah, so in his own Torah, Yom V'Layla, he will toil in day and night. So it switches from being called Torah to being a person's own personal gift. So Amar Rava, all of the Torah, a person should first learn Torah, afterwards he should toil in. The Nemar for testing the pasuk the Torah Hashem, other the Torah Yega, afterwards the Torah Yega. Understand what this means? There are certain people who sit down, they learn one line, they ask questions, and they want to ask all those questions right away, and then Gemara says that's not the way to learn. The first we have to do is we have to learn from understand what is housekeeping. Understand what is Gemara. Learn, know that you know if you ask so many questions so early, you're ignoring the fact that you answer my father. Remember when he was young kid, he's going to tell me, you have to get a great sight of the subject before you understand. You have to get a wide view of what's going on. First, learn the Mishnah, learn the Gemara. If you 12 questions at that point in time, you ask 100 questions, just start learning it, you might just spend all your time up with. You might find that you answer your question really on the next page. So first learn the affirmation, and then ultimately start learning it. That would be the best recipe for success. You'll see passion in this. Let's see over here. First, a math. A lot of information, and then they should go ahead and toil it. My Rabbi Rothschild is always tell us. That when a person will learn, you have to be able to really know what. There are some people who be like to learn sales calls. It's beautiful. Learning sales calls, learning field is necessary. You have to be able to understand the best of what's going on. But you have to always remember the basics. When you finish a subject, just in case the hour won't cover it. The person asks you what one of the things that are, and you forgot that. You don't have all the basics about that. Your kamura, your deal is very nice, beautiful. But this is the basics. This is part of the whole of the Torah. First, learn what does the Torah say. What does it say there? What are the words? I remember when I was in say, 11th grade. First get the what, and then get the why. If you ask the why before you know the what, then the why is not relevant. Again, what's Gemara saying? All of the other Torah, first to learn Torah. Afterwards, where it says, the Torah says, hold on, linguist and English person to learn, the Mishkan, forget. So many people are going to say, what's the point of coming to this? I'm going to forget it anyway.
We're going to keep it under wraps.
But Rabbi says, do it. Learn anyway. He says, another even more thing. The Aflagal will go. I have no idea what's going on. What's the point in coming? Says Rabbi versus all of Israel. The Aflagal Yishka. He was hit. The Aflagal will go to my here's what he's talking about. Where it says, Doris saw not see the sound. In other words, Doris means kind of breaks himself. Sorry, here, Doris left the Saba. Doris comes to Gareth. Small pieces. Doris would say, goes to the in other words, you have the best possible use to make grind it into a flour, and you can make bread. So some people don't have the ability to grind it into a flour. What do? They break it into pieces and turn it into a bowl of porridge. I don't know, turn it all of that. So it might not be a soft flour that you make into a bread. Even if you can't get the beautiful final product of candy, Torah, and all the chef, still go ahead. Go as far as we'll see. The person should not stop it. The person should never say, you know what, I'm going to say this. It's like kind of tomorrow. I know what we're talking about. There are processes that go through to try to get himself to understand. Relatively, if you start, you don't understand. That's when you get to the place of understanding. Never start, not understand it. Well, ask the kind of consider how Yahweh. So the Pasuk says, Shalom Narosel, Kishal, Gapi, the Roman cars. Referring to the Torah, because the person is going to sit on Gapi. What is a Gapi? On wings. The wings, it's not a very comfortable chair, kind of from one place to the next. Sit on the chair, the person sit on the chair. So the person learns Torah. Ultimately going from one place to the next. Or sitting on a chair with a much more stable. Wasn't more stable. The person first starts learning without God. Much more stable. What you did was learning can be difficult. Very stable. The Silva can say ultimately at the end, yeah, much more again. It says the Rosh Hashanah. Initially, the Torah speaking of the Rosh Hashanah. It's up in the sky. Sibs, Ali Dara, other places, the Torah right there on your back. So what is it? You have to get it? Or is it on the path? What our answers, Tefillah, initially you feel like the rest of the Torah is up in the sky. The sun start as a burning to get. So again, what does it teach us? Once you start to reach out. The thought, after you actually start learning to learn about it. Color you left off. We'll ask the following spirit. Sin, it says in Pasuk, the same night before, right? Drink water from your sister from a pit. Sin, the nose limit of the Iraq. One place describes the Torah as being gathered together in a pit. Now what happens? You get water in the pit. You go and you drink it up. In another place describes the Torah as luck flowing from a well. The well doesn't get used up. Which one is it? Is Torah something that ultimately gets wisdom to draw from it, or is it actually going to be there? Tefillah, so initially it sounds and feels like you're drinking from your bar of limited resources. Good seeds and only. So, ends up learning, see at the end with him. And those with self-taking persons that are drawing from an evidence for flowing down of water again. Water is very, the Torah is very close to multiplied.
Tell me when you want me to. We're going to get pizza, so you can't eat that on there. I was going to move the mic. You guys go first.
What is the possibility? So it says, Tone Mehevel Gimah. Person who has hone, a lot of wealth. Hevel from nothing. Ultimately become nothing. So again, two buses. Hone the Hevel was Kinas, the Kovic and Yad Yerba. Two buses in education initially, right?
The one guy
Yes, initially. First we have only Hevel, not a lot of nothing. Slowly, the Yarba will have a lot. In other words, simply spoken, person grabs a lot at once, will have a little bit. Person grabs a little bit, will have a lot. Mar explains, it's also on the Kavilos, this night. The person who's going to have this, it's not going to have it. One, overload the surface, tons of information, you're not going to retain it. The Skovitz al Yad, you don't know, Yerba, ultimately you'll have a lot. Rabba says, Yadi Rabbanu Bahadosa, Tacham Shov, after the Yadi learns too much too quick, the Aliyah. The desire for learning Torah is so strong, you just want to consume as much of it as possible. But not for this one, I know, I did it all, I ultimately follow this advice, execute what I learned, and ultimately take it in my hands. So again, this is what I mentioned before. You have to keep this balance. Earlier we learned that before a person starts dwelling on things, you have to first amass a lot of knowledge. So Gemara warns us though to say don't do too much too quick. That's why Baruch Hashem we have a Chazar here before Daf Yomi, because if you just learn Daf Yomi every day is 2 daf, then you can just go more and more and more and more targeting your payment. Join the Chazar a couple of days, spend the day reviewing it, come back the next morning to review it before the year starts, and this is something to be able to retain and end up staying with you. Amar Rav Shizki, Shmei Mazariah, Haidach Sev, what is the pasuk when it says, Lo Yachro V'Yah, says it literally means to roast, or to cook, or to burn. The Ramiyah is a swindler, but again, swindler because he's trapping. He's not going to ultimately roast his prey. Lo Yifya, Lo Ya'aref, Zayin Haram. In other words, what he means to say is if the person works too quick, he's not going to be able to get the pasuk bringing up this point. The Rashi points out that the word Lo Yachro, it's kind of like the word Lo Yifya. You see the first word Lo Yifya is Yosef, and the second word Lo Ya'aref, it's Yachwick. It's Yifya and Yaref together, so Lo Yachro means ultimately not be able to roast his prey. What happens if he's just quick? Teshis on Teshis said the same thing, just read it differently. He said, Zayin Harama Yachre. The way he read it was, it's Zayin Harama, it's ultimately good roast. In order to explain Yosef and Dini, Amar, he explained what they both meant was, Mashal obviously such part. This is a parable to a person who's transitory. If you catch one and then you break it between dreams, so what happens is the skyboat. He catches one, he flips the wings, now it stays there. He catches another one, he flips it, and it stays there. However, if he doesn't do that, in law, bird, he puts it on the floor, and guess what happens? As you catch the second one, does the same thing to start the Torah. First, just words so much and so quick, that's when any time they get, it's not going to stay with him, similar to a person that's tracking your body. The pasuk continues. Be like streams uprooted on the streams of water. I'm going to Yana. Each shasel will look at a person has to be each shasel, like a tree that uprooted itself. It goes from one place to the next, rotates to another, like a tree that's in one place. Which means, a woman told the Rav Achad, someone who only has one Rebbe, ain't Noah, Sivan Bruch for the Olah. Not going to see Sivan Bruch. Why? You have to have some elements of the freedom to your Rebbeim. Throughout your life, you have to be different Rebbeim. Every Rebbe has something else able to get to a Talmud. You can't get everything from only one. That would be asking for the ability to be able to attend one share in the morning. It's very important for a person to have both bands. Of course, Mishnah says the same for Rav. You have a Rav, that person comes to Rav, that person comes to Rav, that person comes to therapy, that person consistently be able to develop your path of life. When it comes to learning Torah, a person must be able to learn Torah from various different bands. Every single Rebbe else, you have to walk with a person who cannot sing Rebbe. I don't know who this though, Rabbana. This is told, his Talmidim. You know the angel of Kunosha is the Tina Shavkisu. I want to tell you something, but I'm concerned that you guys are going to bounce. But I was Lisu, and you go somewhere else. But he ultimately says to them anyway. So, Lola Torah, Rav you only learn Torah on one Rabbi. Eino, Rosh, and Rachel, the you have to learn exactly has Shimon Bracha for your whole life. And what happened? Everyone got up. Also, Kamei the Rava, he went to learn by the other brothers, both the streets. All right, yes, the Rabbi has to be honest. He tells Talmidim, I enjoy the fact you come to my share. Continue coming to my share. Don't stop coming to my share. In between this share, one looks with across the street. The road here has something as well. Sorry, he said to this is only with regard to our Gemara, the Rav, and other. When it comes to Gemara, you have to wonder. What he's saying is when it comes to Gemara, the thought process, you have to be able to understand the different people have different thought processes. Because Baruch gave Ayin part of the Torah so many different ways of seeing the Torah. You can't limit yourself to one person's viewpoint. However, when it comes to the actual text of Gemara, we don't really have that problem already down for us now. When it comes to the text of Gemara, Rav, and other, the one Rebbe, the thousand of the base, will lift the list. You have different actual texts. You have to give yourself top steps of it. Al Mayan, continues. Number of times in Barakani life. Oilam, Shali, Adam, Spinoza, first to divide his years, to lift to a third of his life, the vision of third of his life, and split the Talmud, a third of his learning Gemara. Hold on a second. You are implying the person knows how long he's going to live. It takes little years to find him to three. All that in it, Kamakaye. Has the person after you know how long he's going to live, once he's sick of living younger, Gemara says every person wants after he live to a take 120 you get 40, 80, and then 120. 120 that's the way at 80, 90, 100, you lost that over years and tomorrow. Gemara says, no, there needs to be Yomi. You look at Rashi says the Yomi, Beis Yom and Mikra, Sunday and Monday you learn Shabbat, Beis Yom and Mishnah, so that's Tuesday and Wednesday, and then you have Thursday and Friday tomorrow. When you get to Shabbos, according to Rashi, you can review everything you learned throughout the whole week.
But this is how I know.
However, Tosfos says differently. You look at Tosfos, he's the Kaknira, every single day. Look how particular according to Milton. In davening, every single morning, you have Sukkah Talmud, you have Sukkah of the Talmud, the Mishnah Gisel Makoman, the Mishnah Gisel Makoman, the Christ of the Shkal, you have the Christ of the Shkal, the person of the daven, follows through the sitter, then you learn Mikra, you learn Mishnah, and you learn Gemara. However, he says this is very important. Here we go down. The Talmud, Gemara every single day. What happens? Dayayin is good enough for us. Why? The mission will accomplish just today. In our oven, we learn Sukkah. We have Helen, Islay, we learn Dayayin. We're learning Gemara. Learning the page of Gemara gives you the opportunity to learn Mikra, Mishnah, and Talmud every single day. And that's what Gemara means. Every single day, a person has to learn some kind of Sunday talked about. The pasuk continues. That the appearance of Esau is will give in your time. However, if you can be the Vallejo, the person goes to be Vallejo, the next part of the day, Vallejo will fall. And the branches of the leaves will not wither. Wow, versus the downward Torah all the time, not a bit in the Torah. Then the Alam Alama discussion on both the Rebbe and the Talmud, the Pasuk says, the thing where Hashem in the most the Torah like the sky is like smoke, to be like the shaft that goes upon. Amar the Rabbi Abba, Amar Rabuna, Amar Rav. Bible says it says that there have been many victims of her. No, ultimately, what does refer to in this context says how much Loikia Laura just refers to how much who did not ultimately reach the stage of life where you should be constantly Shilohs. The Torah does nonetheless. The Bible continues and says that the strong ones are those who were killed, that Talmud Laura, which refers to a Talmud that reached the point of Hara, the Eno Mare is not possible. But Kama, when is that? Nen, Nin, the person reaches 4 years old. The Gemara says, hold on a second. In other words, the Gemara says you have to be very careful with this balance. Because if you have a Talmud who's really Kiyah, he's not at the proper age, the proper stage of life to be constantly silent. He's constantly silent nonetheless. Then there's going to be a lot of victims of eroding the society. Similarly, the person is supposed to be constantly, and he does not pass the victims of the fact that he could alter the Torah. I want this section on going to the time. The really biggest notion is, it's funny with hindsight, what has to justify why he's writing this piece. About it because the biggest post in America. Even the posting of the United States of America, it's important if you have some time to read the Hakdama, the introduction to the Seder of Russia. It explains why he feels it's okay for him to talk to Saturday. But again, this is the attitude the person has to have. When an answer silence to recognize that there's a balance. You have to know your place. You have to recognize you might know a lot of information, but recognize your person passing your shadow prematurely and be victims of your erroneous fact. But similarly, you have information to share, and then they'll be victims of your lack of fact. Now, the Gemara Harava, he wasn't 40 years old, passing the child. Why? How do you know that he wasn't 40? Rabbi tells us he died. So the Gemara says, in his time, he was equal to everybody in the community. Therefore, he comes upon him to have the open sack for the greatest. But Leil and believe the branches do not wither. Amar of Acha, Bar Rav, Amar of Ada, even the chatter of the tunnel through the Talmud, you have to spend time understanding it. So never, for it says, and the branches will not wither, but they ultimately going to be successful in everything that they do. So again, nothing that comes out of the mouth, comes suffer, is born with Kalim, and the Talmud says is something is up. Already Shula maybe. Numbers like us the Torah, the Son of the Yim, Shula's Kushivim. The fact that a person will be successful to learn a lot of Torah is written in the Torah, the prophets, and it is repeated the third time in the writings of the Sufis. What does it say? Torah, I think it will only be successful is where does that sleep of life? Where does that come from? The Torah, where's the reading of the Torah? That's it. The Sivya Brisa, those that see the man, Taskilu is called Asher Tasi. Taskilu is to be smart, wants to be successful. All that you do, Shalom, the Redeem, the Sid, Yamash, the Torah should not be removed from now. But Yisa, Yom, you should toil in the day and night. My Tishma, last you call it Tasabal. If you watch, working and fixing it, because ultimately, if you do that, follow this script, then you will see after be successful in all that you do. That Haskell and smart and successful. third time they stood it. We just read this. Give it to us. Delilah, Hayat, Shasel, Al-Mayim, Ashapir, and would be like the two by the streams of water. Ashapir, the fruits will give at the right time. Al-Leo, the evil, the branches will not wither. Paul, Asher, Yasa, Yasbiya. First, we'll do the rest for success. Knockers ready Alexandria tomorrow. Rabbi Rothschild used to make some announcement. Man boy, run up to him with Gabe. Running up and say, yes, I want to live. Amri would say, have lunch, say to him, give us life. Say to them, who is one who loves life? So don't be going tomorrow. You'll merit with like so many rabbis say, don't turn away from that is good. Seven Yom Harazam, person might myself back. Holy, Alien, take up gap. In other words, I'll have long, happy, healthy life. Keep us Torah. The Lomars wants to say no. So many rabbis say no. They're turning away from that, but do good. Torah refers to remember, it says you like a children's recipe. So if you know the person wants to Torah, not good enough, not to be good Torah, the person has to actually learn Torah as well. We're going to get to the Mishnah. The key out of the kippah. When you build the base of Marathon, when you're building a bathhouse, when you get to the kippah, there's a little dome on the top where you put the Torah. What could speak of the ball when you stop? Omer Balazar or Yochanan. And Bada, if he does build it, it's Torah, what is not to get paid for it. Or it's a cheat, of course you get paid for it. The Shafti was the covenant. The Shafti was the covenant. Paid Rabbi Shmuel, it's not actually built in the Zara, this is the same about the Zara. How did you get hung up with that? Versus, until it's actually served. There's no reason why we would get paid. Well, this is the elements of the master. It's actually an actual item. Honey. That we're also right here it's built. So until it is served. Shop, you understand why he's letting it fail. That's why it has to be said. Now the Omar said was covered Masur Biyad. Of course, what it was also right away. Why do you have to say? He talks about the final blow that's necessary to be able to make this Zara. The words of the book called the non-good Zara law. What turns it into a Zara? The Gemara Malacha. When is the Gemara Malacha happen? With the last blow. There's no shovel fruit in that last blow. All the initial blows until then. Sorry, you're allowed to do it. When you come up with the Zara, the last blow. Every time you get a blow, he goes for his left. Therefore, you let benefit from the Alak Kasavar. We see, yes, it's true about self. When you work with somebody else, you get paid for each individual act. It doesn't get paid until the end. That's when each act adds up to get what he deserves. The final blow is worth less than some fruto. That's what he is allowed to get paid. We'll stop here. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
I have my phone. Other people have their phone. But have you seen this level of people around somebody have to just board and expose them? And a relatively speaking, I mean, there's actual celebrities that you don't see. You don't see, as much bad stuff that's been said about Alex Baldwin. There's footage of him looking bad at one of his kids' baseball practices. I'm sure real life Alex Baldwin is probably like an 8 amongst other regular people. You don't see this about even people who we hate. Like Bert Kreischer. As much of a douche as Bert Kreischer is, I don't see Bert's daughters. I don't experience that. One of his daughters' recitals or something. I'm uploading footage or daughters. Bert's really a piece of crap in real life.
and Eretz Yisrael in America to speak the arrival of the Shia on May. We also thank Daniel and Bachel Kava for sponsoring all the shiur of the month in commemoration of the second yahrzeit of Bachel's father, which was to the Aryeh of Philadelphia, which was on the 7th of Tammuz. He was a child survivor of Auschwitz and over 100 descendants. Roshar should have an aliyah of the Gan Eden, and the family should have the bathhouse all of the grandchildren. We're going to pick up on the bottom of the text with the words Amar Shmuel Bar Nachmani, Amar Rabbi Yonasan. Bar Nachmani says, Rabbi Yonasan, they added on the side. What do we mean by what it says? Again, analyzing it in Hillim, which is lucky, fortunate who is and does not go with things that refer to the top of the test column. Zal Hamavinu is Ravinu. Why shall I halach by Anshe Dara? He did not follow the path of the ways of the Dara. There were people who built this massive take the tower, which they were going to use to wage war against the Spartans. Why should I show you how the people never for some public lived in one year within the city? And he did not get involved in such a group, therefore that refers to a religion. He did not follow the path of those who commit Averas, again, the text refers to a religion. He did not live and did not spend his time with the people of Sodom. Why? Because they were people who lived their lives in sin and stayed away from them. Remember, we have noticed where it says, the people of Sodom, bad people, and they constantly sin before God. It continues to say that Israel, and then it says, what awaits him, among those who are against the clowns, constantly.
That tarantula took my soul.
So Yosef, I yelled settle down.
So loud at something. When I went down to pick up Russell's shoes, that thing was like this, the size of my hand, like curled the size of my hand, and I freaked out. I don't know to burn the house down, or just get over it. Still don't know what to do.
Later on, and Isha was somebody who lived quite an experienced life, and then he was and ultimately he lived a life which was unique to him. Again, his life was captured by affliction, and after they blinded him, they brought him out, so he entertained them with all types of jokes. You see this, the first two people who are supposed to jokes. Interestingly, Rashi tells us that Avraham did live among the first. In other words, among the people, so he did not live. Look at that, because the prophet says, you should guard Beinayim, the Sid Bayag, Gar Avram, the Eretz Question Avram, he dwells in the land of the question. I saw in the map exactly part. He says it's a very big difference between Avram being Gar in the land of the question and being Vacation. It's interesting. It says Vacation Yaakov, the Eretz Ure of it. I'm trying to point out that there are two different types of life. Rashi himself says that Bikish Yaakov Leishay B'Shalva. He wanted to live a life of Leishay. He wanted to be Leishay. He wanted to settle. So the term by Yeshev refers to a person who settles down, joins into the community, becomes a member of that Kehillah. By Yagar is not called a temporary Yagar. The person happens to be there. He lived among the Philistines. However, he did not kind of integrate into that community. Why? Because he saw as soon as he started noticing these people were making jokes. Now again, it was the Rishon point out that the Litzane Hadar had all types of rumors to say about about Yaakov Avinu, about his children, and what's the same. Ultimately, the bottom line is when Rashi refers to the Samei Hadar, the time of Avraham Avinu, that's what he's talking about. He talks about the Plishtim were the son of all the way back from the beginning, and Avraham Avinu recognized that you could sometimes live in neighborhood, you could stay away from the whole city, but yet you stay away from people who are not good. That's what Avraham Avinu, yes, he did live among the Plishtim, but he was really shut up. He did not settle down as a member of that community because he realized that generally speaking, the jokes that are important. Plus, the Gemara continues by darshaning several more psukim which discuss the portion like Ashrei Ish. Yirei, as I said, this is not the very first pasuk in Tehillim. This is also a pasuk in Tehillim, but this is much later on. This is Ashrei Ish. Yirei es Hashem, Ashrei Ish, Oloi Ashrei. You certainly want to hold on. Why is this specifically relevant to a man, not to a woman? Why say Ashrei Ish? Now, why did we ask this earlier? The reason we asked this said Ashrei Ha-Ish. Ashrei Ha-Ish refers to this person as opposed to somebody else. In other words, what it's telling us is that there are certain types of people who are fortunate. That's not gender specific, but Ashrei Ish sounds much more specific. Therefore, I ask, why did you say Ashrei Ish today? Ashrei Isha?
It's a completely different.
Rambam said, Ashrei Isha is a truth of Kishu. In this case, Ish does not refer to a man as opposed to a woman. Rather, it refers to a young person. So what it means is, the fortunate person who does pursue and repents from his mistakes when he's younger, why? Because the person is younger. There's a lot more strength, a lot more ability to be able to reevaluate the different life. Once the person gets older, it gets much harder to change. Yeshua Levi says, Ashrei Ish Misgaver Yitzchak Ish. Again, doesn't necessarily mean a man, but the term Ish means like a strong person. In other words, kind of like man up and do it what's right. That's what the pasuk is saying. Ashrei Ish Misgaver. To say that, but ultimately, the bottom line is, pasuk was using the term Ish to describe the requires for him to be strong and to fight up his evil heart. Ashrei Ish Misgaver Yitzchak Ish. The mitzvot of Chafetz Chaim. Pasuk continues on and says, mitzvot of Chafetz Chaim. He has wants and he has a strong desire. The mitzvah Amar, Rabbi Rothschild. The mitzvot of the Lord is why is motivated by? He's motivated by the mitzvot. He's not motivated by the pride, by the reward. How do God is the Mishnah? Who are the Omer? He says, not be like the servant, but he serves his Baruch, who serves his master, because he's expecting wages. Ella, and you have other Sarab, so flow on the Nasa Kalafas. Be like the servant who serves his master, even if you're not going to be rewarded. It's very interesting just to see this. Look at the specific terminology in the Gemara. It says, Elahayut Avadim is allowed to be like Shalo Almanah Kalafras. Shalo Almanah vision that you will get word for it. Look at Rashi. The way that he writes it is Almanah Shalo Kalafras. There's a nuanced difference between he serves their master, Shalo Amanas Kalafras means even though he's not expecting a reward. But the way Rashi says it is, Almanas unconditional Shalo Kalafras. He won't get a reward. That means it sounds like he doesn't want a reward. But then when we read Rashi, that's how he says. He says, you should do it with his heart. So star always I do as Dore the words actually written tomorrow, which is first it says even they don't get reward. In other words, have to get a reward. But I'm going to show you even if it doesn't get a reward. Now, Tosfos actually says Tosfos says, Almanas here's the Torah. Don't see a person who serves the Kodesh only for the reward. And if you don't get a lesson, in other words, he can go ahead and regret doing the mitzvah, he doesn't get what he's Ocean Avon says clearly. In Eino Noah, the person wants to get a reward, he does a particular mitzvah because he wants to get the reward. But he's not going to regret the mitzvah. Avon Eino Noah, Dami Lahada Damino Karakami Kovasra, Karakami Satan, Rosh Hashanah, Tanya, another person is not going to regret it. Similar to the Tanya Sela Zela Tzedakah, person is donating a particular amount of money for tzedakah, should get the need on condition that his son, Zera Rua Shalema, Arei Sabbath,
It's hot. It's
summer. Clearly, the Gemara says the person gives money to tzedakah. Why do you give money to tzedakah? He articulates, I'm giving this money to tzedakah because I want someone to have a Rua Shalema. So what is that? That's the person. Alvin Nas the cattle price. He wants to reward from it. Says Tosfos, it's a type of Gomor. Why is it a type of Gomor? The answer is, even if the child is not going to have a real fatal, it's not going to be money. In other words, he still likes the fact, proud of the fact, he's happy with the fact that he did this mitzvah. But again, he wants to do the reward. So Tosfos tells us that there's nothing wrong with wanting a reward. The problem is the person wants the reward, and he doesn't get it. He says, forget it. I shouldn't do that. That's what it is.
I've had tarantula.
So there's this nuance difference in the actual terminology. His opinion that a person can do a mitzvah with the hope of receiving a reward, as long as the person is not going to regret doing that mitzvah doesn't get it. I will point out that there are those who say the raya that Tosfos brings is not a great raya because he's talking about tzedakah. Tzedakah is a little bit different. Tzedakah, as Baruch says, who you know, that was a in other words, tzedakah is one of those things because Baruch says, give it a guarantee it will be your raya. And if it's not a perfect raya, nevertheless, both Rashi and Tosfos are the opinion there's nothing wrong with wanting the reward as long as the person doesn't regret doing the mitzvah.
He's cute.
The Torah continues. It says, the Torah sometimes a person desires the Torah, a person cannot learn Torah unless it's a place in the Torah that the person enjoys. It's a very important rule at the same time that there's so many areas of Torah. Some people like to learn halacha, some people like to learn like Adata. Some people like to learn Chumash, some people like to learn this Masechta, another Masechta. Person always learn Torah. Learning, Shenemar, Torah is his desire. Something he likes. Again, that's the reason for Torah versus find himself learning something from the garden. Levi, the Rebbe was sitting in front of their Rebbe. The Kapasik Sifra, they were learning Chumash, and Solid Sifra. They finished learning that particular Sifra that they were learning. So again, Rashi says, Parshiot Shel Mikra, they were learning nothing. In other words, they finished a particular sefer, and after they finished that sefer, Levi said, you know what, now that we finished the sefer, let's see one Mishnah. Let's learn Mishnah. Proverbs, right? Let's learn Mishnah. Shimon Rebbe said, let's see one Let's learn the same thing together. We got to the of an argument what they should learn that. So they learned Hillel first, or should they learn Mishlei first? Ultimately, Levi, the Kafki, Levi, the Isaac. Levi overpowered him, so they learned Hillel. That's what we're doing right now. We're not learning it. Why did not become so explained? Over into that. Hillel comes first, and there's another reason that Chachmas, able to overpower him and say that we will lose them. The other explanation is the Chachmasa, but ultimately, of course, the Palatrat, the Hill should come first. He brought him to Hill. Now, they sat there in front of the Rabbi Rothschild and Kimatu Hacha. In other words, he overpowered him. He's not going to get after Ish. But after Ish, the whole Hala. He gave the Torah to Shem Kapso. That's what they got up to. So they learned this out of Gemara. And what happened? Parish Rebbe, Omar, the person always learn Torah, place that they desire. Right then, Omar Levi slashed his hand on the table and said, Rebbe, Asafta Lanu Rishon, Lavo, you've given us permission to stand up and walk out of the seer. I did not want to learn from him this morning. I wanted to learn Mishlei, and therefore I'm going to the next room in the building. I'm going to enjoy the Mishlei seer. Have a nice day. Omar Abadivi, Bartama, Kolosei Torah, and then he learns Torah to his Baku. Also, what Hashem is going to do his desire. Therefore, it says, keep the Torah, Hashem's Torah, so Hashem will fulfill his desire. Amar Rava, Olam Yilad Olam Torah Makom Shliva Chafetz. This is something interesting. Up until now, we said, Li Makom Shliva Chafetz. So what does that refer to? A place in the Torah. Always learn from a place in the Torah that you have a desire. Here's the Makom. It says the Marsha, being from the Rebbe, that a person enjoys learning from. A person has to choose to connect to a Rebbe that is able to learn from, a Rebbe that is able to understand. All Rebbeim are great. Every Rebbe in every Talmud is a good shidduch. Sometimes the person has to find the proper Rebbe that they can connect to. Therefore, the Olam Yilad Adam, being Makom Shliva Chafetz, the person is to learn from a place. If the desire is not for a certain pasuk, the end of Torah is not that. So again, in the same pasuk, the person should find a place to learn where they're comfortable and able to connect with the Rebbe. Initially, who is the Torah belongs to a Kadosh Baruch Hu? So, the Torah will be that person's own. It never says in the pasuk, the Torah Hashem. Initially, it's referred to as Torah Hashem. The Achar Kach, it says in the Torah, so in his own Torah, Yaga Yom V'Layla, he will toil in it day and night. So, switches from being Kadosh Baruch Hu Torah to being a person's own personal gift. So Amar Rava, a person should first learn Torah, afterwards he's toil it. The Nemar for testing Pasuk the Torah Hashem, other with the Rosh Yeg. First the Torah Hashem, afterwards the Rosh Yeg. You just understand what this means. Certain people sit down, they will right away come up with all kinds of answers, not the way to learn. The first we do is you have to learn information. Gather, understand what it's telling you. Learn the Mishnah. Understand what the Mishnah is telling you. Perhaps learn the Gemara. After you've learned, go back and ask your questions. Because you know what, if you ask so many questions so early, you'll find that you're ignoring the fact that the answer might just be in the next line. My father, I remember learning with him as a young kid, he used to always tell me, he would say, you have to get a great type of the sugya or start understanding a wide view of what's going on. First, learn it. Learn the Mishnah, learn the Gemara, learn a few pages. If you still have questions at that point in time, ask those questions. If you ask 100 questions, just to start writing, start learning it, you might just spend all your time not doing it. A lot of times, you might find that the answer to your question is really on the next page. So first learn, gather information, and then ultimately you start to that will be the best recipe for success. We're going to see it's tough to consideration. Why is tomorrow later on? We do this. Let's see what's over here. First pass a lot of information, and then basically go ahead and toil it. My Rabbi, he's the one to tell us. So, that when a person learns, you have to be able to really know what the secret is talking about. There are some people who they like to do like to learn Pilpul. Well, it's beautiful. Learning Pilpul, learning Ian is necessary. You have to be allowed to understand exactly what's going on. But you have to always remember the basics. When you finish a sukkah, you just do an hour long Kabbalah. The person has to do what one of the teachers is for us. And you forgot that. You don't have all the basics of that. Your Kabbalah, your so it's very nice, beautiful. Basically. I say, first, what does the Torah? First, what does the Torah say? What does it say here? What are the words? I remember when I was in 9th grade, the Rebbe used to say, 11th grade, first get the and then get the why. It's important to know the why, then your why is not relevant. So again, I'm saying, all the other Torah, after Kafka, that word is toil. It says, the Torah, the other Torah, hold on, you don't forget. So many people are going to say, what's the point of knowing this year? I'm going to forget it anyway. What does Rabbi say? Do it. Learn anyway. He says, another even more different. Some people say, I have no idea what's going on. What's the point of coming? It says, Rabbi, first of all, vigorous, you might forget it. Go to my drummer, he's talking about. Remember, it says, Garth now treat the salva. Garth is kind of breaks himself desire. Garth rush the salva. Garth rush the flame. Garth comes to the Geras. We're talking to break into small pieces. Garth is in other words, you have grain. The best possible use of grain, grind it into a flour, and you can make bread. Some people don't have the ability to grind it into a flour. What do? You break it into pieces and turn it into a bowl of porridge. I don't know, turn it into a granola bar. So it might not be a soft, smooth flour that you can make into a bread. Even if you can't get this beautiful product of understanding Torah all the steps, still go ahead. Break it. Go as far as you can explain. The person not stopping the person has never said, you know what, I'm just kind of reading the future tomorrow, I know what we're talking about. There are processes when you have to go through it, try to get yourself to understand. But ultimately, if you start, even if you don't understand it, that's going to get to the place of understanding it. You never start, understand it, then you'll never start. 2 hours 50 minutes, that's not bad. Rabbi Rothschild says, I'll doubt it. The Pasuk says, Shalcha narrow cell, take off the Torah. Referring to the Torah, so the person is going to sit out down on wing. The wing is kind of flapping, kind of very comfortable chair, kind of going from one place to the next. If you sit on two things, sit on a chair, so the person learns Torah. Is he on wing, which is ultimately going from one place to the next? Or he's sitting on a keychain on a chair which is much more stable. Those who are such a kila, when a person first starts learning, it's agape. It's much more unstable. It's much more hard to be stable in learning. It's difficult. You feel very unstable. So the keychain, ultimately, at the end, will be a much more stable ground on a chair. Sit. Then, it says Barosh Barosh. Initially, the Torah seems like this Barosh Barosh is up in the sky. Sid, Alidara. Another place says the Torah is right here on your path. So what is it? You have to, or is it on the path?
symmetrical basis.
What's the more answer? Tefillah initially can feel like the rest of the Rabbin. The Torah is up in the sky. But so, when the person starts, as a learning, he gets to the end, Alidara, and to give it that. So, what does it teach us? It teaches us everything to feel very far away. Once you start down, it's easy to see what's closer. You just thought, start learning to find out that it's right here. Our government numbers right here. Who will ask the following theorem? It says in the Pasuk, say 90 borays, drink water from your cistern, from a pit. Within those, we talk about Iraq. One place it describes the Torah as being kind of like gathered together in a pit. Now what happens if there's water in a pit? No, you drink it. Eventually it's going to get used up. Another describes the Torah as holy from a well. The well doesn't get used up. So which one is it? This Torah is something which ultimately gets used up. You draw from it, or is it? It's where the Kila, initially it sounds, it feels like you're drinking from your bar. You can resources. You can use it all. So, learning, ultimately, it goes to happen as opposed to the rapper versus drawing ever down of water again. Those examples. The point is to recognize it. Now the Torah.
I'm going to make a kid with him. He can only take so much as a man.
Well, I had experience like this. My first wife was very beautiful, of course.
What is the possibility that says,
in this
person who has honed a lot of wealth, Hevel from nothing, ultimately come up. Again, interesting question. Only Hevel, only this is the question, and I think it's Mishnah, right? Yes, Mishnah. Person will have only Hevel, not person of a lot of nothing, end up with nothing. But only for God, gathers slowly, then God will have a lot. In other words, simply spoken, person a lot at once will have a little. Person grabs a little bit will have large weight. And also, other Kabilos, the person is going to just bundle together tons and tons of Torah. It's going to have to have it. Why? Because you overload a certain information, you're not going to retain it. When COVID tells a little bit, slowly, you're about until you have a lot. I'm a Rabbi says, Yadi Rabbana Belsa. How do you know about this? You know quick. The desire for learning Torah is so strong, you just want to consume as much of it as possible. But not for it's about I know I visit I also follow this advice. I learn slowly, I conclude what I learned, So again, this is what I mentioned before. We have to keep this balance. Earlier we learned that before a person starts dwelling in a person amass a lot of knowledge. The Gemara warned us, though, to say that don't do too much too quick. That's why Baruch Hashem, we have a Chazara before Daf Yomi. You just learn Daf Yomi, every day is a new daf. And you can just go more and more trying to retain it. So you learn it one day, spend reviewing it, come back the next morning and review it before the year starts. Like this is something that you're able to retain and ends up staying with you. Amar Rav Shizbi, Mishmei Delos Chazariah. Might have said, what is possible when it says, Lo Yachro Lemia Seder. Yachro literally means to roast or to cook, to burn. A Remia is a swindler, but again, he's a swindler because he's trapping animals. He's not going to ultimately roast his prey. Lo Yichya, Lo Ya'aref Yamin. Zayit Haram. In other words, what it means to say is if a person works too quick, he's not going to be able to gather what he has. That's bringing up this point. The Rashi points out that the word lo yachro, it puts together kind of like the compound of the word lo yachya. You see the first word lo yachya is the yachas, and the second word lo ya'aref
With your best
It's
shot.
got to quit. Yifka and Yalek together, so the Yaakov means ultimately will not be able to roast and play. What happens is
This is
can't
Texas
do
Brian.
quick.
Brian
Jason said the same thing, he said it differently. He said,
Wait,
Zayim Rabbi Yaakov.
I said I'm about to buzz your
When he read it was, it sounds like Zayim Rabbi.
Oh, well, we're at the
He also
backyard.
used the road. In other words, he explained just as Jimmy, Amar, Jimmy explained what his both plans was, Muscle of the Sun. This is a parable for Rabbi. So in this fabric, if you catch one and then you break its wings, you look at its wings, you know what happens is, well, this guy knows. He catches one, he clicks the wings, now it stays here. And he catches another one, clicks the wings, and it stays here. However, do that, wow, he was catch one bird, you put it on the floor, and guess what happens? As you catch the second one, the first one flies away. So the same thing between the Torah. Person just learns so much, so quick, digesting it, it's not going to stay with him. Similar to a person who's trapped. So, the Muslim is dangerous. Why are you just so apologize? We like on streams of water. Eight shots like a tree that split uprooted itself to the next, located to another much tree that planted, which means for a low Torah only has one judgment. Noah, sitting roughly Noah. Not considered rough. Why? You have to have some element of diversity in your debate. Regular life, you have to be into the debate. Every judge has something else that you're able to get to accomplish. You can't get everything from only one revenue. That's a definition of inspiration. The Torah, attend one year in the morning, hear another year in the afternoon, and basically that certain rebellion have to be full Torah from so many different sources. So it's very important to multiple different rebellion. Of course, we just need to say with Harab, you have a rough, that person becomes Harab, or you don't know rough, consistently be able to develop the common right. When it comes to learning Torah, first must be able to learn Torah from Darian, every single Rebbe is something else. You have to walk in a person cannot limit themselves to only one Rebbe. I'm going to look this though, Rabbana. Mr. told, he's coming the Enoch, the angel of Milsa, I want to tell you something, but I'm concerned that if I tell it to you, you guys are getting out. But I'm pleased to go somewhere else. But the ultimate says to many of us, so Roman Torah, Bethod, only learn Torah. And what? You're not going to have a for your whole life. But what happened? Everyone got up, but also I made the Rava, went to learn other Rava across the street to Rava. All right, so Rabbi has to be honest and tell I enjoy the fact you come to my share. Continue coming to my share. Don't stop coming to my share. But in between this share and the next one, go to my across the street. The Rava share. He said that this is only in regard to Svar. I will tomorrow the Rava has what he's saying is when it comes to purchasing tomorrow, you have to be able to understand that different people have processes because tomorrow I am part of so many different ways of seeing it. So you can't limit yourself to one person's viewpoint. However, when it comes to the actual text of tomorrow, you usually have that problem already down for us now. When it comes to the text of tomorrow, the Rabbi has an other, the one Rebbe, James, so look at this we have, where you have different actual texts. You have to get your story from one Rebbe. I'll call you mine, supposed to continue. Number of times to bar having life. Oila, the college other Spinoza versus the divine is here. And a third of the time is learning tomorrow. Mark, hold on a second. You are required to how long it's going to live. They take 5 weeks to 3. You all got fish. Count up. Has the person actually know how long he's going to live? Or is speaking of being the real name, the street first speaker. In other words, Gemara says, every person who wants to believe they will destroy this life. You take 100 you get 40, and that's all time. He's going to find that if he passes away at 80, and he's 100.
So close with the
True.
jam.
You lost all those years in tomorrow.
By the way, one coyote takes
Or it
everything out.
says, no, that means the young.
Here's with no
Big jumping, Sunday and Monday, you know, stomach. Big jumping, so that's Tuesday and Wednesday, Lord, and then you have Thursday and Friday, you learn tomorrow, and get Sabbath, according to Rashi, you learn throughout the whole week. However, he says the cotton, you don't go every single day. Will not take to according to Sunday in davening every single morning. We have Sukkah at Talmud, Sukkah of the Talmud, Ishnas a Zel Makomon, and the Shais of the Zel Makomon, the price could be small, but the prices of the Gemara would be small. The person who's davening follows through the sitter, then you know, Mikra, you know, Mishnah, and he learns Gemara. However, he says it's very important. Elevated down. Every single day. We come to that only every single day. What happens? Vayeru is good enough for us. Why? To follow the Mikra, the Mishnah, the Talmud. Just today, in our oven, we learned Sukkah. We have Helen, in Mishlei, we learned Shayim. We're learning Gemara. Just learning the page of Gemara to be able to learn Mikra, Mishnah, and Talmud every single day. And that's for me every single day. A person learns some Talmud, some Mishnah, some Gemara. The Gemara continues that Shapir his fruits will give in their Samaraba. His theories can be put into Galileo. The first book to be called he can learn Torah every single day. Galileo completes benefit. Galileo is called and the branches, the leaves, we're not with it. Wow, now we're Torah all the time, like the bit from the Torah. Then our Lome, the Alam and Lame on both the Rebbe and the Talmud, the Pasuk says, "Locain Rasham in Kamos Hashem the time of rock." This Torah is not going to ultimately be like notes. Rabbi Abba, Amar Rabuna, Amar Rabbi says, what Chassidut says that there have been many victims of her in the for Arizona, ultimately what the protect the Talmud shall heal her Talmud did not ultimately reach the stage of Shiloh, but more nonetheless. The passage continues and says that soon as the strong ones are those who were killed. The Talmud should yield over to a Talmud to reach the point of Hora. The Eino Mara is not hot. But Talmud, when it's not hot, can't sin, the person reaches 4 years old. Be very careful with this balance. Because if he's low Hora, he's not at the proper age, the proper stage of life to be passing inside. The child nonetheless. Then there are going to be a lot of victims of this erroneous society. Similarly, the person is supposed to be passing and he does not pass him, he'll be victim to the fact that he didn't offer a Torah. I want to spend some time going to the biggest Moshe. Moshe is in hindsight. Moshe has to justify why he's writing his Jews. We know Ramon has the biggest posting in the United States in America. The posting of the United States in America, it's yes of time to read the Haftarah, the introduction to Sefer Ikros Moshe. He explains why it feels okay for him to pass in silence. But again, this is the attitude a person has to have when a person has to silence to recognize there's a balance. You have to know your place. You have to recognize you might know a lot of information. There's going to be a person who passes
Chinese and Russia and in China, you're forgetting
Similarly, if you have
who
information
busted
to
their
share,
ass to get you to where you're at. You didn't do it alone, amigo.
your lack of
You did it from these
Now, of course,
journalists
Ravo,
like Luke
he was
Thomas,
40
Mike
years old, that's
Garrett,
why,
that
and
busted
I
their ass
didn't
and got into
report,
fucking
but
major
tell us he died.
corporations and started shouting from the rooftops, hey, look at us. These are athletes. This isn't cockfighting. And you're forgetting, well, you left all of them in the fucking
Well,
valley
later,
right now.
and the league, the branches were not
They
with I'm
can't make 5 fucking uniforms. And we get this. And this is where there's a breaking down fights.
the chatter of the comments.
This would be like the fucking MLB
Then
announcing
after
the draft on Nickelodeon. There's
and the
no
branches
difference.
with her, partially
And
after
after
ultimately
yes, we
successful.
like it. It's an everything James
Again,
Cooley
that
has to
brings
be
that
cool.
comes out of the now, Tom Truckles.
It's so short-sighted, it's fucking over the sport. And I'm here for it, but you can go. Understand what their views, but you cannot forget
The person will be successful.
those guys did not. Those guys did it life fucking along the
the third
last.
time in
As
the right
journalists, they can be in anything, any category.
was say for the host of the
They
Torah,
could be in fucking
the
basketball,
cost of the bucket.
could be
The ultimate be
politics,
successful
you know,
in
this shit.
business.
You're talking after the legit journalists, they
Where's
can do
that
all these
cost
other
of the Torah?
sports.
The
They
Torah.
choose the
Mark
UFC,
City of Rissa, those that she's
and you're
yourself,
completely
the
forgetting
man
about
is called Asher Khan. That's going to be smart, to be
because they might ask you
successful.
a question you don't like,
It's called
so you ban them from the fucking press
So
conferences.
Walmart,
Are you out of your goddamn
the
mind?
Torah says,
Are you fucking
should not be removed from the mouth. And Easter of Yom Balayla, which is clearly the day and night.
The
My
smartest
fish
minds
will
in the
not
sport
call custom
can't go
balls.
to
If you
these
want,
fucking
you're
events.
interested in it. The odds, that's
What
the
the fuck are we doing?
ultimately, if you do that, follow the script,
Again,
anything
but
will
you
stay
can
up
have
to
both.
successful in order
Have
to do
them
it.
at the
But
press
it has
conferences
to
going to hold
and
your feet to the fire.
when
They're
you're
not looking
smart,
for gotcha
because
moments.
that's
They're
the
actually
between the first
asking
and the
well
third,
thought out questions that a lot of us who are in the sport want to know.
and this, in the stars, and that's
Or
what
you can just continue to do this. You keep shoving fucking slap like goddamn throats. You can do that.
by the students of water, I start
Or you can
material
cruise control
heat though.
and forget about the UFC, what you are.
At the right time,
And then go pro
branches
Canelo
will not
Crawford
call a
You can do that.
Yatsuya.
and just fuck us. Yeah, that's what he's doing. You can do that. Play the shitty fucking clip. I have nothing against the netbooks. My issue is you can do the netbooks. You can also do actual journalism that did a whole lot of people to fire. Again, all those guys I mentioned, they're not taking gotcha moments.
Front of the also, everyone will go run up there
They
and
know the
cafe.
sport better
Running
than
up and say,
anyone
yes, I
on
want
your
to do.
staff,
Henry would say,
any of
I'm
these YouTubers, any of these
Give us
influencers.
like
They actually
to them.
are going to ask
Leo
you
is
questions.
the tells us
Those are
who
professionals
is one.
that
So
love
Mike
it, actually want to know that we don't get. So you get these weird conspiracies. That's what's going on. Ask
merit
them fucking
was like
questions.
Shlomi Rabbi said, no, turn away from that. It's good. Shelby,
Play the
also
shitty
might say,
cupcake
I did not see what's in her, and therefore,
All right.
trust me, Dr. Mirma, you held myself back from speaking poorly. Alien, my cigar machine. Now, we're going to take a long gap. In other words, I'll have one happy, healthy life.
I mean,
Russian Nora.
Salim is a tornado.
So they round up and go. They come away from bad, but do good. And Toto, Torah, Torah, remember, tell the person that's Torah, not good enough to not see what's else, and that's actually to learn Torah as well. You're going to get to the keep up. Mr. Torah, when you go to the base of Alpha, when you go to the bathhouse, when you get to the keeper, it's like a little dome on the top of the thing with the Torah. Stop the ones that are different. And Fana, because Torah look is trying to get paid for it. Teach of course you get paid for it. The shop is the shop is covenant. The shop is the covenant. Pay them the small, pay them the small. And the sort of, it's not actually going to go. You let it get out of that versus the budget itself is actually served. There's no reason why you wouldn't get paid. And the hearing of the mystical element becomes natural. It's actually building the actual item. Honey, you know, otherwise you don't play so to really act. That would only be relevant if you struggle to right away. Bill,
make content. We have to come up with
So,
conspiracies.
Shabbos,
What we
let's
think is
go
going to
with
happen.
Sir,
There's no
Shabbos,
easy
you
answer.
understand why it's not get paid.
What the fuck else
That's
could
what has to be said.
Hey, we're just
Yeah,
cut and dry.
put
You're
us
a
in the
legit
house right
journalist.
away. But why should
We have no
the
fucking
Rabbi,
clue. And then we have a fighter that tells a journalist who's next before they announce it.
Deal takes Zara.
That's the one.
The Malka Garam law. What turns into the Zara is the Malacha. The Eva side of Malacha. When the Malacha happened, the Nakashaka was the last blow. After the rest of the there's no last blow. In other words, all the initial blows until then, Zarya, you're allowed to do it. When you come up with Zara, the last blow, you might every time to the blow, these blows were less than the and therefore you're allowed to benefit from the Alma Kasabar. We see, yes, you're do about so. You see that a person, when he works for somebody else, he gets paid for each individual act. He doesn't get paid until the end. Ultimately, each act adds up to get him what he deserves. The final blow is worth less than himself. So, that's why he is allowed to get paid a wonderful rest of
So you got this idiot going there, and he's so stupid he can't even press much. What a dummy. By the way, he tried uploading this as a video on his extra thick, and nobody watched it. Because nobody cares about Shaw's opinion on MMA. He's literally wrong about everything. Like, I know a little bit about MMA.
Why go ahead and learn Torah? Or no, there's other Kashr's not Hashem. So he said, because this is what's not commanded. What he had Gosh
Like, I'm convinced when it comes to
from the straight on.
Shaw.
So
Whatever he said, the
was
opposite.
burnt alive. Now,
Whenever he comes sitting there with his blonde hair,
by the sword, so please shoot the bushels of empties border, child, by the rock. So what happens? What's the opposite? So I'm not trying to understand why would each of them get I love this thing, but if anyone tries to bars to die by fire, so you hope that as a ship also, so it's a capital pressing down. Because he went ahead and literally actually the left. Go back to Zion.
really doesn't matter because you think
The last match, I love this thing. Rabbi Daniel, the whole yeah. That's a shit up. Very one which I post those. Also, all fashion fuckers. There's the portal of the response that I wanted to say. One is the family,
he's going to be doing another thing with Jesse on fire coming up.
I mean, the tribe show, and that's so far to the letters of that name. The hate you how did it happen? Was it $1,000? But how now said, but how did it work? How was it? Why? The 42 veterans, up to 42 veterans of the club. And there's English Shing level here, bro. How this is which is not going to put the world to come. However, in Torah de Hashanah, he says that he's no portion of Torah. He's Torah is not going to or there is no biblical source. The resurrection of the dead, in other words, he's going to answer. Yes, I think so. I will show over. I'm going to hold the essence of those. Ultimately, one who goes in and articulates the horrible. So how do they try to do this? It's also was Islamic. The most the purpose of ultimate teaching. In other words, he didn't do this ultimately again to just simply articulate or enunciate the name, but rather he did it in order to teach the secret of the name to others. So actually, that thing is actually put that side up. Although, on a technical level,
their stuff every once and again just because they've got like, baseball is pretty strict and right. They express written consent in Major League Baseball. So they're like real sticklers about suing anyone that uses anything. That's why I'm surprised John Boy and these companies are getting all that stuff. But anyways, so they'll find anything that's baseball adjacent that isn't like Major League Baseball. So like the movie Major League or Sandlot or King Griffin, the players, like that. They sent me a bunch of stuff because I always wear the left field group stuff. Yeah, it's really cool. They sent all the stuff here from like your boys. I love it. Yeah. Dude, baseball. Is it? Did more fun or I'm not so baseball. They have the most MLB players on the program we were in was a good starter program with some lucky players. But we moved to it just so happened 8 minutes across the street is the number 2 team in the nation. Yeah. And we get there, what the fuck is this? And then I got right away, but there's a level. Oh man, I was like, holy, you got tossed from a game. It was on the internet. The game's over. Because I defended you in the country. Did you see it? You didn't see it? Commenting on my stuff. Jeff, I got time, baby. I don't know, bro. I don't give a shit. So what's you get tossed. I had to defend you from a position. You're my boy. But secondly, to baseball. Was a manager or a coach in baseball, college baseball. I would say any level of baseball. Some would argue there's different rules for Little League. Like if your player gets done wrong by the umpire, whether it's a ball, that's all baseball is. Strike, ball, out, safe. That's all it is. So if any of those happen to your guy, you got to go defend your guy. Because you don't want the player to get ejected, or you don't want him to get mouthy, get suspended, or get fined. You got to go out and do it. So sometimes managers go, I got to get tossed for this. And they'll know before they even go out there. I'm like, yeah, I got to go get something for the team. I got to get tossed. So I'll go make a meal of it. Sometimes they'll even side talk with the umpire. You got to throw away, right? Like they'll. Yeah, there's all these rules. So anyways, you even do anything that egregious. I'll let Jeremiah know what he said. Yeah. And he's like, you're actually even walk like you got. You were like 10 feet from it. That's his thing. Like, even though the times that we're so smart. Yeah, I got some issue with everybody. That didn't make sense. I was like, the distance. When he tossed you, you were respectful and left. I was like, you didn't make it. You just go out there and start chirping. I was so embarrassed. I was so embarrassed because I'm like, oh my god. I was very big strange. I was embarrassed. I was like, I don't know if this would be about me getting tossed, like this man never winning, but still. You know, so like, I don't know if you grew up in baseball programs, but like, the dads were insane. We had one guy named Luke Hetherington, shout out to him. He could have been the greatest fucking player that's ever lived. He could have like walked on at like high school age for the Mariners. And the reason it didn't work is because Luke lived like a rock star too soon. Yeah, you know, like he had like a photo album of all the girls' tits, like time, like developed. Yeah, like literally like in high school. And he was just this legend of a guy. He literally, that's him, Luke Hetherington. He was so stinking good. He was like a legend in our high school. I literally, in high school, I took an autograph of baseball for me. Like, he's gonna be worth some money. Let me tell us he was. There was nobody larger than this kid. Looks like he still wins some places. He was a beast, dude. And one of the most naturally talented. No, I don't know. He probably got drafted or whatever, but I don't think he played in the whatever. Maybe minor leagues. He got drafted in like even in college, about the top 100 players don't make it back. Now, if you hear this dad would literally like crash out about like all the balls and strikes. It was like a daily thing that his dad would get like tossed from the game, and I liked it. I was like, I wish my dad even was at this game. You know, I didn't hear it. Yeah, so the fact that from the umpire. And like, and you were really respectful about it, and it was a bad call, I'm guessing, right? Like they were really terrible call, yeah, terrible. So I thought that was strange. It was wild. Yeah, I don't know. So Texas is it more serious now? No, there's teams, like the major teams in California, are super. I just was at part of the league we were in, was a double A team. These the same age, like there's 7-year-old people. So it just depends what program is. Again, it just so happens where I moved, 8 minutes away, it just happens to be this month.
What's up, Zoo?
Like, he's huge. He's bigger than that.
Rabbi,
Yes, Zoo.
what's holy water?
Holy water?
Yeah,
That's a Christian thing. Yeah, I'm the wrong person to ask.
Well, isn't holy water just God's piss and pissing on children?
I mean, again, that's a Christian thing, and probably most Christians would consider that to be rude.
That'd be rude.
I think most Christian people would probably consider it that, or offensive.
Oh, so R. Kelly wasn't baptizing children.
Dog, why is all your shit on like
I'm joking.
disgusting shit? Do you know your one funny joke you're gonna use?
Yeah.
What is it?
Nah. Look. So I think Dave Chappelle is the funniest comedian. I watched Dave Chappelle. Now, more recently, gotten a little bit more controversial because all the trans jokes he's been telling, but like those trans jokes are funny. You can't tell me that they're not.
Okay, what are you talking about? Yeah.
What's your favorite Dave Chappelle?
It's an excellent question. When he's there, well, Chappelle show or his stand-up? Okay. From his special, Washington D.C. and growing up in Washington D.C. and he wants to go back and see what the old hood looked like, and he's in a limo, and he sees a baby on baby. What are you doing? And they're selling drugs. What does it look like I'm doing? And he's like, but you're just a baby. You don't expect that coming, and it's just very funny to me. He's got oh no, hold on. He's got another one from his special killing him, Utah, like Salt Lake City, Utah, and she was like this girl who was kidnapped by this group of people, taken like 2 miles from her, and she was held up in the house for like a few years, but they didn't lock her up. They just basically said don't leave, and she listened to them until one day she realized that the door wasn't locked and she could just walk away. And Dave Chappelle's like, now I don't know about you, but if you kill when I am a child, you're gonna have to take me further 2 miles from my house. I'm gonna be like, that's my school bus. Like, I'm gonna know this stuff. But it's a really interesting question that he has, because then he talks about this other girl, and I don't remember this girl's name, and I don't think he even names the girl, but there's this little girl who's the same age, and she was also abducted, and her name is Erica Pratt. She was 7 years old, even younger, and she was kidnapped, and she chewed through the rope and was able to escape. It was basically stolen from after school at 3:40 p.m., chewed her way out of being kidnapped, and was home with enough time to watch herself on the news. Like, it happened like really quickly, yet nobody knows that girl's name. And the discussion is that, well, she wasn't like a pretty white girl who you're going to see on TV, who they can just always tell you about over and over and over. Going to get headlines. It's just really interesting to me. All right, those are some of my favorites that come to mind.
So, Rabbi, my favorite is the skit where he's talking about Barry jacking off on a bus.
Yeah, of course it would be Zoo. Zoo, you're obsessed with this
Have
kind
you
of
seen
shit.
that one?
Yeah, where he's like holding people hostage.
Yeah. Or how old is 15 really with the R. Kelly one? That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
We're talking about if you can't work out whether you can't work out whether you want to get pissed on or not, your life isn't going to go very far anyway.
Right.
That's fucking hilarious. Like, I'm sure at 15 you could decide whether or not you wanted to get pissed on.
Right. Zoot, is there any comedy? Is there any you like that's not sexual or mental health? Shrek, like the children's movie? Well, whatever you call it. Okay, what do you like about Shrek?
Has Eddie Murphy and Mike Myers.
Okay, and Cameron Diaz. So what do you like about it?
It's a good movie.
Okay, excellent. Long until
Shrek 1 and 2. They didn't like it gets Shrek free like halfway through Shrek 3 at 40 half. But they should have ended at Shrek 2.
Okay. Question now. What are your? How long until you have to do your stand-up bit?
2 hours.
Okay, come up with a really funny thing. Like, dude, you have a really funny.
I have a rabbi. You know what my role is?
What's that?
If she was born before Shrek 2 came out, I'm not gonna talk to her.
Doug, that doesn't fucking make sense.
Sorry, if she was born after Shrek. Sorry, if she was born after Shrek. Sorry, I got it wrong. If she was born after Shrek.
Okay, but I mean, people don't fucking remember when Shrek 2 came out.
2004.
Okay, nobody remembers that though. If you say Shrek 1, maybe some people will get that. When did Shrek 1 come out?
2000, I think.
Okay, so that's like a better thing to say. All right. So
No, but that's that's a yeah. Shrek 2. If she was born after Shrek 2, I'm not talking about.
Okay, Zoot, that sucks. You have a very good joke. Do you remember it?
That's not the joke. That's just the truth. If she's born after Shrek 2, I'm not talking about.
Okay, that's fine. For like do you remember your funny joke?
Yeah, they should make a homicide hotline. People fucking kill her.
Now, that's funny, but you didn't say it correctly, man. You have to say this shit correctly, and you have to think about it.
I called up the suicide help. So then
No, stop. That's not funny. That's not funny. That's fucked up. No, you have to say the joke correctly, and you have to build on it. So here's your joke. Just remember this. I find it interesting. Zoot, shut the fuck up and just listen. I find it interesting that there is a gambling hotline and there's a suicide hotline, but there isn't a homicide hotline. I think it would be great to be able to call someone when I want to strangle a bitch or whatever you want to say. Oh, it's fucking hilarious. So,
we don't promote domestic violence.
okay, it's not. Yeah, but bitch can be a dude. Okay, so that's the phrase we have to work on. So a gambling hotline. I find it interesting. There's a gambling hotline, a suicide hotline, but there isn't a homicide hotline. I really would find it helpful to be able to call someone. I feel like killing somebody, but that's like kind of a really mean thing to say. So maybe you don't. Maybe you start with. Have you ever felt like, maybe just something like, have you ever felt like you've been so frustrated with someone that you just want to kill them? Not really, but you know what I mean. I know there's a gambling hotline and a suicide hotline, but why isn't there a homicide hotline? I mean, don't you want to have the ability to speak with someone when you just feel like killing? That's so like I don't know how that's going to come up. It's funny if it's correctly. So let's work on it. I'm sure you all felt like at a certain point you've been so frustrated, wanted to kill somebody. Maybe not really, but you used the phrase, I feel like I'm going to kill this person. I know there's a gambling hotline and suicide hotline, but it got me to thinking, why isn't there a homicide hotline? Someone who you could call when you feel like you're going to kill somebody. Maybe you are behind this person in traffic and they're texting and you feel like you're going to kill them. Well, be a great opportunity for you to be able to speak with somebody about these feelings. Or you're behind and they're not paying attention. Another reason why you feel like killing somebody. Well, instead of having these, there should be a hotline that you should be able to call. Or a situation where somebody will just not show and you have the thoughts to perhaps do undue harm to them. Well, this would be a great opportunity for you to be able to call the homicide hotline. Off of that. So you could almost like this. So how about this, Sue? In Australia. Zoot, do you have Shark Tank? Do you have Shark Tank in Australia? So then you could be like, I've got a really great Shark Tank idea. Someone, I don't know where it is, but you just feel like you're going to kill them. Well, there's a gambling hotline and a suicide hotline, which got me to think, why don't I start a hotline? This would be a place that you could call when someone's in front of you texting while driving and you just feel like you're going to strangle them if they go through the green light on time. Call the homicide hotline. Or a station where you're waiting in line and somebody's not paying attention. Perfect time to call a homicide hotline. Or when you just can't listen to the speaker any longer and you feel like killing them, it's a perfect time to call the homicide hotline. Dude, speaking of calling places, why don't you take this time and call the Tourette's place?
They said I need to get a referral from the GP.
Okay, and then you said that you had an appointment, say they had to call you back, and you just lied about all that. So why don't you call your general practitioner right now and get an appointment? Why don't you do that, Zoot? Zoot, we're just trying to help you.
Hey, welcome back. Queen, Keep Yourself Alive. Their very first single, written before the band was even raw, hungry, unstoppable. From Colorado to Arizona, drift silently over
Zoot, are you going to talk?
years of foreign espionage, echoing the 2023 Chinese spy downs.
Okay, so why don't you call him?
Alaska last year, and Tucson sightings whisper of spy camera platforms leaning secrets. Or is it a covert U.S. military bomb? Civil liberties watchdogs
Zoot,
crying foul.
why don't you talk? Why don't you call them?
Constitutional Americans. But with no radar
Why don't you call them?
massive payloads for data grabbing
Zoot, that's a question that I'm asking you.
from our skies. You can read more about this story in the news section of coasttocoastam.com. And if you're craving life's deepest mysteries, join George Norris.
Zoot,
Why don't you call
problem about me. I'm not the one who types to people, mean things, shut up unnecessarily. I don't tell people those things. You do. And then when you're confronted on the matter, you say, "Well, I have Tourette syndrome," but you don't. Up to you. So why don't you get a professional opinion on the matter? Because frankly, you're not very fun to be around if people don't know. I think you're a wonderful individual and I love your friendship, but you've got to understand that I have people in here offend, and they don't know the issue going through, and they don't really care. They don't want to be told these mean things. Dude, I gave you an ultimatum, man. I don't know what else to do. I'm enabling your behavior if I don't stick to what I said. All you have to do is call your medical doctor.
Sure.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CAREORA.com.
George Haas speaks with his founder, lead investigator of the Sidonian Institute. His latest work, The Great Architects of Mars, evidence for the lost civilizations on the red planet. Also a co-author, a brand new study on a square-shaped structure in the region of Mars, Jas's artificial origins of Jas. I think it's a slam. I think there's any doubt.
He'll be fine. What, the big pitch?
Yep. Some sort of, I don't know.
There's a guy named Gaddis who pitches for the Cleveland. I just love the fact that every guest on the Fire the Kid podcast knows all this stuff Shop is done, and they go on anyway. They try to defend him. So Shop, though, getting called out for getting thrown out in some baseball game. I jumped out and be like, oh, you were right. It was the umpire's fault. As we know from the other dad who came forward on Shop's team, Shop was the biggest douche ever. Nobody liked him. He threw around Joe Rogan's name. He would just sit in his truck. The game started. So, I mean, the fact this guy is even trying to defend him is hilarious. And on that specific call, friggin' Shop was in the wrong. He was swearing. That's why he got thrown out of the game. He was swearing. We learned that when his wife goes to the game, she sits there and she starts swearing. That a little league TV game for 9-year-olds. They're swearing. They're too into it because they're pretending they're great super parents. That the nanny doesn't watch the kids all day. And Shop is flying places to go get cars. Cars, I believe, is a euphemism for Patty's and Patty. But I just love the fact that every time they get a guest, they're going to come out, hey, so this thing you did, Shop, or I was defending you in the comments. You're defending a guy getting sued for tax fraud, conspiracy. The whole thing is just hilarious. The fact that we're still talking about the baseball. And remember, he was so hated that the dad on that team uploaded that footage and put it on the Fire the Kids subreddit. And the practice footage. People like to be like, well, everybody has access to the game footage of the baseball teams. Yeah, do they have access to the practices too? No, they don't. And someone edited together Shop being terrible at that practice and uploaded it to the Fire the Kids subreddit because he's that hated and very low. Let me know in the comments, but oh boy, I mean, Shop is what are we doing here? Getting thrown out of Tigers baseball game? Truly is.
حالا خیلی به چارج رو بردم.
And we couldn't even try to keep along the whole of this line. On the road, and you go. So it's the wider line, not the widest, but the wider line. So in this case, is everything we were judging.
Company is alive and well. Since
There's
that's awesome. It was great.
the rollers
That's
to
great.
rule over us.
Took a little bit, you know.
How do I know that?
Play my name 2 weeks.
It's not what I say,
But that was 2 weeks.
but up to estimate,
You know, everyone tells you, like, yo, for the all this, but like,
how do I know that?
I can't believe
It's like,
some people get addicted. Some people will literally move every few, whatever. Like, you see these girls who don't have like any, just like travel the world. Yeah, eat bullshit. You can reinvent yourself. It is a fresh start. You make new routines, which is exciting. I'll say, try and take a road less traveled, or take a different route to work, because that is like. That makes life very exciting. So, like, it's a great day for you. Yeah, it was great. And also, there's a thing, like, you guys aren't poor. So, if it sucks, you can leave and find a place. Yeah, it definitely does it. In case scenario, we move back, or we go to somewhere else. I mean, I think the misconception is like, oh, we moved here, I moved here because of the mothership, or stuff like that. I'm not really in that scene anymore. For the safety, just kind of in Texas. Yeah, like I'm not in that world. Yeah. Get back, that's the question. I can't see myself in that. Really?
Don't tell me that guy is got
me neither. I mean, that's wait, hold on, I'm having a quit today. I quit today. He said he quit comedy. He quit forever. He was like, oh, the like tabloids. It's not real. That's a bit. How's he doing? He's good. He looks great. He's lost weight. He's on jack. Big guy. But he looks good. I think Rabbi Rothschild thinks I'm better. That's the last 10 times I've seen him. Like, you look great, man. Thank you. He's running a cowboy hat around. He's one of my favorites. He is a big man. He looks seen lately, man. He looks trim. He's awesome. He said he quit comedy. It's not real. I don't believe it. I'll admit I'm wrong, but like I was under the impression it's a total bit. And my buddy Enrique, it's Enrique's didn't
and I gave him a little
oh, geez. I'm just kind of can you be over it about talking here for a bunch of money? Yeah. Like, I mean, like, not everybody can do this. Things come in. Generally speaking, but was really the end of Brendan and I, not me, understand the only reason we had stopped the show was that almost tonight to stop that. He's doing lots of stand-up movies. He's a good actor. It's great. I got a great workman anecdote. Like a thing I think you would like to hear. So occasionally, a person in the audience will say something like is perfect for moments. So Workman's up there. This is in 2008. He's on stage at Giggles Comedy Club, and he's doing his bit. He's bit at the time where he was like, "Hell, my girlfriend." They can hear us yell every like the mailbox, I go to the trash can, I can sense that my neighbors are looking at me like, and so I'm not hitting her, that was the direction I put the thing, and this guy discovers an interesting little story, and then the audience heckles, because I can help you with that, or get furious. Oh, what are you gonna fix me, guy? What are you, a fucking therapist? You can help me with that? And the guy just goes, and the whole place like in this like charming way. It's like, oh, you really can't help it. Like, it's very tall window. It's small window. It was beautiful. Dude, I looked down Mr. One time in Market, man. He used to show up before. And then there's these two drunk, big Australian dudes in the front. And Mark's doing his thing, and he keeps the bag eye, he goes, and he starts tearing into him. And then he goes, so we need to try to get started. We'll discuss it. I want to see the parking lot. Fuck me up. Yeah. He's like, now I'm thinking about that. I'm trying to finish my thing. And security, I'm looking at security, I'm like, this kind of fun. So then I admire marriage. I waited around and killed the guys doing a marriage. And that's when I had the you guys kind of
so she says, above that, that I was saying, I was being burned by myself, by my custom. Very problematic. I was doing something so now that I'm very generally saying she would not a lot of shit in Torah. We could not teach we're just going to work. Because we're going to say Torah. And who is going to come and make amends. But if they reach them to say Torah, will come and make amends for the life that what some of these words don't work. The emotion will come and if it's the Torah, some will give my confidence. I will not Torah. Since nobody wants to hang out with Shaq. But I the old skills. But the letters are ascending to Shemite. We're seeing that, they can destroy the parchment. They can destroy the intelligence. They can destroy the mentality of Torah. The letters themselves are ascending to the word. So we'll see this. I'm talking. What's up? So when you cut into the clock, you see them open it out. Open it out, let the things come in. I'm going to have some shit up stuff. So the says, no, so what you do to my life will take my life. But I will not expect that my own death. I'm alone to house this.
Because you moved down there because calendars moving down there. Calendars moving down there. Because of
burns a lot.
So even by your own reason why you moved to Texas, technically, you're just dumb the wrong kind. It doesn't matter. You should have just stayed in LA. You know, still gonna lie, but kind of because in the midst of this
all of this Roman execution. The execution is clear if anybody tries to red. Yeah, welcome
back to War Report. Big UC 318 is going down, so you know we have to do a show before we do this. We need a big pay-per-views. We need and Jesse, we're going to break it down for you guys. It just so happens that the same week at Big UFC 318 going down, the Max Dustin fight, there's been a lot of parallels of the UFC going down. And it starts with we love Conor McGregor. That's well documented. And dude, he had some dick pics. And in the first one, before you got big, dude has a dick on him. He attached a weight to it. Dude, I mean, I'm gonna give it a try. I've thought about I just never could think of a way where I could test that out. But it seems dangerous, man. But he has a real dick on it. He's like, his mirror talked about the kid and Jim, they have more pictures, and Jim's like, I just can't see what he's working with. And it's the toys. Let's see what working with. Let's see what he's said to strangers. Yes. And then the fans, so they're like, because Jim had the internet, and I got like 30 Connor dick pics. And I was like, man, this is impressive. There's ways to figure it out. There definitely is. You gotta get better at it. But, yeah, the ways in it. Here's the thing. We're like, this is crazy. And Carl's like, well, just here's my birthday, 50 cents. Cruise right through. And the craziest thing about the story, though, is those two. Like, he said, she's a singer, right? Pretty gal. Completely. She's a certified bad shit. That girl, digging up a recently dead cat, and she boiled it on live stream. See, that's what I'm saying. They're like, apparently, like, she didn't know, like, they didn't know each other. How does that it is a good picture. Who am I going to send this to? The chicken bones cat. Yeah, I didn't know that. I guess she's just an artist. She's hot. If you go look at her bank account, it's in it. Yeah. I think a bit of this is, I do think we're dealing with an addict. I think it's addict. And he's probably starting all my double standard and was just like, cool, I got some weights attached to my dick. I saw her sometime in the center of the he's like, he's rolling white lady blues and a shit like my ass. I'm ready to say it's no time. I'm ready to now he's brains and dude. There's also, if he has no relationship with her, they don't know each other, and obviously he's not familiar. She can't be the only see that way because that way dead bitch is a lot of effort. You're not just having to take a random doing. That's exactly what I was saying. Like, if it goes to random, a singer he doesn't know, imagine the distribution of it. And then she was like, bro, she was blasting out. She was like, aren't you running for president? Did you see her tweets about that? Because like when people start blowing her up, she's like, are you kidding? She's like, we got a presidency to win. She's funny. Oh yeah. And then, so you see this, and then when pictures pop up him at the beach, is it Florida, Miami or something? Just some random girl. And you heard that now after that, the Miami case where he got accused of that in Miami 2023, so in the back. The judge decided yesterday that Davis on the beach came out with their moving forward that case. If I'm looking at this just objectively, it's kind of funny. It's like, the judge looks back and goes, Jesus, he's like, I didn't think there was any credibility to this case. So they were walking into that bathroom, that 300-pound chick. But now I see this shit on the beach. I have to entertain that he might have actually done it. I know. Dude, he just can't get out of his own. It sucks to see. Yeah, I come on, dude, just tighten up a little. And not just a ad, he's in 20 seconds from Miami. That's your problem. In Miami, and you're caught on the fire. Oh, there's a 10, and you can throw a quarter in it. There's somebody who's that. But also, dude, Connor's not a dumb dude. I think Connor's being irrational, and he's an addict. But even this crazy freaking Nicolas Cage page that you want to so that people that he's the one who's recognizing their faces. So he knows being on the beach with this random side chick that people are gonna see him. So I have no idea about his personal relationship with Dave, but I kind of think she's like, yeah, that's a great example. I think when he's on her book, she doesn't care. Like, she's just like, whatever. And then, some brothers have that. I know a lot of things that do. That's really cool. And he's like, my girl, like, when I was doing my thing, she was like, just don't fall in love. And don't understand. And I'm going to come back on you. Yeah. I mean, honestly, any girl who actually understands the experience and is married to a dude in that position, that's the smart money right there. I mean, like, I mean, if you want to avoid problems. If girl is wired to like not get jealous of that thing, and they understand it's like this is an easy way to just avoid inevitable conflict with if you married a car, right? Yeah, and then also remember they've been together since what? Some shit like that. Since high school, like literally 4 months. They grew up together. So, and who knows? Maybe she's doing her own thing. Maybe that's the thing. Right, we have a great family, kids, we built all of this. Yeah, like, let's take it a little bit, but not full. Yeah, I have no idea. It's, I mean, some people are wired for jealousy, some people aren't, you know, like, and as soon as the story hit, she put on, she did this long story to take on Instagram, just her pictures of her and her together, just like, this is my man, this is my man, I mean, just instant support. And she got us back there, like, doing the key hand thing. She not only supported me through every single day, she went hard with she went hard with me, you know. And Brandon Child's career is
was like afterwards, matter between know that this Bronco had sold the brother that's pending the next out. Kept us in the Bronco for the rest of her life. They figured out Bronco watched it to go to stand trial. So as school is up, so we'll say what happens. They bring them up to the platform to handle. Amar Elokot the mayor, and he tries out the God of mayor next to me, and I will say what happens. And they can't take it. They can't take it for whatever the reason, actually says over here, they say to him, I'm still underneath my eye. So they said to him, you know, why can't you hate you? Was it whatever's happening? The rope keeps snapping, whatever it is, you realize that you can't make it die. We'll say the words came from religious people. They were, I said, what's going on over here? So he told me this, here's the story. I have this jump card. It's called Elokot the mayor. I mean, God of mayor. I'll say what happened. So I'll get my stuff. I'll see what the music up there. I'm just hello. So I'll say what happens. We bring images of the mayor on the streets of Rome. And we'll say, this was the time. This was the precursor to the one post office. Right? So this image over there says, whoever sees this, I will call the hobby of Azuma Day, rice, whoever sees this guy's image, bring him to me. Was this one there was one, and one of the officers saw him, saw his image. Run about straight. So what happens? Both they had hands, and he got to pursue him. Run, if you remember, the community tried to run away. All of the soldiers. He ran into the Bronco to seek protection. He picked up, I mean, shooting people under the Bronco for driving. He ran into the land and was arrested. So he was cousin. How much do what did he do about it? He gave one finger into the food and sucked on the other finger. Like that. What? He made it look like he was eating non-kosher. So therefore, a thing. Go up. You drink the beer, is that going to be that? So, yeah, another question is so what happens? And so the grace legendary. So the Roman officers must
guys finally know it's how we know got out with the mom. Finally knows, you done talking shitty movies? Let me tell you something. When you shave your head, when you just shaved it, not what you died, when you shave your head, I go, fuck.
There's white suits, but what was the
blonde hair, and when Bossy go, I'm gonna dye my hair. I told Tiger, I said, if you make the majors team, not AAA, not single A, not double A, if you make the majors team, rank number 2 in the nation, then you can dye your hair. He made the team. The Yankees now are going to make it so
intellectual prowess and then trust all of
all three of us do. Yeah. There's like single A, which is lowest, and then there's just like the big boys. He made the majors. And pushing them to go pro. Johnny David.
Emotional, intellectual disposition. Johnny David put his hair right. I feel like the book is brilliant. We glossed over that show. We profile them. So these are very dramatic story that occurred. But Allah Hayat was so bad for the whole nose of the Rayat. It's on the effort of the so you try to it's like the other guy is actually not. It was like, testing the virtue of his wife by having one of his students fight him. And until one day that she
6 years. It was coming out now. All this stuff you're trying to suppress it. How we do it. How terrible. Of course it's terrible. It's not like looking at these because smoking is like all we heard about one thing. What is it? That's it. You get smoking, you look at it, you end up with the now, they're saying that it has to be because of the vape. It's just like, it's not even legal ever. Like one vapes an entire pack of cigarettes. Tobacco is like something. That's insane. And they have like a big machine on it, like David Lucas has. I used to call him the vape king. He used to have fucking a carburetor on his fucking vape, so you can go smoke.
Is a machlok as to what was the motivation. Was it the motivation over the death of his wife? She had an ending, suicide of self-killing ending, or was it sexual trying to escape from the God? Okay, the most like that. Now, first one, how old is the starting to the church? You know, there's a question there's a habari. Somebody goes to the starting, it actually says, it's like, you know, where they have the glory. It's not called glory. What are they called?
We do it like, you know, we do the Photoshops after funeral. Yeah.
Then, whenever it's one by graduated, they go to a place where they have full focus sport. That's the guy, or the carpet. What's it, the carpet?
Golden hour after funeral.
Rashi says it's a sin. Now, what would happen is the Romans of carpet would make it a sin. So
he's hardcore. He's very loyal. He dies so we got to wait to do golden hours from the
that's another fair. Because we have to see what
Chris, your new merch is dope. How the fuck would you not send me that right away? I just put it. I know she never got back to me.
Was it a question ultimately against serious or Capernaum also different types of snake charmers?
It's good though. Look at his new merch.
The ruler in South Korea was the types of justice, ground, was a person who uses his behaviors emotionally.
Because you use my body. Congratulations, right?
This ultimately again leads to the ritual or the recovery passion. Was the ultimate that you say else in Christ to say, and Christ is going to live it up. So ultimately, why? It's a trouble for myself. It was a some kind of thing. Call out to the officer in charge of the business. It was hard to go to the fair by his wife. But then you should, it was a sometimes you go ahead and help Jews who are living in that region of this overvaccinated one. But ultimately, again, as long as you can become part of the festivities themselves, the discussion about become part of the festivities in the speech or in the gathering, that's awesome. So what's a kashin stagnant step and kashin kalkumakako? So what's a contradiction? The first thing that the was that you can't participate in these activities. The second one is that you can't participate in these activities. So which one is it? It's from a kalkumakako, no kashin. So what's the exact calculation about this? You have this kashin mark, combination discussion mark. It's awesome. But you're there to warn the Jews, right? It's okay, I can add static kasha. Also, but what about the gang of so can you participate, not participate? So now you also it's about it's kind of a motion racing. Just the both fighting brand motion racing. Also, company of scorners, snappers, but it doesn't like it. Russell says it's okay. Why? Russell's opportunity. Number one, celebrations out of the gospel. Also, one because it makes you call out, makes you say the truth, like the application basically should last. So this is dramatic. Why? Because this year, let's remember again, if the guy does get killed, you can't say that it could be an effort to allow his wife to do that. Remember, say, I said, one thing is ultimately you get to see it pass. So the glad you can do it. At least, again, do something positive by trying to say, you can't say that you could be an effort to allow the wife to do that. What's incredible.
These guys,
that they go ahead and pick up all kinds of collecting all kinds of areas. Welcome to the Zambia Entrepreneur Travel. Welcome to the Zambia Entrepreneur also the mix of the potential or if you're going to hold like take on travel, but even if it's very careful, why? Also, it's called motion race. Also, it's called ultimately again, it's called motion race. Also, motion race is any place where people who are experiencing which is waste of time and courage. Rather than what the fact is not something else to do with that. The difference is what happens if you transact in business there. Say if you hold it and say, sure about what Zara, so the proceeds are independent business. If you hold it to motion racing, then any business proceeds will be motion. Nurture Shema Pazimai did say, Ashe, we should show Allah Pazas to the Hakim Lamal, motion racing, so what's that? What is the difference in the person? You cannot walk through the window and open it. And in the contrary, you do not stand. The motion racing and the company of suffers and spoilers you do not say. Looking at Akashlo Hama, if you didn't walk away, how do you stand? And the Akashlo Hama, if you didn't stand, Yasha, how can you sit? The Akashlo Yasha of Ekamla, if you didn't sit, then how would you stop? We'll say, watch this. And we'll roll a call. Shikala, so far out there, we'll say, you know, when you walk, if you walk in the path of life, you will stand there. We'll say, what does stand represent? Station. So we'll say, sometimes you're just going to walk through it. There's no such thing as walking through. If you walk through it, you walk. You end up standing. So, so close. So end up
Cocktail sauces, ketchup, and orange relish mixed together. Yeah, so they mix all this together.
I know exactly what to do. I know exactly. You know what?
Amsterdam,
And once the notion of what's once interesting. What am I doing wrong? He's cynical.
Jay-Z's the last person I think you're going to think of. Yeah, but he's so irate. He's not even in the top 10 of the
the one man
things I would think Jay-Z is. So irate. That's what his humor was this morning. There's nothing that seems easier. Okay, first of all, you said they go, wait, Eric, why you need a U-Haul? Have we 9 months? 9 months. So you make your reservation, and they're like, oh, they send you this text. It's like, okay, it's all electronic. So now you gotta take a picture of your license. Take a picture of yourself. You know, yeah. And then I get to the place, and no one's there. You know, and then I do it again. It was such a. I have to call. You know, really? Yeah. So I'm on the phone with Rachel. Jesus Christ.
But I think it's just I like that part. Get you back on but also he needs to be found for success against given the death penalty. So it's the hard fact about I know, but that's why he should be like it's hard to try to get you to say why. Because it's hard to protect it. And I know that way wrong. So I'm gonna figure out how to muster up the courage Zahara says, rap and don't describe the book. The Hakel in Makar Kasser Zahara says this. I don't know why I'm I don't want to hold you. Let's do that. Well, that was the end of it. That was too ridiculous to go on from that. Because you found a serial killer that had a fucking dead women museum under it. That's like, alright, dude, there's nothing beyond. You need to have, if you're going to make this show, it needs to either be a the extra in heaven, and it's like he's fucking making a crazy show. He's in hell. You know, like, or jail. You know, and he's like, dude, I would love to watch it. They haven't yet. They haven't yet to make a show that's successful. Be a completely different show. And I love that. I always want to know. You know what I'm saying? It's just not something yeah. But no, they're going to show Ranger. No. But that's okay, but that's sure, that's a true spin on it. Read the job, upset. So says what is the Today I'm not going to listen to your voice. Today I'm not going to listen to your voice. ומחר נראה, אולי בשמונה, אולי לא. Tomorrow I'm not going to try this tomorrow. I don't know. I can't control tomorrow. The only thing I can control is what the most say is to say this thing out. And then we said what the most say is to type this person. That's them. I don't. The most say the travel picture is to say like this. Right now, it's today. Right now, it's now. I have control over what I do right now in this moment. I have control over the things in front of me. And what am I going to do? That's the thing. I don't. I'm going to make today hope. I'm going to have the moments that literally are within my grasp right now. I already decided to hold it here. Tomorrow, I don't know what tomorrow's going to be. I can't make too many plans for tomorrow, and I can't make too many promises for tomorrow. I'll deal with tomorrow and tomorrow. So listen, here, at about 7 o'clock, I just punctuates this lesson. Again, you're looking at this second. Comment later on. Your test here. You can dash them, I don't. Exclamation point. Exclamation point. Sanctify. Seize the moment. Seize the moment. Seize today. Maximize the moment you have because that's what you control in life. How do you stay down? How do you do in the present? How do you do the day right in front of you?
Assholes. Fucking designers.
Well, my heart was this thing about shutting the country. It's just like this. You guys know your exclamation point. Actually, it's no exclamation point. If you dash them, I know with an emoji on it, right? If you dash them, yo, you have to sanctify me because that's all I control. Hi, what about tomorrow? Can't tell you that tomorrow. So, what I'll do is, when tomorrow comes today, we walk her to what? To that. So tomorrow comes today, I'm going to walk her to Yoma. Tomorrow to the walk So first of all, the first biggest tool is the tool of procrastination. Is the tool of what's that? It's important enough to get done. It's important enough to get done now. Because if you don't get it done now, what's that? No, if you don't think about something, right? If it doesn't get done, it's okay. Chances are, it's okay. Like he's so much funnier than other shit. I think that's shit you guys recommend, and you're going bad on Anchor, man. I'd like to see Ron Burgundy for the show. That'd be great. Take advantage of today. Do what you have to do today. Tomorrow reminds me of like what tomorrow will bring. That is a question mark, right? So those are the things I like by this. So that's how I feel about Will Ferrell. I love it when he goes to school. It's hilarious. But then he's after music. No, tell Dave Blades are cool. Always great. Chicken's good. Semi-pro, come on. Elf, he's the main character in that. That's one of the few. The campaign's fantastic. Campaign? Campaign's great. I'm not familiar with Dick. Anchorman was a classic, though, huh? People fucking love that. Yeah, I know. If you had to pick your favorite top 3 of these movies, what do you think are? I haven't seen many of them, honestly. Really? Yeah. I'll tell you what, I'm not a fan of. Zoolander. Oh, no, me neither. I don't get it. For me, it's brothers. That's what she said. Megamind was great. Megamind's great. That's a cartoon. He's the main character. Doesn't count. Those don't count as stupid ass. Come on. I don't mean it got Top. The best one is Elf.
It's so great. I'm talking about a classic movie. Mostly Step Brothers. I haven't seen so many of these. I mean, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen one that I have absolutely seen, like Politics, and I have not seen everything. Never seen Step Brothers. All new Step Brothers. Step Brothers. I have a feeling they're in the car singing family. Oh my God, what's his name? Oh my God, you've never seen Kick It and Scream? I've seen it.
And literally, actually, the last, we're not designing the last, just the moment, the last session. I love this thing. Rather than as practice, say a whole guest session, but it's still so very hard to try to fall past the fucking. So it is important to let it hear up in the part that I'm going to say one is that
He's so funny. Yeah, I seen him on Saturday Night Live. What the fuck is he doing? And that's so far you can. That's my top five.
First line is messing about it. They have not said but how can Elizabeth Tyson like 380 the 40 better of the 40 better the resurrection of the dead.
The purpose of all sleep. You hide from the kids. How are you able to even do that? How do you do that? I don't know how you sleep 14 hours and they don't find you. Hey, we're sleeping in the Ferrari in the garage. I know some shit like that, right? To me, you're not running into. And like, you look at your wife's face and you can just see her like, I'm exhausted. And then you let's talk about it. You have to drive an hour from the airport. Okay, dude, hey, I say a lot like I did. And I get on to like, it's not it's some money time. Can you open it up before I had to pick up the bag?
Why was
I had to go to Indianapolis and get the fucking bag. And they talk about late night ritual saying, like, we can just on a vacation. I'm gonna go everyone's dreams. You're living your dream too, baby. I had to go get the bag, do what I love. Yeah, we can do what you love. Yeah, because I figured it out. Hey, don't get mad that I made good life. You don't get mad at me. It's just a lot, dude. So I was like, then I had this audition. I had to go through the whole thing. So I have to drive to the airport. And then we had a discussion there. They forgot the name of the medical officer. It's just so difficult to do.
So,
I agree to be against something never doing
don't go ahead and voice objection to that. Well, it's reliable as well. Not
I mean,
so I was going to say that I'm going to jump I said, you know, my electric one time a Canadian tried to explore was one or the nobleman of Rome. Our group have a nose and person, and they said, wow, look how beautiful the steps of this young girl are. So then they admired her, they admired the steps, they admired the way she's walking. So what happens? Now, it's not no self. So when he's compliment, she tried to think even more attention to the way she was walking. She was even more attention to the steps. And that was considered to be compromising of her skills. The highest portion of the side of sin, Avona, I would say, was the first instruction. Avon, little sin of my field rules around me. Abonos Adam Dashpati Bambolamaja, those amigos that a person travels on the sea of this road, the secret road of sometimes he surrounds him on the day of judgment. Those are the few judgment and China's brother. Compromise the seas, compromise the not a statue of comfortable to them for a life in the rock. Was it obviously shut out people who are jumping in such a way, such an exact way. But again, this is the model which I'm going to try to hold out of what the second. The more righteous the more exact so we can hear the judge of birds. Because it's such a point where they are going to respond. One because ultimately did not accept the teacher and be put us to death to a life of immorality because he compromised his such violence of him and they compromised all the way to let out for their judgment. But then he accepted the will of Allah as well. So that whatever I consider as acceptance of justice, such as acceptance. I don't get it. Acceptance of justice of the Lord's judgment. A recognition whatever this world does is just. Who are mother in the charge of say, and certainly alone. Literally, the rock, perfect on his act. So Allah, El Emunah, the Eve of them. Little trustworthy God, ultimately again, with no iniquity. So Allah, we don't have. So the wrath of God, yes, of the peoples of both guys.
I mentioned it before, it's like a curse. Like this place is cursed. So many negative, bad things have happened. It's a bitch. Hopefully it turns around soon, but as of right now, it's fucking been terrible. Yeah, I mean, everything happens. $1 million.
I'm getting a lot of money. I appreciate you saying that. Think about this. Me picking up boxes and seeing a freaking scorpion tail sticking out of a box for no damn reason. A giant spider. Getting hit my head multiple times. Getting up the stairs. And it felt like I was in a fight. Like it hurts so fucking bad. See, I'm gonna court today alone. Everything was going perfect. I saw my fucking my mag save from my MacBook kind of get out of that. So he's like, what the fuck? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, something's going on here. And there's more to it. There's way more to it. But that's what I'll tell you for now. The sushi I had here, I told you guys, it looked beautiful, but it was absolutely terrible. Come on, dear loves. Yeah, the clam love. Yeah, it is. So, yeah. You're not going to have more quality sushi if you did. Like an import clam. And they still have room.
No, there is yeah, I know that. It's not lamb. It's a double mix. It's far away, but it's sushi. Yeah, I feel like I get sushi out of bluegills. Other types of sunfish. Anyways, you guys talk. Yeah.
And I think he's already public. What do you think in public defining I'm a low. So what happens? I'm a low.
Is it cool? What if they're therapeutic? You see them like slicing it and doing all that stuff before you eat it? It's pretty cool.
And this says, I'm over the clock. I'm a low. I'm over the clock. You want to show crap. That I'm the only thing that Shemai do that. Was the greatest exchange that this says, I'm in a rational conversation. Don't be so broke. Don't tell me that God is not the function. The word works in a certain way. I'm giving you something that is because ultimately again there's something different here about the power that Rome has. They're circling over us. They're killing us and yet they're only rising our non-Jewish this is not going to end well with his love was even rulership to Rome. So it's come on, what's the
That's why he accepted $21.
come on, because this is the most from the Torah, but you're going to end up going together with the Sacred Torah by the Romans. I don't know, that's not even higher level. You have to tell me, it's Romans 2 kills, and I'm going to go over
It doesn't sound too bad, though.
so
It's definitely worth it.
he said, tell me,
That's a good purchase.
happened to you and how you reacted, and I'll tell you what you're going to know. Although, Rome supported this house, it's a lot about it, and she says, she got to do that's for it. So anyway, trying to say like this, I have money that I set aside to my own that's for it. They got mixed up with tzedakah money, and I distributed it all to the poor, and I did not see reimbursement from the tzedakah funds for my personal funds, which got mixed in. I'm alone. I'm sitting in the middle about tzedakah. I'm alone. Oh my God, I laughed at
Of course he did.
of course, you will go to a comment, but I actually have a I'm going to go to this dramatic story. It's the first of the widest bodies. I'm going to go, are you young for Anthony? Actually, let's make this one. Just a couple of years ago, there's an Christmas died. The hope is told me going up in the background. It recovers. And all of the noblemen of Rome the day that Christmas was added. This UN has been done, and the people has been. Because that's the Tanchers, the Torah, this is the Torah, Rome, was on the way back to the Christmas was died. Remember, all of the other noblemen were there. On the way back, what did we find? We find that I think that Tancho teaching Torah company. This is the Torah investing by his desk. And he wasn't having punished him, they saw him and the Tancho. They can't move the Sacred Torah, they vacuum the Sacred Torah, full of the Chinese world, they surround with the branches, they see and so on. And they burn the people on fire. They use so they brought tops of wet wool, who shut up behind of blood, and placed it on Kalina Tancho's heart, and they showed him to the trust of it. They ordered that he should die a slow death. Was it so he died? It's not like he came death of Kalina Tancho. Also, Rodrigo Abba, Eric was expected to death, but apparently the baby's death a public spectacle. So it's sort of Kalina Tancho's son. We'll discuss his orders in just a little bit. But it's sort of Abba, Eric the family, says to his father, how could I watch this over to the cinema? His father, how could what is this mean? How about these words are, the moment I can instruct you that we are double capture, you may try to assist for that. I want to understand this conversation is happening while the golf is like, this conversation is happening. So she says, the moment I can instruct you that I was saying that I was burned by myself,
This whole thing was very problematic. Actually, something said the Torah, Nana, the Sefer Torah, Ish, the Dakish, Arona, Sefer Torah, only the Dakish, where did you come out? This is what he said to the Jordan, don't worry, because that he's going to Sefer Torah, and who is going to come,
By the way, I think that's never happened.
but the benediction of the Sefer Torah will come and make a benediction by the benediction. That's what he's telling you. Jordan, don't worry. The Rosh will come, and fix the Kabbalah Torah, and the will come and do it. Aber was hat der Brett nach Torah? Es ist nicht so very aber bei Herrn Kyoto ist the Osios Quantis. So then he said to them, it's unfortunate but the letters are ascending to Shaddai. We're seeing that the destroying is a gift of the destroying is a gift of Torah. Never destroyed the never destroyed those. The letters, so we'll say this, we say Ata, Masa, Kabit, Kanis, Bakhat. This is that open your mouth. Open your mouth, let the please come in. And please say that. Touch, Gitmena, Shenasna, Ba'al, Ba'atzmo. The Kenyan Advisor says, no, the one who gave my life will take my life, but I will not in any way expedite my own death. Our Lord calls to us, what's the Emperor says something, so what happens? The executioner is standing there, seeing this. As the executioner, there's a conversation, it looks like some kind of greatness of insanity is the ability to measure and thoughtful response in the midst of the most ridiculous of circumstances. The Kenyan and tragedy burned a lot, and he's carrying his daughter. He's consoling his daughter. His daughter doesn't understand what to do with this entire spectacle. He's telling her, don't worry. So if the Lord's with me, and the Bible is going to take care of us, if you're not Trump will take care of us. The students are saying that, what are you saying? And the Kenyans are coming saying, don't worry. It's only the book, it's only the parchment that's being burned. But the Shama, the letters were opening, he's giving them the cover in the midst of this particularly brutal and horrific scene. Who sees all of this? The Roman executioner is ready in Antioch to service. Yeah, executioners call everything in charge of them. Ready. And when you marry the Shah, it's the Lord also cooking Johnson and Ali Becha. Tell me if I take the cups of one away from your heart. I take the cups of one away from your heart and expedite with that if you bring me to Olam Haba, I'm alone eight. The Canadian Treasurer says yes. Shut up. Swear to me if you take me to Olam Haba. Mishpolo. Swear to me. The idea of the Shah is that was cooking at that moment the executioner went ahead. The executioner went ahead and increase the fire, remove the company down, broke the drugs, and the muscle of the hero. And he and the child died who covered the so-called. In that moment, the executioner jumped in flames as well. Just a mask of Amra, they can even charge out the counts to newly use modern in the Chayo Marata. In that moment, you get a mask of the master, the Kenyan charge and the executioner are indicted for the tenants of the Olam. Zachary was it ready? I would never register. You can't not cry. The Bakar Eddie Ba'amar, Yishkama Sha'akas, Yishkama Shani. There are some people ultimately again who acquire their own problem. Many years, the own problem in one. His execution, there was a, let's understand, you don't get that job with those. Anywhere. Yet this person was in everybody to that of an execution. It is so with bloodshed and so with everything that is discussed in this world. And a person can turn around that life with one heroic spiritual act. Because some people do to life and take the whole Bible. There are some people who say that God says as follows. God says, I go say 7 or something about it. Gloria, at least there's witnesses to this. Gloria, who was the wife of the mayor, prior to them being in charge of solicitations, the local relationships, Gloria was daughter of a penny of extraction. So remember, I will say one of the punishments of the penny of extraction was what? His wife was killed, and his daughter was condemned to life in a brothel. He had 2 daughters. One was Gloria. The other was a simple
It is Monday morning, July 21st. 9:30 a.m. here in beautiful Austin, Texas. Weather's still ancient. This is so uncommon for Austin, Texas. Whatever, dude. This weather ain't shit. Bring it, mother God. Bring it. How's everyone doing? Man? Yeah, kids in multiple freaking camps that are not driving crazy at the house. I get it. I get it. Your boy's fresh to play from Orange County. I wasn't in LA, I wish I was in LA so I could see a bunch of my old friends, but I was in Newport, California. Out there for business, and I was in town for a little time. Drug making, which was a big deal. So something that gets done. But one main reason I was there is from out with Jackson's and Bear, my boy Bear Jackson's, doing the podcast and all that. But then also, I love that Hamza Shabazz training camp. Yeah, it was cool. Because Hamza's like this that, especially in America, we don't see a lot of air flies under the radar. You know, he's not one of those guys on TikTok and shit like attention. He just does his thing to try and become world champion. And so, he can't get to that shit. And so he's been doing California. And also, on Cerise there as well. Also, those camps out there, a bunch of little rally and get together. The brothels there, you know, coaching Summit, the Jackson podcast, so they have a little thing going down. The environment, basically the campus, they have like 4 different buildings, and then they have their weight room, they have the recovery area. It's insane what they're doing with the strength and conditioning. Long story short, I'm there with about 10 or 15 of this team, and some of our becoming more well established, next standing and judging wrestlers, and not big dudes, because my babies are the big dudes. It's different in the camps I was in, or different in the camps I am, whether it's John Jones or GSP or Charles or these big time dudes, because it's so intense. Like, there's no joke around. It's just business. And, you know, obviously what happens in fight camp stays in fight camp. If you know the stories of like shoot dogs or even sparring dudes when it comes to fight, you guys get like starched. That's what these boys are doing. And it ain't happening to Hamza. Guys blown away. That dude is, that you think in your head all the footboard hype, this dude is scary, real deal. Scary. If you have to sum up my take weekend inside the guest camping, it would be scary. And part of the reason I came for a while, and so maybe this is just the level the guys are at now. Hamza's just this freak, and I wish I could see ADP's again, because I'm a huge fan. Because, you know, I do think it's a great fight. Scary. The things I saw him do to class, competitive, you can do it at any given moment, in any aspect, whether striking, grappling, wrestling. He had world-class guys from each genre. And it was like, he was just playing with his food.
So what happened? So they left him alone. Now what happens? When they go back to sister-in-law, and one is sister-in-law. So it's so was that afterwards, you know, that his butler had sold the gun that was was supposed to be kept captive in the brothel for the rest of her life. So they bring the brothel to Rome to stand. So our school is in the so what happened? Bring them up to the platform to hang him. He tries out the guy, and I say, what happens? They can't take it. For whatever the reason, I saw under my eye. So what's it, you know, why can't you hang me? Whatever's happening, the rope keeps snapping, whatever it is, you guys like, yeah, it's like, the woman's again for religious people. So I'm a little hockey. So I had to scare myself because of the part there, I gathered there and city. So I said, what happened? So I'm going to help him. I'll still talk to the dudes in there. I just cut the rope. So I said, what happened?
All the kids are
here on the beach. So this wasn't as a compliment. This was the precursor to the wanted side of the post office. This image on the beach room and said essentially, ever since this guy ever called the husband of my Lice, this guy's image, ran into me. Was his image, no one had because one there was one. The Roman officer saw it. Run about straight. So what happens? He goes ahead and maybe the student. Run to the runs away. All the police ran into a brothel to seek protection. He think that people doesn't because the other state wasn't a brothel, but rather ran into a non-kosher restaurant. Now what happens? What did he do? And sucked on the other two. So it looked like that's what. It looked like he's non-kosher food. So it's like, pick up, so therefore, people understood because everybody drink from here is not going to eat non-kosher food. So what happened? You did that in another state. Us sitting in your another came along. 18-year-old is soda. And we are not himself look like a harlot. Character. Underrated fashion show. So what happens? And the soda brings that together. So when the Roman officer saw this, he said, oh, this must be someone else. Yeah, it came the other day, the Bronco being hugged by a harlot. So the Gemara says, you guys may have a this is the mayor there would not be able to escape. Was at this point under the mayor who actually not safe there. So therefore, come around the Gaza. Ultimately, again, he went and he ran away from Gaza. He did out of the myself. Was it some say this was the reason of the mayor when he sleep the Gaza? He did the Abu nice thing with Gloria. And was it others say it was because of the episode that happened with Gloria. His wife, he wasn't learned about the episode of Gloria. So I say, since Gloria did that. The mayor's daughter, the mayor's wife, was the daughter of Rabbi Rothschild. What was the episode of Gloria? So what it actually points out over here, the Irish Shemais Gloria, Shekam Achas, people who got Hashem, Noshim, Daika, and Kalos. So say one time Gloria was disparaged with the ministry, Noshim, Daika, and Kalos. So what say this is of Noshim, Daika, and Kalos, of what exactly does it mean? It does not mean that women chassid Shalom are not smart, it's not that with his black prowess of men, Chas v'Shalom, just the opposite. It's Chazal's way to sing the ultimate thing, and women are often more emotional.
I was like, wow, I'm at a Spanish level, and it's just so smart. Using Spanish, I don't speak a fucking word of Spanish, and it's very tough. My wife does, so she's fluent in Spanish, but she can speak pretty well. So I was, she had bad house in Puerto Rico for a minute. navigate, have the full
So it wasn't so very dramatic, traumatic.
I can figure out how you speak so well.
Again, I should say this here.
Colombia is a fierce culture, a beautiful culture, suffered a great deal of violence and civil war they've always had this communist insurgency that's been in the jungles of Colombia that run the drug trade. You have the narcos, and you beats, and you have well, get to it. Well, they are a very proud, fierce people, speak Spanish, and they're very classy, it's a very classy, conscious country, right? There's also the elite and then dirt. There are the elite families. There are the families that run that. And there's the military. They are aligned. They're very aligned. You have the narcotraficas and you have the sort of communist insurgents that are now have this strange tentative peace. There's a dance between all of these groups. And then you have mostly the have-nots. You have the have-nots and untouchables. They're not people. And the economy is flowers, coal, gas, and coffee. If you want to get plastic surgery in Colombia, okay? Now, you don't need plastic surgery when you're a Colombian woman. You're born already with the kind of weapon Americans and everybody else spend a lot of money on. You understand? The beauty, the natural beauty of the women that don't have-nots. The woman who is the woman that is waiting on your table. The woman that is, don't forget, it's not so much the it's the worse. Our tits out in Colombia, our tits are out. Yeah, it's spectacular. It's a concert. You know, like it, no, but it was the elite of Colombia. And we had so much. My friends, kid, man. Two Colombians from wealthy families. Great people in the community. My wife is friends with. Here's the cool thing about her friend. She had no idea he came from because he's class. Forever, how you behave. Your manners are impeccable. The way you dress is impeccable. You don't show it off. Yeah, show that off. It's not like, yes, you're understated. Very classy. Classy people. I mean, dressed to a T. I was struck by a very nice black suit and black shirt, sir. No tie? No tie. Thank God. So all the men were black on black, and the women were some fantastic stuff. Yeah. Now, when you have money in Colombia, that money will buy you what's called happiness. That money will buy you would you be considered rich in Colombia, right? Yeah. Not by the standards of the people out there, but you know, your dollar would be older. We'd be children. You get numbers. We can get yourself a. Here's what I want. Okay, I want to learn Spanish. I want to learn it needs security. It needs security. Don't chop. Some kind of. You are your coffee in the morning. By the way, you'll get in the shower. Your bed will be made. Your clothes will be ironed. There is a class consciousness here. Human trafficking. There's a way of doing things. Say,
have this country, one commission discussion.
What I love about Korea, though, is that they've suffered violence, they've suffered division,
Okay,
but that culture
that's
is
starting
just so
out. We'll say, but what about the
salsa country. Salsa, you should, yes, I did. You should see them. So, professionals came to the wedding and were dancing with us. They grab you and they start dancing with us. You are intimidating. Tend to have some Spanish blood.
Number one.
You understand? Because remember, Colombia, that area, a lot of indigenous Indian people. Yeah, so we're fierce. You'll see. People with fair skin, that look more Spanish or European. It says that. And there were some Mexican beliefs that were sort of Mexican beliefs. Yes, that's so. Yeah. Colombia is not a place like, you know, so Mexico, right? If you're looking for trouble, you're gonna find it. Yes, I'm gonna say for the most part, any aspect, you're not just don't go there and think you're on a road. There's a way of doing things in Colombia. It's not like that. Maybe South Africa, Middle Africa, North Africa. Like that. No, I feel like the Trump is gonna fight no matter what. In England, in France, in Germany. They're having a problem with a young Muslim man from foreign countries.
If you're gonna hold the Zara combined, you can't go up because I hold the Zara. But you don't have other Zara, you can't go wide. So they will say it's called motion blitz. We'll say it's called again. It's called motion blitz. The most motion blitz where people who are blitz, in other words, there's silliness or stop or just waste of time occurring. Rabbi Rothschild, for instance, is what happens in transacting business there. That if there's a show about Zara, these things that occur that will be us. Motion blitz. And any business proceeds will be posted. What is walk in the wrong path of life, you will stand there. Or being stationed in a place. They will say sometimes I think, you know what, I'm just going to walk down the wrong path, but I'm just going to walk through. There's no such thing as walking through. If you walk through it, you walk. You end up standing. Give Allah, and you end up standing. So called so also you end up scoffing. Being buds, and if you scoff, must have thought they're not stuff. Of course, this is an incredible use of the Gemara said. Their ultimate is what? Ultimate is, and I will say something to life. We go down a path that ultimately, again, I know is not going to be good. I know is not the right one. But, again, you know what? I'm just going to pass this. Even just suspension. Once you're holy, you end up being holy. Once you're holy, you end up being a Yoshi. And once you're a Yoshi, the most you become embedded in a whole negative framework of life. And once a person will say, here's the thing, and what am I doing wrong in this? What am I doing wrong in this case? I'm stopping. You know what being a left means? Being left means being cynical. Being cynical. People are cynical and nothing is serious. Nothing is sacred. Nothing is important. There's a one line about everything. There's something sarcastic to say about everything. But that's most English people. That's the sense. Nothing rubbish, nothing is courage. And a person takes nothing seriously in life. Or you're above everything. What's unfortunate, that is the beginning of more spiritual. So stop over here for today. I'm going to run a short video on the marriage.
And there would be no argument about it.
So I would say there's a beautiful person. So in the 12th, Moshe Rabbeinu is ultimately a tells Moshe Rabbeinu to prepare the nation. So the pasuk says, this is a parenting test. Pasuk good parenting test. So parenting test. So I get to the pasuk. Parenting test. Pasuk good. So Hashem Moshe. The pasuk says to Moshe Rabbeinu, make Elam go to the nation. Identify them today and tomorrow. And tell them to wander the Bitcoin. Of course, means go to the mikvah, right? So remember again, this is the thing that's done. And 2 days of preparation. It says there are certain things that Moshe Rabbeinu added on. Also, Moshe Rabbeinu certain things that Moshe Rabbeinu added on. What did Moshe Rabbeinu add on over here? 3 days, an additional day. I said, we have Moshe's man follow. We have 3 days of preparation. And first, to come out to the 12, we only needed 2. So one second. I want to share with you just the life of our Baal Shem Tov. It's actually quoted by the name Saddam. The name of the Baal Shem Tov. So we'll say, listen to this. Comes the Torah. So Baal Shem Tov says, the Torah hits to us. It was like in this phrase, it was is contained the animal with the Sahara, but also the very for success against the Sahara. So listen to this. So you learn the fact of Adam, the Sahara does. It was so you give me sins. Doesn't show. The Sahara doesn't try to get me to sin. Why? Because the Sahara knows that we're taking it, and I know that faith is wrong. So I'm gonna learn how to muster up the courage not to sin. So how does the Sahara get me? The Sahara says, "Rak ot hayom shma mekomi, v'achel mimachar kaskavi." The Sahara says, "I know you punish. I know you want to be holy. Listen to me. What's the rush? What's the rush? You'll get started on the news. You'll turn that new page. And when? Tomorrow. No matter what listen, it's already 6:41. Half the day is gone already. Don't worry about it. Start tomorrow. Shopping is such a good new verse. It's wonderful. It's a shakal. You've got so much to do. Today is not the day to be great. Today is not. You get to it tomorrow. But tomorrow was. Tomorrow. That day. That's again the shot of leaders, and I'll talk about this. This is how the Yitzhak works. Everything is always about tomorrow. Anything you want to do the most good about. It's great. It's just not such a great day. So therefore, what does the person answer? In Shahara? No. Kinabo. Hayom Einen Shomea Nicola. What is the draft answer? No, I disagree. Today I'm your voice. Today I'm not going to listen to your voice. Umachar Shira Ulai Eshma Kolecha Ulai Tomorrow. Maybe I'm going to be pious tomorrow. I don't know. I told tomorrow. The only thing I can't control is what tomorrow is today, is the now. And then for Shem Hashem, I will say, listen to how he touches this person. V'kidash hayom. The most say the job of the Jew is to say like this, right now, I have control over what I do in this moment. I have control over the day that is in front of me. And what am I going to do? Vikim Hayom. I am going to make day holy. I'm going to capitalize on the moments that now. Hayom I'm Miskadish over here. Umachar Eshton Gamalasis. Tomorrow, I don't know what tomorrow is. So I can't make you too many plans for tomorrow. Promises for tomorrow. I'll deal with tomorrow and tomorrow. So what's it here? Again, you look at this inside your Chumash later on. Test your Yikidashtem Hayom. Exclamation point. Sanctified today, I will say. The Carpe Diem, seize the moment. Seize today. Maximize the moment. That's what you control in life. How you use the now. How you use the present. How you use the day in front of you. I will say that is the only thing that we control in life. We'll say something about Shem puzzles like this. Exclamation point. Actually, it's true. Vikidashtem Hayom with an emoji on it, right? Vikidashtem Hayom, because that's all I control. What about tomorrow? Can't tell you that tomorrow. Don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. See, what I'll do is, when tomorrow, to what? So when tomorrow comes day, I'll move the Machar to Yom and I'll move tomorrow to the Machar. Rabbi says, send to Machar to HaKadosh. That is the way that you live successfully. Don't come back and eat Zahar. Eat Zahar. Zahar is the greatest tool. The tool of procrastination. It's the tool of keeping the can on one side. If something is important, because if you don't get it done now, we know this, we don't need to rush up to Hayom. Let's see, all the control sanctify today. Maximize today. Tomorrow, who knows what tomorrow will bring? That's the great question mark, right? So most like, we should be so there for something. We should be so connected to Hashem. It's a great part of that.
So that's one thing. And then the other piece that you're talking about, the reincarnation, I trust it because it has things that and if it feels real and allows you to connect to have a healing towards that person.
We are picking up on Test Zion of a base by the two dots in boning, which is we'll say which is 2, 4, 6. Tonight's off about a beautiful game. For today, our shir this morning, our shir is dedicated by Eyal and Sarah Steinberg as the Zechus for Refuah Shlema for Bas Susha. We hope that in the marathon, she will have a complete and enduring refuah together. So we'll say, so let's begin it. So remember again the Mishnah that we learned a little while ago, discussed things that and build together. So along with that was, so the Mishnah says, the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan. So one of the things that you know, Basilkos says over here, Rabbi Chana says the name. There are different types of basilkos. There is the basila of the king, like where the king lives, the king's palace. The basila of the bathhouse. And the storehouse of the king. Rashi points out that's where he kept his treasure. Two of them you're allowed to build. One of them is prohibited. And then how do you know which one is prohibited? The lesser machazikim. So we'll say it's the basila ultimately again that the king lives in. Again, that is the Ikadami. Others say, Rabbi said, ultimately again you could say that Hatzai Basilki Gardum Itzal Bima. So what's said in the Mishnah that you can't build Akum the Basilki, which represent also like a tiered courthouse. It's Stadia, which that was used for judgment, and the Bima. Ema Shel Bishal Itztadia Bishal Bima. Rather, say what it means is you can't build the basila of these particular structures. Taner Rabbanim. So most of you have an incredible story here. We'll say Tezayin with days 6 Taner Rabbanim. Kishinit plus Rabbi Lazar Leminus. Lazar one time was seized. Minus. So we'll say minus means that he was seized. He was seized by the Kochavim to force him to work. What happened? Hello, the Gardim. Lido. They brought him up. They brought to judge him. Amrla O son Hegmon. So they gave him Musar. An old man like you should engage in such silliness. Now the silliness, of course, that they're referring